Did somebody say they wanted a more upscale experience? I'm just hanging out with my friends at the coffee shop. All my friends. See? Good one, John. Good one. Yeah, stupid. Like the stupid people call it Bcash. Yeah. Stupid idiots. Oh, welcome to the show. I need to fix my transition, apparently. Yeah, today we are starting a new series. The first of many. This is going to be... Oh, my dog just walked in. This is going to be an informal one. This one today. Where people are going to come and go. Usually what's going to kind of be more of a developer roundtable, I guess you could call it. But it's not going to be just developers. Developers and miners and power users. I'm totally a power user, right? Give me 2 seconds. Hope my friends kept you entertained. But yeah, it's gonna be a little bit different than my show. My show, is just like me and another person. Wow. This new coffee house, I'm working with Monica of BCH Meetups and imaginary username, and to help organize, Monica's did a lot of the scheduling, so that helps a ton, because honestly that's my least favorite part, is reaching out to guests. So I'm glad I have some help with that, and I hope you got your coffee. It's way too early here, but the things we do for love of peer-to-peer cash, right? The things we do for love. But yes, this is a more upscale experience, isn't it? All right, my friends are kind of annoying me. Shut up. You're not even funny, John. All right, there we go. Let's blow room. Okay. So if we go to cash.coin, hello, Kieran. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my show. Every time I say that, I just think of when my wife said it. And I say, welcome to my show. Okay, so 53 minutes for the upgrade, apparently. So let's check it out, shall we? Let's check it out, shall we? So, yes, 53 minutes. So I believe shortly after 12 p.m. I believe last time it was 6 blocks after this timestamp of 12 p.m. UTC. And so really it's like an hour and 53 minutes, but you never know with the turbo blocks in BCH. So it could be 3 hours from now, or it could be 5 minutes after. So and so yeah, let's the exact time. I thought I was gonna say on Cash Coffeehouse dance. We'll figure it out, I guess. But what the heck is going on in this upgrade? It's not an upgrade. It's a hard fork. Wait, it's not a hard fork. It's an upgrade. So the first thing is probably the most obvious. Not obvious. The most impactful to many people on the front end is increasing the chain limit, transaction limit from 25 to 50. And I know memo.cash had this problem a lot of times. Satoshi Dice had some bounty to increase it to like 200. I think was their bounty. I'm not sure exactly, but it's gone from 25 to 50, so doubling. Sig checks overhaul on op reverse bytes. I don't know what the hell any of those really do. Luckily, we'll have people way smarter than me come on and tell me what they do. So, but yeah, that's it. Nothing too crazy today. So hopefully we don't experience an actual hard fork where there's 2 different chains and 2 different groups of miners. So, yeah. So yes. Satoshi Dice is slow lately. Hard fork. Give us an elevator pitch on this upgrade, Calin. I think I just did. Non-contentious hard fork. Correcto. There should only be 1 chain. I know. Let's see. Last upgrade, it was very uneventful. The one before, I think it was. So the last May was interesting. Gosh, now I didn't even remember what the heck happened. There was. Oh yeah, that's when the chain was. They tried to steal the SegWit transactions that anyone can spend, and then everybody was like, nope. And then they rolled it back. So that's what happened last May. Op reverse bytes is the SLP guys. All right, well, we're gonna look at from a normie, and Sig check fixes some denial of service. See, I was gonna look at this and like prep and do things you should do, but it's more fun to tell when smart people tell you what's going on. Mark says it's a great idea, so I'm on board. And so, covenants in looping scripts usually take the script code of pre-image, which means every operation counts twice. A proposal. Dude, I barely even know how to frickin' read GitHub. Okay, it reverses the bytes of the top stack item. So I know what that means. With the advent of SLP, script becomes a lot more relevant and powerful. And so you can now do covenants, looping scripts, and which means you can do decentralized exchanges, donation mintable coins, donation mintable DAOs, classic DAOs, which charge a fee for your service. This is 50 minutes away. Yeah, so again, apparently it's in 50 minutes, but I think it's a couple blocks after this timestamp, so we'll see. It's either 3 or 6, so we'll check it out. There was a mempool DOS attack last hard fork. Oh yeah. Up reverse bytes take bytes off the top of the stack and pushes them, the reverse bytes, back to the stack. Yeah, duh. Okay. we'll have so our first guest, I believe, is gonna be Calin. Our first guest is gonna be Calin. He's already in the chat. Honestly, dude, you're welcome to come on whenever. 'Cause I'm just shit talking. So I'm probably gonna be streaming for like 6 hours. So if you're watching this back on YouTube, good luck. Here, let's run through who's gonna be on. And so, if you're scheduled to be on, so really we book people in windows of 30 minutes, but you guys are welcome to stay on for longer, so it's more of a party in the coffee house. What? Sorry, this isn't a party stream. This is a coffee house stream. Serious discussion only. Hype in the chat. Less than 50 minutes. Should I come in now? All right, so we got Calin. Let me look at the schedule again. Oh, Emergent Reasons is supposed to come on first. Where the heck is he? And then Calin. Is it Calin or Calin? We'll find out today. Dagger. Josh Ellithorpe. Freetrader possibly. Josh Green. Bitcoin Verde. At 10, so in 3 hours, Roger Veer. He's our halftime show. At 10:30, Peter Risen or Andrew Stone. At 11, Chris Pacia. And at 12, Oscar and Jose. And by that time, who knows this is going to be in here. Like the Smooth Coffee House music, yeah. It's much cooler than my show. My show is too hostile, you know? Sometimes when you call it like it is, people get mad. So smooth. Calin. Alright, copy that. Calin is Calin. So where I had like, oh, I do have, I think you imaginary might pop in here first. Oh, I still got his QR. Get CSW. What time, Roger? In 3 hours. 2.5. Transaction chain limit lets you have unconfirmed transactions in the mempool that spin the output from each other. I did know that one. Because that happens a lot for the end user. You're like, hey, why can't I send any more transactions? So yeah, I saw something funny today. So we're gonna do a mempool report. Not as cool as Mike and Spaces, but we try. We try around here. Okay, so wow, look at that mempool. Okay, so we are quite bullish on the mempool. And so, as we all know, people don't like to spend Bitcoin, well, at all, but people really don't like to send Bitcoin at night. And so we had a dip, as I predicted in my Telegram channel, because I'm really smart. And so we had a dip, but now we're back bullish again. It always bottoms out at like 2 UTC. And so that was like 2 hours ago. And so we're reaching new highs today, boys. You can already tell the colors. So this is the monthly. 15,000 or 25,000. Can I send you some BCH? Sure, bro. I think I have the tip Bitcoin.cash in the bio. If I don't, it should be working. This is always fun. And then you can send me a message. Of course you can send me money. Who do you think I am? Oh, there's a Zoom waiting screen. Okay. Stand by. I forgot about the Zoom waiting screen. Oh. New highs. This is like some mid 2017. Yeah, actually, it hasn't been this high since 2017. So, yeah, very bullish. So we're just gonna put his QR on. There you go. Hey, what's up, dude?
Yeah, I'm good.
We're just checking on the mempool. We're doing a mempool report. Welcome. Let's see. Let me share my screen with you. Since you don't have video, I already have your QR code saved in here from last time you're on my show. So
Nice. Yeah, it's it probably we probably shouldn't use Jim Friend every time. It gets kind of old.
yeah, I think he's already deleted, which is so sad. Actually, no, he's not. Where is he? Get your ass in here, Jim Friend. He's back. All right. You're Jim Friend now.
Oh shit.
Bcash still down 95%. Oh God, from all-time high. Oh God, what are we gonna do? Thank you for your observation. Just wandering around. But yeah, we haven't seen fees like this on BTC since January 2018. The transaction count is the same as like 2 weeks ago, but the actual fees are higher. So yeah, the pending transaction fee in BTC is the highest since January 2018. So that's so funny. I still got the Jim Friend thing on with your QR code.
God damn it.
So this is really just a blip though, compared to 2017, which is actually insane. Because this is right now over here. Oh, you can see it on the right of Jim Friend. And so it's a total of 26 BTC in the mempool, and the highest ever was 369. So, which is 320 megabytes, and right now we're only at 74. So, so people are trying to explain to me what the sig checks overhaul is in the op reverse bytes. You want to give it a shot?
Sure. I'll just give the really short. I'll just give the really short answer. The sig checks overhaul is basically there because the previous ways of checking signatures in a transaction is really awkward. It's previously called sig ops. It is inconsistent in quite a few ways. I wouldn't go into detail. Doing sig checks allows the intended purpose, which is to limit how much CPU a block can consume to be carried out properly. And it comes with a couple nice things, such as if you have a complex script in a transaction, then only the branch that gets executed would have its signatures counted. So you can, if your script has more signatures checks, you can now get it under the limit more easily. But anyway, it's basically background works that makes developers' life generally a bit easier.
Gotcha.
And op reverse bytes, without going into the math, let's just say it primarily makes handling SLP transactions using script a bit easier.
SLP transaction uses script. So yeah, I was reading you could do like more complex things with your SLP then.
That screen is weird. If we can ask David if we can. Okay, I guess that is the 28. That is the one in late 2017. But yeah, there is effort to make it even more responsive DA8 ongoing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying right there. This is completed. So welcome.
And that's the one in 2017.
Welcome, John of Emergent. John not. Welcome, John / Emergent Reasons. How's it going?
It's in emergent regions. What's up?
Oh, not much. Just having my coffee in the coffee house.
Nice. I'm having my coffee also at 8 p.m.
8 p.m. Well, there you go. Yeah, sometimes I have coffee at night when I got my show. Nothing wrong with that.
It's always time for coffee.
Always. Let's see. There's some.
I'm on my phone, so I can't see the whole, like, I can only see 3 or 4 people at a time. It's kind of annoying.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just me and you name right now, so not a big deal. You can probably just hide him too. Get out of here, hiding on video.
Oh, we're not gonna do Gym Friend with the QR code again.
Oh, he's already on my stream. He's already there. It looks like he's constantly talking. So.
That's awesome. I love that. That totally threw somebody.
Yeah.
Can somebody move the QR code, please? I can't see his face.
Yeah. It's like, why is there a QR code over his face? So, are you planning on using op reverse bytes in any of your applications?
I don't think so. I think it's mostly useful for, maybe Uname was just saying here, but I think it's mostly useful for SLP stuff.
Yeah.
As I understand it. Yeah, I never had any special need for it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, apparently we can do like a DAO then, or it just makes it easier to do that type of stuff.
Not really. Supposedly, if you listen to Tobias' presentation about Mitra before or before it was called Nimbus, but Mitra is, you got to do a whole lot of things, a bunch of changes before that kind of thing becomes viable.
So just a small step on the way. Small step. Yeah. Do you know exactly when the upgrade happens? Is it like a couple blocks after the time period?
Coindance has a countdown timer. You should probably get people. You should probably have a window open for it.
Yeah, I do. It says 35 minutes, but like I think it's a couple blocks after that. Like it takes a timestamp and then it does a couple blocks after.
Yes. It's based on MPP, so.
MPP. Okay.
Mean time pass.
Medium time pass. Yeah, we'll do something like this. There we go. It makes complex scripts get accurately assessed for how much CPU resources they consume. There you go. That's nice. And the ABC fundraiser also ended today.
Alexander donated
in
BCH.
Oh, thank you, bro. Apparently my alerts are hidden. But thank you for that donation. I was having trouble with my Streamlabs. Apparently, like the CoinSpice Twitch is still connected to it, so it's kind of weird. But thank you, I did get that. Usually, there's like a cool song and stuff. If the price could double, they would still hit their goal. There you go. Enjoy the $5 I sent. Get some more coffee. Yes, I will. Appreciate it. Bitcoin timestamps are calculated as an average of the last 10 block timestamps. So the timestamps lag behind by an average of 50 minutes. Wait 6 blocks or 10. Fund.abc. Fund.bitcoin ABC. Yeah, don't look at my wallet. Let's see. Did they get 50%? What did they get on their fundraiser? Let's see. Still at 44%, 44.08 show. Yep. The gym friend thing is kind of disturbing. Yeah, it does get annoying. Alright, there you go.
Yeah, so profitability is up a little bit right now on Bitcoin Cash. So hopefully, when we get past the MTP time, the required MTP timestamp, the following blocks will come in faster, and we can all just we can all be done with it earlier than we would otherwise expect.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Give me one second.
I think he's saying he wants to get off your live stream.
Hey, I mean, it's enjoyable here, but yeah, there are things to do, you know.
True.
Come on, dude. You can do work in the coffee house. Come on. Just bring your laptop.
Where's my free coffee?
I never said free. Jesus.
Okay, sure.
A hash rate chart. Oh God. Don't look at a hash rate chart. Bitcoin Cash hash rate chart. All right, I'll look one up for you.
Are we gonna have a mempool party too?
Oh wait, we're always partying the mempool.
BTC mempool party.
Are we mooning?
Making a recovery.
Yeah, it always dips at like 1 or 2, and then that's always the low in the day, and then like at like 22.
Alexander donated $1 in BCH.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I don't know what. Usually my tips were way more exciting when they came in. Not sure what happened. Like there's like song and dance. Looking up a hash rate chart. Come on. Oh, webpage froze. Sir, I'll be on stream. Sure. I'll send you the link.
Did I tell you that I was just talking to somebody who's going to put up a proposal for making Flipstarter, making the easy to deploy version of it. Somebody's going to make a proposal for that today.
I've actually read a few ones, and they propose to do different things. There's this, and then there's another post on RBTC that claims they want to make a full platform out of it. I'm not sure. Tell me a little bit.
Oh no, I'm just talking about the easy part. Not the easy part, but the first step, right? That critical step to make it so that anybody with basic web development experience can put one out there.
Yes.
Yeah, just that part. And I saw the plan, and it's realistic, so I think it's gonna work.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was that has been that has always been the goal.
Yeah.
And
so, and if somebody can take it further and do a platform, it would be awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a request. You have to pronounce. I don't know if you can look at chat, so I don't mess up how you pronounce it. But the message from Mike Komaransky, there's words you have to pronounce.
Well,
I can't see the chat. No, sorry.
Why? Well, Colin, apparently you can see the chat. Why don't you tell us?
Because
what it is?
if I say it, then you're gonna pronounce it how I pronounce it.
And that is fine.
Okay. Rhetoric. See, that's how you say it. How you say Gavin's last name?
Go for it.
No, how do you?
Oh no, I always just say Gavin Anderson. But yeah.
I don't know if I guess I've been in Japan a long time. I would say it Gavin Andresen, but shit, I don't know. I've never actually heard it.
Yeah, see? All right, and then how do you say the guy with the bacon username?
Calin Bacon, obvious.
Calin Bacon. It's actually
he has no last name.
It's Calin. Calin. Yeah. Tell him.
Is it really Calin?
Yeah. he corrected me earlier.
Nope. Not possible. Nilak the Grim.
There you go. Zoom is probably that sort of shit. We got 27 minutes, and then there's a
Mike's throwing shade on your rhetoric.
Rhetoric. Is that what I'm saying? Am I saying rhetoric? Rhetoric. I'm saying rhetoric. It's like Colin, but with the A. Calin. There you go.
0 for 3. Fuck. We're done, guys. I think they're gonna fork.
Oh, guys, there's people in the fucking waiting room. All right, get in here, people.
Oh, hey, Calin.
Hey.
Hello, Bacon.
Hello?
Yo.
Yes.
Yo, what's going on? I don't understand what's going on.
No,
Am I in?
You're on a beach. That's what's going on.
Yeah, man, it's excellent here, dude.
Your coffee shop's on the beach? Jesus.
What you gonna do, man? I'm rich, bro. BCH. Need to be a rich man.
Turn the camera around. Show us your citadel.
My citadel, look at this. It's all.
It's all beach everywhere. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Am I on the show now, or is this like some kind of lounge green room?
You're in the show.
Oh yeah, you're in the lounge.
Oh.
You're in the lounge. Say what you really think.
All right. Dude, man, check out what I did last night, bro. No, I'm just kidding.
I know what
a Coke off a strippers.
I know what you did. You did a fulcrum release. But yeah.
Yeah, that's all I did. Sadly.
Yeah.
So is this the show? Like, why is it a different? Why don't I hear the lounge music and stuff? What's going on?
here,
that's just for YouTube.
I can turn it up for you.
Right. Yeah.
Let me know if it gets too loud.
Yeah, because it adds to the vibe, man. You know, like it's the real experience.
It's a real coffee house me. Hello, Karen.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey. Oh yeah, Freetrader is here. Put up his text.
Yeah, he is. So yeah, Freetrader, you can talk in the group chat.
Freetrader should get like that Stephen Hawking voice.
That's what I was thinking too, actually.
Oh my god.
That would be hilarious.
I can't do Kieran. I can't match him.
All right, so yeah, Freetrader, feel free to use a Zoom chat. That is on
Freetrader, I'll be your Stephen Hawking voice. Where is he? He's in the Zoom chat. Zoom chat? Is there a Zoom chat? How do I get to the Zoom chat? I don't understand computers, bro.
I
don't understand how anything works. The thing is, these
lawyer.
apps are made for like normal people, and they confuse me. There's like, I just don't understand. There's a chat.
Okay, we should designate someone to just like speak for him.
Hey everyone.
Colin. Yeah.
How do I see the chat?
Freetrader says, "Hey everyone."
Hey everyone.
Hey everyone.
Where? How do you see the chat? What's going on? I feel like a grandma. What's going on? Help me.
I don't know. Somewhere in Zoom.
Somewhere in Zoom. I hit on
Zoom has a chat. I thought we were just using YouTube.
You know where the mute button is, right? It's on the same bar.
The Freetrader in the chat. Oh, now I see it. All right. This is weird.
Wait, does Freetrader have a robo voice or something? Or we just gotta read it. That's
we do the robo voice. Just kidding.
I think next one you should get a robo voice.
Everyone happy face.
He has a voice, and it just happens to sound exactly like Colin.
Colin or Calin? Or Colin?
Whichever.
Bitcoin Cash is peer-to-peer electronic cash for the world.
Dude, you gotta do that, please. Please, can you do that for the rest? Every time he says something, it's probably going to be a lot for you to type on your phone. But
He wanted to set his customary avatar, but I couldn't find that option.
Don't worry.
I
can you like cut and paste it into your phone?
Which one do you want? I can just put it on the screen. Zoom goes advanced. Computer sound only. Go to the advanced tab. All right. I think there's some crack. I think I figured out how to solve it. So.
Are you cutting and pasting it?
Wanted to set my customer avatar, but couldn't find that option.
the fuck?
Carol.
Oh my god.
Licho says use eSpeak.
It's probably going to get tiring for you. I wish I had that software on my phone.
Oh no, just some like Lingo Jam. It's a website.
Oh, it is? All right. Well, my phone's in the other opposite end of the room, so yeah. So yeah, are we talking technical details about the hard fork to like get people excited?
Talk dirty, man.
Yeah, talk dirty.
Yeah, let's
talk dirty.
Hey, we're in public.
Oh, we are. Okay.
I like it when my transactions reverse my bytes.
Oh yeah, baby.
Anyway,
normally you got to pay for that, but now it's free. No, I'm just kidding.
Anyway, I gave a hopefully not very technical rundown, but if anyone wants to give an even more technical rundown, go ahead.
I mean, it's not going to be that technical. Yeah, so like the 50TX unconfirmed chain limit is going to help out, I guess, online games, like, people that do a lot of frequency, transact high frequency, like back and forth.
All right. That is on. It's not exactly part of the hard fork, but it's on. Yes.
Oh, yeah. And I think the sig check limit actually fixes a DOS vector that like people were trying to keep on the down low. I don't know if it's too early to talk about it, but it was like possible to fill the mempool up with you know how we had that attack last May, like 2019? Do you guys remember?
Yeah.
The mempool was full for like a couple of days.
Yeah.
And like even though the blocks were empty, like they weren't getting into the blocks. Like there was just TXs sitting in the mempool.
Right.
And those were like SIG-op dense TXs. And so those had like a limitation of how many you could put into any block, but they weren't actually SIG-op. They were like garbage TXs that looked like they were SIG-op dense. So they were able to just like sit in the mempool. And so you could spend, maybe with a few $1,000s, you could like do not live service all of BCH. And I guess they finally fixed that because it's going to be in this.
I mean, there was an issue with like SIG-ops where it would incorrectly calculate the CPU time if you ended up pushing through null signatures through multisig.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, so it doesn't fix that? Uh-oh. I didn't actually read the spec until this morning.
I don't know. I don't know if the issue that you're describing is fixed or in this fix.
No, I made it up. I was just trying to create drama. You know how there's like the COVID-19 drama on TV, or like everything's dramatic now, even though it's not. I just created some drama. It's not actually what I just said is not actually true. It's just to get viewers.
Clearly.
But,
I see in the notes for the op reverse that he does mention the DAOs charging a fee for service and distributing revenue proportional to shares. I didn't know that was in there for op reverse. Is that just because it's for SLP, or does op reverse specifically help with that? I guess anything with SLP, it helps.
Yeah, well, I mean, SLP uses what is it, big endian
Yeah, that's right. Big
Pretty
endian.
much everything else is like little endian.
Yeah, it will basically help whenever you involve SLP in your arithmetic in your
Yeah.
script. So
Okay, right. Yeah. So anything where you're doing a calculation on it. So.
Do any of you know why SLP ended up going with big endian in the end?
I was actually asking myself that too. I'm not sure. You'd have to
I
ask.
think it was just an accident.
Because big is better than little. No, I don't know.
SOP.
I mean, it's hard to imagine a reason to do it big Indian. So yeah, had to be an accident.
It might have been. Yeah.
I think Jono actually gave an answer a while ago that basically amounts to it's an accident of history, and they were trying to align it to something else instead of Bitcoin script. And when it started small. You know, it was just a few guys.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of competition, so it didn't get as much attention as it should.
That one detail, yeah, because they're working on a bunch of details at once, and that was probably didn't seem important at the time.
And so it aligned to other systems, but that in hindsight is probably not as important as Bitcoin script. So.
Yeah,
it's really interesting that just very recently SLP was, right? It was still kind of a, well, maybe it'll work, maybe somebody will use it. I hope so. But I always thought SLP would be the one, just because it's so connected to the UTXO model, right? So I think it's awesome that it's taken off so much in such a short time. Yeah,
it's surprising, very surprising. Awesome, actually, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, man. Like the ecosystem for SLP needs a lot. It needs more development, I think. But yeah.
I mean, the only other reason I could think of using like opera spikes is maybe like if you've got something being pushed into like check data sig that you don't necessarily have control over. But that's a pretty unique use case.
I'll go ask Tobias, see if he's awake. What's the most esoteric use for opera?
Yeah, if he's still awake, go ahead and throw him in the link too if he wants to hop in.
Okay.
All right, for my viewers, I know there's been cracking. I think I fixed it because this cord was all like jumbled up, so I think we're good. Been annoying the shit out of me. Yesterday on the ABC stream, Hypo said he still likes Wormhole better than SLP. Oh no.
Sorry.
And something about that is why USDH won't take off. No, USDH isn't taking off just because Tether's around.
Does anybody know if like Tether is going to use SLP or something? Like what's going on with that?
Well, there was that whole announcement, right? And then it just
yeah,
there was an announcement, and then it fizzled out, and I never heard anything about it after that.
I heard it's still in the works. The wheels are in motion with that. I just don't know what the details are. I thought maybe you guys knew. Okay. I can't believe like that's happening, man. I don't know how I feel about that, but maybe that's a controversial thing to talk about.
Virtual fiat 2.0 on SLP.
Yeah. Well, maybe they'll manipulate our coin up into like the $10,000 range. That'd be nice.
I mean,
it doesn't really matter which chain Tether is on. It's just it just wants block space, and that's it. It's on BT, it's on BTC, it's on Ethereum, it's on Tron. Honestly, it doesn't really make a difference.
Right, but you think that if they're using BCH, they'd like want to manipulate the price up. All right, this is like all conspiracy theory stuff, but
Not really. I mean, did they
increase hash rate and security and stuff? I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't see Tron coming out very much. So yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, all right.
I mean, the only thing it will do is sometimes people will like, when transferring from exchange to exchange, be like, oh, put a simple ledger address. I'm like, oh, what's a simple ledger address? So that's like the only thing normie would see. One time I sent Tether from like Binance to somebody else's Binance account, and it was a $20 fee. So that was fun.
Oh, do people still actually like? Do people really use Tether? Like, I don't even know. I guess you can just send it around on whatever, on BTC or whatever.
Yeah, that's the thing. They'll just be like, oh wait, this isn't what's a simple ledger address? You know, like.
So most people who use it just send it from exchange to exchange.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought like you don't get to see what happens. But people actually have Tether wallets. Like you can like send it yourself, or it's just exchange.
Probably just exchange.
There is.
Probably
there
is,
is.
yeah. I don't know of anybody that like holds their Tether not on an exchange. not your keys, not your Tether.
It's your keys. It's also not your Tether.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say.
Nobody's Tether.
It's everybody's Tether, nobody's, because it's zero. Zero is very compatible with lots of arithmetic operations in a contradictory, inconsistent manner. Just kidding.
I don't know of anybody that like.
I mean, I can understand wanting to get away from fiat as the backing, but you're gonna do it. Be honest about it, right?
Yeah. So you guys seen that ridiculous video about Adam Back being Satoshi? But anyways,
why does anybody even watch stuff like that? Like, how do you have time? How do people have time to watch stuff like that?
Well, the thing is, like, the first half actually goes through like the scaling history, the scaling war, and it's actually like pretty damn accurate. Like the dude knows what the dude did his research and like takes the Bcasher point of view, right? The good Bcasher, and then he all of a sudden like, but who's Satoshi? Well, it's Adam Back, and then he just like goes into these basically a bunch of coincidences. What's that?
He seriously believes that, like in the video?
Yeah.
Making that argument?
Yeah, basically because Adam didn't have an online presence from like 2006 to 2010, and he uses double space after a period, and he uses British English, and it's basically just a bunch of coincidences. But anyways, it was like the actual history part was like very well researched, and so the video has like 200,000 views, so like in like a couple days, and so he said he might be doing a Tether video soon, which will be interesting. So
okay, all right, I gotta check it out. Yeah, that sounds interesting.
How messed up would it be? Just like a famous YouTuber, or what's he? How did he get 200,000?
Yeah, he did some videos on like the dark web and some other like internet conspiracy type stuff.
Okay.
So.
Yo, can I ask you like a ridiculous question?
Of course.
No.
Like, all right. what would you do if you actually like Adam Back actually was Satoshi? Like if he started signing TXs with Satoshi's keys, and it's like, yeah, I'm Satoshi. Wouldn't that be like a total like? That would be weird.
Think less of Satoshi.
Oh.
Yeah,
I did the same.
Same as with CSW, right? With Vitalik when he said, "It would just make me think less of Satoshi." That's all.
Yeah, it would.
What's up, a
Although,
data? What's up?
I mean, if you look at Satoshi, a lot of people seem to like overlook the fact that pretty much all of it's like the Bitcoin stuff. Like Bitcoin wasn't really the first digital currency.
Right.
It's built on about 30 years of like prior work. There's a whole bunch of things that like Satoshi got wrong, and like
so he's
if Satoshi came back, I don't think I don't think anyone that's worth their salt would blindly agree with whatever he says.
I don't think you should blind. Yeah, I agree. I mean, you shouldn't blindly agree with anybody, really. I mean, we're all humans. We're all flawed. We all make mistakes. Like, obviously, yeah, I think so. But yeah, absolutely, yeah, I agree. Yeah, totally. He's just, he's a guy. I mean, he had a lot of passion, and he managed to get something started off the ground. That,
it was the right. It was the right incentive structure.
Yeah, that was. It was. And you got people interested in it early. That was good. Yeah, sorry. Go on.
Oh no, sorry. I was just going back to Roscoe said on the chat that the Ethereum tethers can just be used as regular ERC20s. So.
Oh yeah.
So you can just pass them around on MetaMask or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Tether works as just a regular token on whatever network they run on. Except for Omni. Omni, you need the Omni wallet is basically a Tether wallet at this point because nothing else runs on Omni.
Right.
Well, just get a
Omni,
liquid
like
wallet.
Merge Mind or something with Bitcoin. I don't even know. I don't know.
No, Omni is like it's like Mastercoin on Bitcoin, so it like supports rudimentary smart contracts.
People probably know even less about Mastercoin than Omni these days.
It's like a random other thing that he's even less. I know.
It's the original idea for Ethereum. It was meant to be built on Bitcoin and all, but it was attempted, and surprise, surprise, core devs kind of gimped that by reducing the whole like op return size and everything.
Yeah, man.
82
so bytes or whatever.
Yeah, so they went off and built Ethereum instead.
But on the description of Omni itself, a very concise, more technical description is that imagine SLP, but it's not really SLP because SLP has everything tied together in the DAG, and one transaction, one token coin is tied to the next coin on the DAG, and so on and so on, and so you can maintain a UTXO by just looking at the current UTXO. Omni, on the other hand, doesn't have that. Doesn't really have that DAG. It doesn't really make use of the DAG, so it's all broken down, and op return can just perform any action. It doesn't need to be tied on to the previous coin, and that is why it's more versatile. But at the same time, it's mandatory to run the full node. There's no option to just download a tree and verify it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess for exchanges, that's not a big deal or whatever if they're using it. So I don't know.
But also, you wouldn't have any zero-conf security because anyone can attempt to conflict with you. They don't have to spend.
Oh, actually, I thought of a better thing to compare Omni to. Instead of Mastercoin, Wormhole.
Well, I mean, Wormhole is an extension of Omni, so.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Wormhole, but on BTC and not operational anymore, except for like Tether, because gimped by core devs.
Yeah.
I think I actually have some of the Wormhole tokens. What were they called? Just Wormhole token? I forget what they were even called.
WHC.
Yeah. I have some of those sitting around, frozen forever in some wallet somewhere.
Wait, you actually got it out of the exchange? Holy shit!
I don't remember.
That's hilarious.
Probably left it up.
You would have to run a node to pull them off. Is that right? There was no wallet.
Or
there was a wallet for it. Somebody had a wallet.
Or you need to trust the node.
I don't remember where I had it. Anyway, it's all frozen up around now, right? Or is somebody actually just like grinding it away with their CPU somewhere?
I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe someone knows.
Roscoe says it's not up.
Aw.
Yeah,
The dream just died.
I mean,
Yeah.
Wormhole didn't really end up going anywhere. And I don't think it will now that we have SLP.
Yeah, it just didn't fit Bitcoin really. It was kind of its own thing, and I mean it was Omni, right? So yeah, SLP is very much Bitcoin. So
yeah, and Wormhole is theoretically it can do a lot of things, but those things are not cheap. You are effective if you want to do all the things that are theoretically possible with Wormhole. You are effectively creating a new coin on top of Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah,
that is very not true, and it is a lot of people might just say, "Oh, screw it! If I want to make a new coin, I would just go grab the Cosmos SDK and make a new coin." So
it also had the issue that they never really addressed, which is if Wormhole had been adopted a lot and it got a huge amount of use, then it became important to Bitcoin Cash, right? If it somehow got to be quite an important thing, that it would end up being the bottleneck for Bitcoin Cash, for transaction volume and everything on Bitcoin Cash. Because if it gets behind, what are you gonna do?
That would be an interesting problem to worry about, really.
I mean,
so lucky. No.
So welcome to Andrea. I never said your last name either. Susani and Dagger. Suizani.
Yeah.
Hey.
That sounds cool. It's cool sounding.
Welcome. And then Dagger, I believe is how you.
Oh, nice.
That's actually a real name too, Dagger.
There he is. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, guys.
Hi, Dagger.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I didn't mess up the mic this time.
Nice.
So
now we got a party. Sorry, it's not a party. We're in the coffee
yeah.
house. We're just hanging out.
Yeah, I was just chilling.
So I was told there was free coffee.
If you make it yourself.
No, I'm just kidding. I brought my own.
There you go.
He was just trying to squeeze you for one.
Yeah,
free
that's the way you. The man you are, if you're generous or not, I don't know.
I'm gonna meet you guys for a second. I'm gonna test something.
I'm so bummed. I have my city. I took my my bitch please, BCH please original, like from back at the time of the fork. I took it there and I left it there.
Oh my God. Oh.
Does anybody else have one of those, like those random things that people were making around the fork? Like it was just like to build up hype and whatever, on spending BCH, right? So people had some random stores up.
Sorry, I missed it. What do you have?
It was a coffee mug, like a black coffee mug.
Uh-huh.
Not a mug, but like a whatever. I don't know what you call it, but and it said BCH please, bitch please,
Yeah.
around the circumference.
I had a T-shirt, blue T-shirt with like BCH, please. I don't wear it a lot.
There was a lot of energy around then, right? Like everybody was so excited with the tipping bot came back, like because tipping had died on BTC already, and the tipping bot came back, and people were making stores and was like, oh, we can actually spend it again instead of just being stuck.
So we should be starting to count down blocks. 6 more blocks.
10
Yeah,
seconds.
there we
10
go.
seconds till blocks.
And blocks are coming in pretty quickly right now, so it should be a short wait.
Yeah, 6 more blocks. It says 6 more blocks. Sheesh, the chat is so YouTube lags so hard. Like just the viewer to chat, it's like 20 seconds behind. But yeah, 6 blocks. So 6 blocks either means 10 minutes or 3 hours.
Right.
Or potentially forever. I mean, depending. No.
It shouldn't vary that much, and hopefully a new DAA can make this kind of situation less common.
Yeah, of course.
Ah,
Has there been
trigger words.
Has there been much like work? Like, is there a promising alternative out there people are starting to agree on? Or?
We should get Carol on the live stream.
Lico Carroll, yeah. He managed to convince a lot of people that what his approach is. Amari's on board with it. Apparently, I don't know. This is what he says. There might be there's the wheels are in motion in that direction, as far as I understand it. That like people are starting to agree on something that'll be less oscillatory, that'll address some of the stuff that's going on. That's how
Didn't you have one of the algorithms previously that was being considered for DAA? Didn't you write one of them, or were you just writing the tests for it?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't writing, but Tom Harding had one, which it performed quite decent, at least better than what we have today. So I just did some testing of it, produced some graphs.
Okay, that was your testing. I remember seeing your testing of it. Okay, because at the time there were like 3 or 4 different algorithms on the table, right?
Yeah. The third alternative was Neil, the Electromax guy.
Yeah.
He also had. It was a bit more complicated, so it wasn't that attractive, but it also performed better than what we have. The nice thing about the algorithm we have is that it's very simple.
Mm-hmm.
The bad thing is it kind of sucks.
Well,
have you had a look at
what we had.
Lyco's algorithm? Did you think it was clearly a better class of algorithms than the other options that we had on the table before?
Sorry, like I haven't considered any new algorithms. I haven't
okay.
been involved.
Does anybody know? Do you know if the new one is clearly better than everything else?
I read his paper. He released a paper on it.
I'm inviting him right now. Give me a break.
What's that?
I'm inviting Carol right now.
Yeah, you should actually. He makes a very convincing, compelling argument, and he managed to convince Amari, which is good. Basically, the claim is it's less gameable than the other one.
Which DA is this? Is this the simplified EMA?
It's Lyco Carroll. I don't know what he calls it, but he just released it recently as a proposal, and he's in communication with ABC apparently. I don't know what he's calling it. You should really get Lyco in here, or something, or maybe follow up on it later.
I'm doing that.
I'm a little bit behind on the latest in the DAA space.
Yeah, this wasn't heavily published. I mean, it was just it's starting to. People are talking about it now, but it's not.
It's heavily publicized in Telegram.
In what? What's that?
It's heavily publicized in Telegram.
Oh yeah, in Telegram, yeah, in one Telegram channel.
2 Telegram.
So there's a question. There's a question on the chat, which is a good question. Will the new DAA break wallets? And the answer to that is maybe. If an FPV wallet, then it'll need to have a new. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
If your wallet checks proof of work, then yes, it will. And we, as outlined in the BCHN budget proposal, we intend to spend quite a bit of time helping wallets adapt to the new DAA. As far as we can tell, there are at least 3 of them that should be helped. One of them is obviously Electron Cash, but we got this dude on a beach here, so that should be fine. One of them is Bitcoin Cash Jade, and the third one is the one that uses the Electron Cash, the Electron Cash slash Electromax protocol, aka Edge. That one we might need to reach out to, but I can't. I don't know who else off the top of my head. So if you are listening to this live stream and you know of some other wallet that you know for sure checks proof of work and is on Bitcoin Cash, then reach out to us.
Welcome to Andrew Stone and Carol. Oh,
Hey,
Hi.
Hey,
Hey.
A
Carol.
little bit of a
Hey, Andrew.
thanks for the invitation.
of course.
sure.
Yeah.
Bandwidth is a little bad, so I went off of video.
No problem. No problem. No problem.
Yeah, I can see okay, I see you guys. Yeah. So I heard you were talking about my new proposal about the DAA.
Yes.
So yeah, that's the new algorithm, and it have no name. I just call it the proposed algorithm. so nothing really. Yeah, no marketing yet.
So I guess what makes it different? What makes it better?
Well, I average time separately from averaging the difficulty, and that's something that other algorithms. They don't do that, and I think that's reasonable. And it performs well. It have no. Yeah, it's fairly simple. It performs well. It have no oscillatory behavior. I try to, prove it somehow that it's
Exploit it.
reasonable. So I hope it will be help Bitcoin Cash to work well.
So can I ask you a question? So
Yeah.
Previously, one of the reservations ABC had against the existing algorithms that were proposed, such as, I don't know, Neal's algorithm or whatever, was that timestamp manipulation could lead to like a pathological situation, right? Is that true? And
Yeah.
this algorithm addresses that completely.
Yeah, it addresses that. Yeah, the time is averaged separately, so it's proxied from the difficulty, and it solves the problem with time manipulation.
And like ABC are generally they like it, right? They're warm.
Yeah, they were
warm
like
temperature for them, right?
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Looks good. Looks good. Need more testing, but looks good.
Okay, that's a good sign. It's promising.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope we will fix it.
It's good news.
So
Yeah,
when
nice
the
doing
previous algorithms were proposed, Neil wrote like this emulator or simulator.
Yes.
Have you tried to compare it to the other algorithms in that simulator?
Well, I wrote my own simulator. I didn't. It's like I wrote my own simulator. Maybe his is more robust. There's more cases, but I just wanted to test some key qualities, so I wrote my own.
But is it able to compare somehow with the other ones, or do you think it's just such a different quality of algorithm that it's not really? There's not really.
Yeah, I compare. It can compare. I re-implemented the most of the algorithms myself to understand them, how they actually work, because I could use those implemented by others, but I wouldn't understand anything.
Sometimes that's the best way to understand. Just try to re-implement.
Yes.
Totally.
Yes. So I compared it to others. Yeah.
And were you able to reproduce the others' weaknesses in your simulator?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Some of them were known. Yeah, I mean, all of them were known, but not all were considered even weaknesses.
Wait, what's that? Some of them, they weren't even considered weaknesses, or?
Yeah, I mean, I read the
limitations.
So the exponential moving average was known to be asymmetric, but it was it was commented whatever, but that's actually a giant weakness. Yeah.
So what was the weakness of that one? Was it that there was an incentive to move timestamps forward, like to just mess with timestamps forever?
Exactly. Yeah, there were actually
if you're like evil miners.
2 weaknesses. The one is that when you actually plug something negative to the equation, you get something negative. Something negative. A negative solve time. You plug negative solve time to the equation, and it all breaks apart.
Which in the real world, right? Blocks sometimes have that. Like you'll have timestamps.
Yeah, and in the real world, blocks sometimes have negative solve times because miners disagree about what time is it, and it's an inherent quality of Bitcoin. That's how Bitcoin works. And Jackson really well said that if we not permit miners to disagree, then the solve time, then the timestamp stops making any sense.
Yeah, it would have to always be moving forward, right? Which is going to be, it's always going to drift forward. It's never going to drift back. It's going to be forward.
So the way to prevent those negative timestamps was to, prevent miners from disagreeing about time. And that's kind of...
But even if you have like negative timestamps, you cannot have a timestamp that is earlier than MTP.
Yeah, it can be earlier than MTP.
So like what situation would that happen? So in what situation would you like be vulnerable to negative timestamps?
When you have the EMA algorithm, most of them, that's how they are designed. They take recent solve time instead of average solve time. My algorithm takes average solve time, and it works. Yeah.
And the other algorithm actually disallowed, like as a consensus rule, right, or something. Disallowed negative timestamps. Was that what it was?
Yeah, it will, because it will just take a minor effect on the average solve time. Right? It's just a negative solve time won't. You'd have to have like a giant negative solve time, like
right.
Like of
right.
the,
So yours averages it, so it permits them. But is it actually true that the other? I don't actually know. I'm just trying to find out myself now. Is it so? The other algorithms actually, as a consensus rule, right? They like forbade any block to have a negative solve time to compensate for the fact that they didn't like it, like it messed with their equation. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's the proposed solution to use exponential moving average algorithm. That's not not really good solution.
Yeah, that doesn't sound. So you address that. I mean, you average it and you allow negative.
Average it before plugging it to the equation. So and the other factor is that those other exponential moving averages actually operate on time on target instead of on work, and target is nonlinear against solve time. It is like 1/x against solve time. So when you move one direction, you go faster than in the other direction because there is a hyperbola here, right?
Okay.
1/x hyperbola. So when moving around across this hyperbola, you get nonlinearity, and that's not a good quality, because then when the solve time grows, then your algorithm is less responsive than when it goes down. So actually a swing makes it misestimate. I don't know the right word.
It'll always have errors in one direction, right? Like
you always have errors in one direction, and that's
a larger magnitude than the other. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and imagine.
I'm understanding it on a high level, and but it sounds cool. Like I read your description of it, and it's very it seems like, I don't know, I'm impressed. And the fact that Amaury likes it and ABC like it, like that's just because they're very conservative and skeptical, and it's good that you were able to. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's promising, man. I'm really.
Help.
What's that? Say that again. I'm sorry.
What?
What?
I don't know what I didn't hear something.
Yeah, like I'm really excited about it. That's all. So.
Yeah, great. Yeah, me too. I got a bit obsessed. Yeah.
So Freetrader did say a little bit ago, it's good to remember that BCH has already been through 2 DAA changes. Yeah, I know. And wallets have traditionally adapted quickly to the changes, which are quite narrow and not too complex.
And yours isn't that complex.
I thought you were going to do that Stephen Hawking. I thought you were going to do the Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, but Kieran, he's looks like he's AFK now, isn't he?
Wait, I will give Freetrader voice from my PC with easy.
There you go.
Yes.
Somebody's got to do it. I'll check out the node count. Okay.
I can see the chat. I don't know, how do I?
Yeah, I had the same problem.
Ask Calin. Ask Calin how to see the chat.
I don't know. They make this like really easy for like average people. Figure it out. Like I don't know. There's like a chat button, and you got to click on him somehow for some reason.
Yeah, but I'm on a phone. I'm on a phone.
On mine, you have to click more. There's like 3 dots and a more. You have to do that to get to the chat.
3 dots, yeah. Your key.
More, yeah. Chat.
3 more
Yeah,
blocks.
okay. So, okay, I will type it. Okay, go on.
Yes, somebody asked about the node stats and how many are outdated. It looks like on cash.coin.dance, there is 58% of the nodes are updated, so are compatible with the May 2020. So I don't know what the normal is. I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of always what happens. People just don't update their nodes or what. So
Could be, yeah. Yeah, it could be. I don't know either. The important nodes are the exchanges and the miners.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's important, but they're more important, slightly more.
There are probably
I think that
number of nodes that only updates when they find out that they don't have a change model anymore. Right?
Oops.
That reminds me, I forgot to update the node for doublespend.cash. So I guess that website will be down.
And you do this for a living. Yeah, that's funny. It happens. There's like random nodes you have running wherever, and you just forget about them.
Yeah, there'll probably be a rash of upgrades in the next day or two.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, where's that VM? What was that password?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, guys. So I'm gonna give Freetrader a voice.
It's not to remember that BCH has already been through 2 DAA changes. Yeah, I know, and while it's not traditionally adapted, click the other changes, which are right arrow and not too complex.
So is that more or less understandable than Amaury speaking French? No,
Hey, Carol, I wanted to ask you a question. I remember when you were talking about the DA and when you were doing research about it, that you were asking all kinds of questions to miners. Like you're asking a lot of questions to several different miners about the ASICs and the FPGA and the firmware and how everything worked together. What was that? Was that done with the other algorithms as well? Or is that something that you did especially for yours? Or what was all that research about?
I wanted to make it even more simple and plug this averaged time to the block. But then Imaginary told me that maybe it's not really necessary to do that. So I wanted to have all the information that is needed to calculate the next difficulty in the last block. So that was the plan.
Right, but that would break like wallets and everything that reads headers, right? So
what?
And it turns out you don't even need to do that, right?
yeah, you don't even have to do that. And I mean, it would be like a sexy thing, but not really necessary. So maybe why bother?
So to give it a little more detail, there are actually specific cases when that kind of commitment, software commitment scheme actually becomes useful. But in actual use, it will only be useful if it is implemented in conjunction with a UTXO commitment scheme. Since together, then you can allow light wallets to just start from whenever you have a commitment, and then you can go on from that.
Yeah, I think that's true. That makes sense to do with them. Yeah.
But yeah, if implemented alone, then it is I don't know what you say. So.
Just a lot of pain for not that much benefit. Yeah.
But I think it's awesome that you really did your homework on it, Carol. You looked at it from a lot of angles that maybe hadn't been considered before. I don't know, but I thought that was pretty awesome.
Thanks.
By the way, I have a little follow-up here. I have the most esoteric use case for op reverse in hand.
Yes, please. Should be a competition on
free coffee. Free coffee, Colin. Where is it? So what he said is pay to palindrome. So useless, but but we asked for esoteric, right? So yeah, you have your key, your address, and it must be a palindrome. If it's not a palindrome, you can't pay to it. So, for a very special class of people
so you just
can generate.
You make it reverse and then you check sig. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna mine a pay to palindrome.
I'm sure that's actually one of the test transactions I've seen.
Oh, okay, maybe it is. I'm gonna go check it right now.
Yes.
You could do a check data sig to prove that they can sign the address in either direction.
Oh yeah, that's right. You'd have to, yeah. That's true. You would have to do that.
Freetrader just posted a file to the chat.
Yeah, I know. I'm downloading it. You don't have permission. What the? For some reason, Zoom wanted to save the file right to my System32 folder as default. That's
what the hell?
Oh yeah, Zoom. Yeah.
Thanks.
Zoom makes it really reliable. Easy to infect someone with a virus. That's so convenient. Thanks.
Yeah.
Just write a DLL in there, and that's good. Thanks, Zoom.
How the hell did I just save this? Don't wait on me. I don't know where the hell I just saved it. Thanks, Zoom.
Is anybody else using Telegram on Linux? Like they just had an update, the last update, and every time somebody sends me a message, it takes focus from whatever I'm doing, and like it switches back to the Telegram window.
The narcissistic upgrade. Look at me. I'm important.
So if you're like typing a password,
I don't have that problem.
Yeah. I'm typing a password and it's like whoop, switches over to Telegram and sends it to whoever I happen to be talking.
Your seed, like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Pale.
I wonder if it's your desktop, like not liking Telegram, not liking your desktop, or vice versa. I don't know.
I don't know. It just happened with their upgrade that they did.
That's evil. They should never do that. Desktop shouldn't allow that, man. It's evil.
Oh, it's funny that you mentioned they should never do that, Calin.
Yeah.
So Electron takes focus too every time it
Thanks, Kieran. I have a voice now, but I feel like I traveled through a wormhole.
So I load up Electron and then I load up my password manager and I'm like typing in the password and it goes into the address field or whatever. So,
all right, I got.
So on Windows, Electron opens up immediately, but then I noticed like on Mac and Linux, it takes a good minute or so to open. So jump off.
Yeah, and that's for two different reasons.
All right, I got this file.
Annoying. It's horrible.
I got this file. So ready? We're all gonna listen.
Thanks, Kieran. I have a voice now, but I feel like I traveled through a wormhole.
So like I'll jump over into like a web browser or something, waiting for it to load, and then it'll like steal focus, and whatever I'm doing will just like jump into the password box.
1 minute, dude. Are you running from source without the whatever that lib is, libsec 256p or whatever it is? Yeah, it looks like.
Oh, I'm using Electron Cache SLP, so that might be
source.
No, you said app image, right?
From source.
Yeah. App image. Yeah, so we got to work on the packaging. I got to spend some time on that. There's a lot of work that could be done there. You're right, guys. Thank you. there is some work that could be done there.
That wasn't a setup. I promise that wasn't a setup.
No, you're right. No, it's funny because I was criticizing, what were we criticizing? Zoom or something?
Zoom.
Or Telegram. And then, like, of course, my
Telegram.
Electron Cache is the same thing. So sorry about that. It's pretty funny.
So I have the setup for a fun time. I've got the sausage roll and chicken, and I've got a whiskey.
Wow! Oh my God!
You're at a nice coffee house.
I'm
Jesus.
also kind of sleep deprived, so things are going to get interesting.
Yeah, so am I. I only slept like 3 hours last night. What kind of whiskey is that? Sorry. What kind of whiskey is it?
What kind of whiskey is it?
Don't choke. Let's see. Oh, Chivas
Chivas
Regal.
Regal, 12 years.
Wow. Never had that, man.
He lives fancy down under.
And I am a fraud because I have a coffee on this mug, and this is actually tea.
Typical B casher.
This is the last bottle of whiskey I've got. So after this, that's it. No more till I restock.
No more until, okay.
Still 3 more blocks. Being a little slow. Who would have thought? But BTC's last block was 45 minutes ago, so ours was only 15 minutes ago. So we're doing a little bit better than BTC.
A watch block never is found.
Yeah, exactly.
If you don't look, then there's like 6 blocks, and then if you do look, it's
yeah. Yeah, bullish on the mempool. We're hitting new highs today.
Whew. Yeah, this is like, I haven't seen it in a long time. BTC mempool being so. You're talking about the BTC mempool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen it be so full.
Yeah, it hasn't been this full since January 18, or January 2018.
Wow, and that was we were still in the boom cycle then. It was still.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
What's going on? Is it all spam?
Not really. Yeah, it's all spam. Yeah.
That's like a Luke Jr. thing. Yeah.
I sent a BTC transaction earlier today for it's about 83 sats per byte. I was like, oh yeah, 83 sats per byte. Like that's a high fee. Should go through. I'm on the top of the mempool. Come back in an hour with 0 confirmations, and there are transactions going at like 120, 130 sats per byte.
So it's just escalating. Yeah. Like
yeah, it finally confirmed about a couple of hours ago, but
it did.
Yeah,
like as Colin was saying, there's less activity overnight. I didn't even know that there's overnight you can get your stuff confirmed. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like
I haven't used BTC in years. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's like
I gave up.
It's like 2 a.m. UTC.
It's called
like,
adoption, guys.
Yeah.
Like I see that means it's good.
So
you shouldn't be drinking whiskey. You should be drinking champagne.
Yeah, man.
Celebrate your happy.
Celebrate heavy. Yeah, there was some lady on Twitter. I don't know if you saw it, but she's like the CEO of this company called like mycrypto.com or something. But anyway, she was like, I haven't sent the BTC transaction in so long. Like these fees are so high. What am I doing wrong? It's like, How are you a CEO and you don't know about, you don't send BTC or care, like, know about the high fees? It's
To be fair, my crypto is a Ethereum wallet.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Not as juicy.
It's a fork of my Ether wallet. There's like a bunch of history that's very political, but yeah, they split. So my crypto wallet and my Ether wallet are basically the same thing.
Gotcha. Yeah, but then everybody was like, check the mempool, check the Bitcoin fees, and she's like, I don't wanna. I was like, yeah, exactly. You're the CEO of a crypto company and you don't even want to do it. Like,
yeah, and you can't even guess it, right? Like it could be 120, and then it could be 200, and then it could be 600, and then like, there's no way to know.
a blind auction.
Yeah, a blind auction. That's exactly what it is.
I mean, I've got like transactions with like 1 sat per byte through on like BTC a couple of times, but you got to do. Usually that's like UTXO consolidation, but you got to like watch for mempools. Wait for the mempool to clear, or like just continuously rebroadcast the transaction every 2 weeks when it gets dropped.
Yeah.
I actually had that
possible.
BCH transaction the other day. I couldn't confirm.
On BCH?
I was sending a transaction with Copay wallet. And
that was your off by 1 thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, missed by 1 stat.
It was like 0.999 sats per byte, so it wouldn't confirm. Yeah, that's like a wallet bug, I guess.
Yeah, it wasn't. It's fixed. So.
Okay. It's pretty funny.
But I had minor help to get it confirmed. So shout out to Via BTC. They helped me get it confirmed.
So somebody in the chat said choose BU versus ABC. I would not really interested in that question. My question is, what has BU worked on that has actually made it into the code base on mainnet?
Check the data sig verifier. No.
BU is part of the mainnet. A better question, I think what you are asking instead is consensus instead of mainnet.
Yes.
Because BU obviously has nodes on the mainnet.
Right.
That is not a question.
Right.
I run 2 of them right now.
Yeah, I meant the consensus.
Well, like BU has a built-in Electron server, which is very useful.
You run what?
Right. BU has a built-in Electron server.
Right. Do you run one?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Well, I mean, the guy who wrote it is right here. So.
Oh, hello.
Hello. I'm glad to have some users.
Yeah, right.
I like your server.
So if you run into any issues, just ping me. I would like to know.
$1 in BCH.
I was actually considering swapping my setup over to BCHD. So
yeah, it works with that as well. Yeah, also the main competition is in this room as well. Fulcrum,
yeah. Yeah.
What is this? A BCHD. That's Fulcrum, right?
Fulcrum. It's written in C++. It's mine. Like I wrote it. It's all.
Yeah.
I didn't want to deal with the existing Electrum-X code base because it was all in Python and it couldn't really scale. So I wrote it.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I tried Fulcrum. It's very performant. So I'm not trying to get Fulcrum running on BCHD.
Both servers are standalone. Both servers are standalone, but I worked with BU to integrate it and get it bundled with their software to make it easier to set up a personal server or public.
Also, it's running on a Raspberry Pi 4, so
which one is
running
on
the BU node that I've got.
And okay.
Raspberry Pi 4.
Are you using Lectures Cache or using Fulcrum, or are you not using either? On that Raspberry Pi?
No, just a built-in BU Electrum.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Okay, that is Lectures.
Yeah, that is a Lectures. Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to switch it over to. Sorry, I'm sleep deprived.
It's okay. So am I. I can relate.
Yeah. I'm going to switch it over to BCHD and Fulcrum.
That's what I was going to say.
The only thing is that I got to release a patch for Fulcrum. Fulcrum can't currently talk to BCHD because BCHD speaks a very strict version of RPC protocol, which is very, very strict. But okay, yeah, all right. It might not work right away. Okay. But I'll release a patch to fix that. I'll try to fix that.
I'll have to see. Yeah, no, I want to get going with Fulcrum because, well, one, the performance is just a lot lighter on the Raspberry Pi.
Yeah.
And then BCHD, same deal, fairly performant. As long as they don't want to do any like mining with it. So.
Okay. I'll try to get that working. Wait, are you on a 64-bit or 32-bit OS on the Raspberry Pi?
64.
Okay, all right. It'll work, yeah. I don't think Fulcrum supports 32-bit. But okay, yeah, it'll work.
Okay, 2 more blocks. 2 more blocks until we are upgraded with the new unconfirmed transaction limit and the other reverse byte thinger.
And the sig checker.
And the sig checker thinger.
Yeah. Exciting times.
That's me. I'm just like, yes, of course. And you guys are all like talking in the weeds. I'm just like, yes, of course. 2 more blocks.
So
it's too bad that IFT didn't make it.
Someone should mine it. Should mine the last block as an IFT voting block. That would be funny. The very last one.
Well, I've got a bunch of devs here. Are any of you interested in working on Cash Shuffle / Cash Fusion in JavaScript?
No, not me. I don't like JavaScript.
I have a very specific use case. I have a very, very specific use case.
What's the use case? Just out of curiosity.
I think John already knows what I'm talking about, but I'm building a wallet for very low-cost mobile phones. Starts like recently tweeted trying to find like, okay, who knows the cheapest one of these phones? The KaiOS, it's a continuation of Firefox OS, so runs web apps entirely, and we started about $10 US. So I'm trying to get a wallet working on it. I kind of let me.
All right, a live demonstration.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the development phone that I've been using. It's a Firefox OS development phone.
Okay.
But the runtime's the exact same between iOS. No, it doesn't. This is an old one that I've got.
Because I have the same phone.
Oh, okay.
Lying in a drawer.
Yeah. No, I ended up picking this up because I got they sent it over to me because I had one of the most like popular games on their store, which isn't really saying much considering they had like what 2,000 users or something. But hey, I have a large install.
I used that phone for like 6 months, and it was kind of a detox.
Oh, I did, yeah. I did the same.
Nothing works. Twitter doesn't work. Facebook doesn't work. Instagram doesn't work. So
I used it until I dropped it while on a trip, and I managed to get it mostly. Like I got the wallet and all running, but so it's just a plain.
Just a big white blob.
So it's just like a plain HTML form at the moment, but it works. Sends BCH transactions, sends SLP transactions, but the cracked screen is playing up. So unfortunately, I got to ditch this as my developer phone. I've got an MTN Smart S, which cost me like it cost me more in shipping than the actual phone did. It's coming over from Nigeria. And man, the COVID shipping delays.
Yeah.
I'm unable to work on this until it comes along because the emulators that they've got for it are just terrible.
So are these phones? I don't know anything about phones, man, except for like iOS and Android. Are these phones like? Are they lower for? Are they for like third world or something? Or what's the deal with them? Okay.
iOS, very low entry cost. They're the third most popular smartphone platform in the world. Second most popular after Android in West Africa and India. So,
wow, I didn't know this. Wow. So you want to bring these? You want to bring more of that, more BCH?
Yeah, I want to get BCH on it. I looked up the app. I looked through the App Store, and they've got absolutely no cryptocurrency wallets at all. So wow, BCH will be the first.
That'd be awesome.
BCH will be the only option. That's great.
Yeah.
That is good. That's awesome.
Yeah. So you can only program on JavaScript on them?
Yeah, they run web apps entirely.
I see. Wow.
So JavaScript, HTML, and then you've got some control over kind of like how Electrum has the isolated context for the renderer and the logic, like your business logic process and everything. You can like kind of isolate in different contexts the different portions of the app, and it gives you some kind of like control over the security and all, and then you get your own browser engine for each context, but it's still it's still all JavaScript.
And it can't be the fastest phone in the world either, so you have this I don't know, nasty situation probably in terms of performance where you're using an interpreted language on a underpowered phone.
Yeah, right.
So
most of the apps are the basic, like.
Yeah, most of the apps are fairly basic, but they run the Snapdragon 200 series processors. So those things are powerful enough to like run Android and go through web browsing at all on Android fairly quickly. And this application's pretty optimized for running, or this OS is pretty optimized for running HTML apps. So they're surprisingly performant.
Okay.
The cost-saving measures come down to one, not having a touchscreen. So they're literally T9 keyboards. Like they're actually just feature phones. You look at some of the phones that Nokia's relaunched, like their classic lineups. They've got like a flip phone. They're like Nokia 3310 that they relaunched and all of that. Those all run KaiOS now, the new relaunched ones.
Mm.
So it's a pretty interesting platform. So want to get BCH running on it.
That was part of the dream, right? Banking the unbanked. I mean, it still is. It's part of the idea. Get everybody involved. Get people inclusiveness. So.
And then my mom asked me some time ago. It's like, well, this like cryptocurrency. So I recently managed to get her to download a BCH wallet, which is good. Bitcoin Cash Tokyo virtual meetup guys were like got her on as a guest and then just ragged on her until she downloaded one. But yeah, so I got her to download a BCH wallet, the Bitcoin.com wallet, and she's got a sort of older phone. It's an iPhone 5 or 5S, and I was like crawling through it. And she's like, "Well, what use is this if I have to buy the latest phone in order to use it?" I'm like, "Well, yeah, good point. Can I make a wallet which has a really or the lowest possible barrier to entry, and like still have all the advantages of Bitcoin Cash, like being non-custodial and all of that. So interacting over text message and stuff is kind of out of the question. What's the lowest cost thing that I can do?" So this is kind of what I'm working on now.
It's kind of ambitious to like start a new wallet with Cash Shuffle and Cash Fusion from the start. So
Yeah. Well, I've got SLB and BCH transactions working on it already.
Cool.
Done a couple of testnet transactions to make sure it doesn't do weird things like burning SOP tokens or like minting patterns and all of that. So, yeah.
So are you using like Electrum servers at the backend, or?
Yeah, Electrum servers and SLPDB just to speed up verification.
I'm gonna go mute for 1 second. I'm troubleshooting some audio, so sorry, stream.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, okay, but it performs SPV, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as long as Electrum servers that it's using are updated to the new difficulty adjustment algorithm and all, it'll be fine.
Yeah. Actually, I'm not sure how many wallets actually does that. I mean, how many wallets check DAA?
Sure.
I know Electrum Cash checks that.
Yeah.
But I don't know about other wallets.
Uname can answer this. He knows.
So
they should. In theory, they should. They may not.
We know that Crescent checks it. And I'm actually not sure whether Open Bazaar checks it. It should, but we need to check. And Edge uses the full Electron Cash protocol, which means that it should also check for proof of work. Yeah.
Right.
So
okay.
I do check the difficulty, but not the difficulty adjustment algorithm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
if that makes sense.
Right. But if basically you would need to kind of know the difficulty adjustment algorithm in order to know whether the next block is legit or not.
Yeah. I'm not doing that.
Otherwise,
I'm literally just checking for like most accumulated proof of work, regardless of what difficulty adjustment algorithm is being used.
Which is probably okay. There are other things you can
do. And you could like code in some, very simple rules like difficulty can't adjust more than 50% to stop someone from, feeding a fake block that has a difficulty of 1 or 2 at you. Right?
Yeah, I think if you do that, you're pretty safe and pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, if you're checking the most accumulated proof of work, you're probably pretty safe there.
Yeah, the attack that can be made in here is when you just send a block that has really tiny work, but it is still more than the last block, and you can really fast give a fake confirmation.
Oh, right, yeah.
So you can basically socially engineer somebody. You have a TX show up in their wallet and they give you cash.
Like CPU mine a block and put a block.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you
Thanks
like,
for following responsible disclosure protocols, guys.
yeah, just casually. Hey, so if you want to rob someone, this is what you got to do.
No, I'm joking. I don't.
The
wallet's
future,
not live, so like it doesn't really matter.
In the future, we disclose all security concerns on Livestream.
The Livestream.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Zero-day exploits.
I would always assume like an Eclipse attack is possible, because if you're on a phone and you're connecting to someone's Wi-Fi, like a store's Wi-Fi, to make your payment, right? That store, or the person who does the IT in that store could do an Eclipse attack. So you think you're talking to multiple Electress cache servers, right? But you're really not. And so then it feeds you. So you might do that and say, oh, I'm going to take this. It'll be obvious which one is the real Bitcoin Cash, chain tip, because I'm polling multiple servers. But you might get tricked.
Being lied to you, yeah.
Yeah, especially if the servers aren't doing HTTPS, right? So I guess if they're doing HTTPS, you might be a lot safer. But then the Eclipse attacker could deny you HTTPS, and then so what are you going to do? Your code probably doesn't fall back for all those situations where these servers aren't available for some reason, and so then it could get you.
Yeah.
But that only applies if the store is paying you. If you are the one sending the payment, then it's pretty difficult to attack.
That's true. You can only defraud the guy receiving with this kind of attack.
True.
Anyway,
I want to make sure that I have transactions working first, and then start thinking adversarially.
Yeah. It's good to do that later. Not get caught up on that too much.
We're hitting the red in the BTC mempool. I'll share my
scared him away.
screen.
Kieran left. What was it? Hitting the red.
Hitting the red here. I'll share my screen real quick. Would you look at that?
Dun 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 dun.
Woohoo!
I think Joho's site is the best.
Yeah, I love the video.
There's many sites. This one's the best.
Yeah.
So
about a week ago, it hit, or what was it? A few days ago, a week ago, it almost hit the 1 year high, the 12-month high, for the cumulative amount of fees sitting on the table.
I think it did actually, since January 2018, it hit the high. But yeah, it's definitely like the reddest it's been. My professional analysis is wow.
This is the reddest.
So if we switch,
anybody know why that's going? What's changed? Like what's going on now? Is it the happening or?
It must be. There's slow blocks. There was just an hour in between blocks.
That's true. Yeah, and then it just accumulates. Like it's just like a traffic jam. Yeah.
Yeah, so the total BTC fees is 26, and that's the highest it's been since January 18, so.
Just imagine how bad it would be if there was like a bull run right now, and everyone was like hurrying up to get their coins on the exchanges. So thankfully it's going.
I feel like this problem chops off the bull run.
BTC off of exchanges.
No, I mean, okay.
Well, that's how it ends if someone social engineers DDoS vector, right? I mean,
spam it.
The sad part is that this is in some ways the gateway to all of crypto.
Yeah.
Creates a good impression, doesn't it?
Yeah. I feel like the last few run-ups have been chopped off by BTC's high fees.
Possible. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, there's nothing that can be proven one way or other ever, right? Because no one's running it.
Or they,
human-based scientific test case, but
yeah, or they delayed this. It delays the sell-off because people are moving their BTC to exchanges, and it takes them longer to sell. So,
And you know what's even sadder is that most people's coins probably never leaves Binance, so they don't give a crap.
Yeah. I always think it's funny when somebody on Twitter's like, dude, it's not your keys, not your coins day. Everybody take their BTC off the exchange. And I'm like, you don't want to do that, really.
I was talking to someone, and I had a very to try and convince them to get off exchanges, and he was an investor, and I said, okay, I want you to imagine in the next 2 years, out of 20 of those exchanges, one of them is going to fail, and you're going to lose the money on that exchange, right? So what are you going to do? And at that point, the person was like, well, okay, I get it now. I'm taking it off.
Oh, nice.
So it's an argument that maybe, might work, especially for people who are doing this for an investment purpose, right?
Yeah.
They figure, well, it's just...
Probably those people typically trust themselves more than other people, right? That type of...
Yeah, and making a paper wallet is pretty easy these days because you grab a phone wallet and you write down the magic words and you're done, right? Quit out, close out phone wallet. And sure, that's not absolutely secure because that phone might be, compromised at the creation of the wallet. But I mean, come on, for most people, it's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Oh, one more block.
Oh, we got it.
Oh, we got it.
We're waiting for the first new block to be mined now.
What is the best place to watch the update? The update.
Cash.coin.dance is what I'm using.
Okay. There is update.
Tobias gave me a palindrome transaction to broadcast once the once we're ready. So I'm gonna try to broadcast it.
Please.
Is it really pay2PL or whatever?
I think it might actually be. Yeah.
It just has the app code.
Let me meep it. I'm gonna meep it and see if it actually works. Okay. Yeah. Hold on.
We should make a wallet that only generates keys and seeds that are paid.
Broadcast it first. Make sure it's in.
I tried it on a Blockchair, but it didn't. It crashes.
Just do it on Electrocash.
Man, I've never done that. Oh yeah, I know how to do that. Hold on, I've seen that before.
So if you broadcast it now, it wouldn't even get in the mempool, right? Until
it should, right? Because it's ready.
Yeah.
It should now.
The mempool should be ready.
This is when I did the first cash account schnorr. Was as soon as that it passed the line.
It would have to be a P to SH transaction anyway, so it would be hidden under the hash of the script.
Only spending has to be after.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you gotta do the spending then.
Right.
Whoa, we got a block. Or we didn't. No, false alarm.
Oh.
False alarm. It was just. I went to fork.lol and it was just. It
was a lie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it in chat. Oh fuck, I can't. I'm gonna put it on YouTube. Go. Oh fuck. BSB people. There's a link to it. Tobias posted it already. There's a
on Twitter?
No, to Reddit. It's using op reverse byte. Oh, I see. It's not the address. He just had.
I have a question for the third.
I swear the Zoom chat's being weird for me. Can you tell us a bit more about how the double spend notification is coming along in Bitcoin Unlimited for Andrew?
Sorry, I was trying to code some palindrome stuff.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Double spend stuff. Well, we have a PR out there, but with various sort of miscommunications and so forth, it doesn't have any tests. So, we need tests before it gets committed into Bitcoin Unlimited. So, that's a bit of work in front of us before we are able to deploy. That's it.
There you go.
Can you tell us a bit more about how the double spend notification is coming along on Bitcoin Unlimited?
I just asked him. Thank you.
I told you, damn robot.
The wrong order.
My typing speed is too slow on mobile. I need to load this up on a laptop.
Yeah, the chat's weird for future ones. Might have to go through a different chat. It would notify me, but I couldn't see it. I don't know. It's strange. But anyways.
I think we had some threading issues, and the question came after the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Race condition.
Oh, okay. I finally found the
Hey, do we need to put a shoe on our head to make sure that this is not pre-recorded now?
Put a what?
A shoe. It's not
shoe?
pre-recorded.
Shoe on head to prove not pre-recorded.
Transaction
Oh,
hash.
someone.
Actually, so here's the first one.
Tell us.
A man, what? A man, a plan, a canal, Panama. What?
Yeah, so it wasn't the address
let me
he was
share.
talking about. The opportunity.
Thanks, Los.
So, wait. So this is the palindrome.
Thanks, Los. What?
That's a famous palindrome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I figured. So,
Except without the exclamation point and then the punctuation.
so can somebody explain to me what's new in this transaction? What's new that wasn't possible before? Anybody?
I'd have to see the transaction bytes. From what you have on screen, it's not. There's nothing about it.
Okay,
You have
so
to actually
it's-
see what the spend transaction, you're not seeing the whole transaction.
Okay, I was
You're
like, out as a
seeing it.
screenshot. So okay.
Yeah, I mean, the actual transaction has more stuff in it that this interface doesn't show you.
All right, let me see. Yeah, I was gonna say I was like,
But
yeah, there isn't a link, and I'm not typing out that hash. So, okay.
Wait, are you spending pay to palindrome, or you're just sending to the address with pay to palindrome?
This was Tobias's transaction on Reddit, but I don't have the actual link. So,
if you send me the hash, how can I get it?
you can
I could look at it.
Type it.
Oh, Jesus. Can you paste it in chat or something?
It's a screenshot. So.
Oh, all right.
Panama sent my coins to mess with hash 57,075.
What?
Mike Komaranski said he is a moderator of r/palindromes. Nice, congrats. So we got the block. Somebody said we got the block. We got the block. Aerate pet area. That's a good one. Yeah, Mike, what's your favorite palindrome? All right, so we got the block. And now we're celebrating. Woohoo, we did it.
Woo! Woohoo!
And it looks like we're only on one chain, so that's the most important part.
Everyone go check your notes.
And your screens are also pale drops like this.
Oh, Kane got the URL for the transaction MVP. All right. Do I look at the raw transaction? Come on, where'd you go? So exciting stuff. All right. What happened to this? Raw transaction. Give it
It's just going to give us a bunch of hex.
Apparently it doesn't like it when I share the screen and try and look at it. Here.
Calin, do you have Meep set up? You could run Meep and show people what's up.
Here. We lost audio. Can you not hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Here, I'll put the transaction hash in the Zoom chat.
Hey, Calin, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, he's muted.
Gone. He's
gone.
He's left the beach. I think he went for a swim.
Colin has left the beach.
There's the transaction hash. Somebody find out what's cool about it. For some reason I can't.
I'm on my phone. I can't copy paste it. Maybe on Telegram, someone.
It's in my channel Telegram. Yes. I'm on the explore.bitcoin.
Telegram.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking for. I tried. Tim overeats a penne pasta ear vomit. It's a good palindrome.
Calin's
Hey,
back.
Calin. Oh, he's got to get his headphones on.
Where'd you go?
Hey, Calin.
Oh, thanks.
Hello, me? Yeah.
Hey, man. Hey, do you have Meep set up? That would be a good way. You could screenshot that or something and show.
Meep.
Man.
I'm just.
What is that? A Muppet sound? What is Meep?
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Dude, I don't know what these tools are that you people use, you young people. I just use the command line, man. What the hell is Meep?
Meep is a command line tool.
Oh.
made by Chris Pacia that uses the BCHD as a backend. It uses the script engine so that you can give it an arbitrary transaction hex, and it'll decode it and let you walk through it, execute it virtually.
Oh man, that's pretty useful. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a great tool.
I just open up an Electron Cache and look at the script and try to imagine what the hell it's doing with my brain, which is kind of slow. Probably want to use Meep.
BCH.
Meep says OP unknown.
So is BCHD not getting the block or what?
No.
Rejected block. Uh-oh. Drama time.
No! I can confirm that bchd.imaginary.cache is not getting the latest block either.
Uh-oh. So what isn't the smoothest of hard forks yet? There is some drama. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. You might have 2 coins.
BU, BCHN, and ABC all looks fine.
Oh, good. You're on the latest BCHD though, right? Because I know they had their.
Yes. I literally upgraded like yesterday.
Bum, bum, bum.
Oh, I sent a screenshot from Meep to the Telegram channel. Maybe you can open it up.
Let's see what I can do here.
Meep, meep, meep.
Mm-hmm.
What does meep stand for? Seems like an arbitrary
It's
name.
the sound that the Roadrunner makes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think.
Obviously.
Meep meep.
Meep, meep.
Yeah.
I think my internet's taking a shit right now, so.
Oh no, it is actually the address is a palindrome.
Whoa, dude. We thought of it first. Someone else thought of it. All the good ideas are taken, man. Here I thought we invented something.
Trying so hard to open this.
So where's everybody located? Can I ask? Like, Kieran, you're in Australia, I guess?
At the moment, yeah.
And Carol, you're in Poland. I guess it does dox everybody. This is my address. To get an idea. All right.
What beach are you on?
Right. Camera to show my screen. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, this is Meep. With this.
Who is this?
Transaction.
Yeah,
We can
that's pretty cool.
walk through the commands.
Jesus Christ, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it failed because of opcode unknown 188. Probably my version of MIP is old.
It's a P4. That's a cool tool. I gotta use that.
It depends on your whatever BCHD engine that it's using. So yeah, if you haven't upgraded it, or well, I don't know, it should be talking to a server somewhere. So it might just be because BCHD hasn't caught up yet. I don't know.
Yeah, so that's what it does. If the op unknown 188 is op reverse bytes, it should reverse byte of the address and check if it's equal.
Right.
So that's paid to the palindrome. That's what we see.
I don't know who this Eric Van Wout guy is, but apparently he's a moderator in my chat. But he says, for those interested in the transaction, it has op duplicate, op reverse bytes, op equal as redeem script with amana plana. Oh, amana plana canal as input for it. Hence, if the palindrome can be successfully reversed and is still equal to itself, you can spend the transaction.
Yeah.
So does anyone know of a coin bin for BCH? Or an equivalent of it?
Coin bin?
Yeah, it's a tool which lets you create arbitrary Bitcoin transactions and stuff. Gives you a lot of control over it.
Okay. The way I do it is I just use Electronic Cash Console just because I know the code base so well. But it's not the most easy way to do it. You probably, I don't know. You probably want to.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with.
Yeah, you have to know the API internally. It's.
So,
I'm going to drop off.
Oh man, stay. Aw.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What do you gotta do now? Come on, man. This is a hard fork. How often does this happen? I'm just kidding. You can go.
Every 6 months.
Yeah.
Hopefully not more.
Hopefully not. Yeah.
Okay. Bye bye.
All right. See you.
Oh,
Thanks
man. All right.
for hopping on.
See you, Dagger.
Bye. Take it easy.
Hi, Dagger.
Aw.
I still don't. I'm still trying to figure this out. So I see the man, a plant, a canal, Panama thing in the op return, but I think put anything in the op return. what is there?
Oh, the Opportune is just there like for entertainment. It has nothing to do with the like.
Yeah, he's just showing that it is a palindrome. You know, he's just putting a little tag on it for fun.
So
the actual code is somewhere else. Like you might not be seeing it in the Explorer.
Yeah, so
like you're only seeing a distilled view of the transaction. You're not seeing the actual transaction.
So Kane told me to, if you can check the YouTube, but I'm just I did the load transaction in Electron Cash.
Okay.
And I still don't see what.
Yeah, you'd have to with Electron Cash. It isn't designed either to display transaction internals. You'd have to you do Python stuff.
God,
to actually see the script.
I'm trying so hard.
Maybe let me actually load it and see what it. Let me load it and see what. Yeah, you can't. You'd have to actually see the script, the redeem script, which you can do easily from the console, but it's.
And apparently, no images are loading for me in Telegram right now either. So, struggle bus.
I can paste the redeem script in the Zoom chat if you want.
Okay.
Hit it.
Wait, am I pasting the right? I think I am. I hope I am.
Script sig sequence.
Yeah, so that's not like human friendly, right? It's just a bunch of hex.
Okay, I see the pattern.
Yeah, that's the hex equivalent.
How do I get this like human readable?
My block cipher. I tried putting it in through block cipher, but it's not being friendly.
Yeah, let me try it too.
Block cipher's got a transaction decoder.
Oh, cool.
So, do we have two chains yet? I guess nobody probably minds with BCHD, so.
Oh, BCHD can't mine as far as I'm aware.
Oh, it can't at all? It has no
yeah, it's an application-only node, I think.
Okay. Huh.
Unless things have changed, but
no, it can mine. It's just that they've never put a whole lot of attention into the mining code, so they don't want to advertise it as something you should try. But no, it can mine.
Okay.
But that changed a bit with the flip starter, so they are actively wanting to get more involved with the mining side also.
Okay. So to go blockchain.
Also, yeah, flip starter, by the way.
What?
Oh, I'm not gonna shill it. I'm not gonna shill it.
He's tempted.
Chill it.
I don't know if this will work. Here, I put it in.
What are we looking at? Where should I go?
Jesus. All right. Maybe this Imgur link will work.
I put a link in the YouTube chat that shows the picture where it's all broken down, but somebody will have to explain it.
All right. I got it
okay.
up.
I see it.
Okay, it's up on stream. Go ahead and talk about it.
There was a script decoder that I was using that just wrapped a API call to a Bitcoin full node in a web page, but I can't find it.
So, all right, we're looking at here. We're looking at the picture right now. Somebody explain it to me.
I'm not seeing it.
Yeah.
Did you share your screen?
It's on the stream.
That's on the stream itself.
I'll share it. Don't worry.
So the script sig, the start that you're seeing over there, the long thing, 616D6, all the way out to 61. That is the palindrome represented as bytes. So that's a man, a plan, a canal, Panama, represented as bytes. And the little bit at the end that you see, so that's the 76BC87. That's the hex representation of the opcodes opdupe, op reverse bytes, and op equal. So it checks if it's if you reverse it, if it reads the same way the front as it does in the back. It checks if it's a palindrome.
Gotcha.
But just this doesn't have anything to do with the English palindrome. That address is actually that hash is actually a palindrome.
Yeah.
Of course.
So the next thing that you have here is the script pub key, which is there to spend pay to script hash output from the previous transaction. And what it does, it's a standard thing that hashes the script, and it checks if it's the same thing that was set to this. That was said that this is the right script to spend this transaction. So yeah, this is what this EF18. This is the script hash, and this op hash 160 is the way to hash the redeem script, right?
Yeah, that's op reverse bytes.
Gotcha.
So basically, to spend this, you just write a script sig with a man, the plan, a canal, Panama, and it reverses it and spends it.
Okay,
I
so
just realized why the tools that I've been using to translate hex to opcodes is not working on the script. BTC doesn't have op reverse bytes.
Oh yeah, duh.
Of course, it won't
So
work.
that tool just hits a Bitcoin, a regular Bitcoin node. I get it. All right.
Yeah, it just calls decode TX RPC on a regular Bitcoin node.
Well, you got a node running. Can't you do it from the command line? No, I got to try it.
Yeah, I got to SSH in now.
Yeah, me too. I'm lazy. Forget it.
And I don't think I've.
We're convinced it doesn't actually check a sig, so it's not our dream of making pay to palindrome. We can still make it. We haven't been stupid. That's just like a palindrome script, but it's not. There's no sig checking going on.
Yeah. Why isn't there an equivalent like Coinbin for BCH?
Should feel guilty. I don't know.
I can't make custom transactions in an easy GUI.
And
that's probably what's holding back adoption.
It must be.
Oh, you're kidding me. So Coinbin supports Bitcoin mainnet on a couple of different Block Explorer APIs. Litecoin, Dogecoin, and Carbon Coin. There's no Bitcoin Cash.
It's cold. It's so cold.
I got a reverse.
It lets you set a custom network. Oh no, wait, that's just a key generation.
This song is called Reverse, so.
Oh, nice. All right.
BCH gang. Yeah. Not for kids. Bitcoin Cash. You have to be responsible with your money. He says reverse, guys. Yeah, throw it in reverse.
Get on your boat, Calin.
It's so funny, it's so crazy because the static background, it looks like I'm dancing, but I'm not.
All right, we threw it in reverse, boys.
Oh, Colin,
Yeah.
we need this.
Of course, here. You guys, I don't know if you guys can hear it. There you go. You can't see it, but it's there. Little honking.
And I've got the stream open up there. I just see it 30 seconds later.
Oh, yeah.
There's always like a vibe, like, all right, what's next, you know? All right. Anyways, we honked.
So there is a question in the chat on YouTube. Don't we need a bit more aggressive difficulty adjustment algo? And to address that, it shouldn't be more aggressive. It should actually be just well, how to say it? Well, not mistaken about some events that happen, like our current difficulty adjustment is things that I mean, it doesn't think, but let's say it metaphorically. But when a spike of hash rate leaves the window that we average on, it thinks that something happened, that the hash rate fall down, and it didn't. And
it needs to have better context.
What do you mean?
The difficulty adjustment algorithm needs to have better context.
Yeah, it needs to well, be more accurate. Actually, more accurate. Like yeah, that's my answer.
There were 3 blocks found within 4 seconds of each other. Yeesh.
When shadow mine.
Let's check these blocks out. Jonathan Tuman made a nice video explanation of the issue as well as the solution.
Jonathan Tuman's video is pretty good. Though I think it goes off the solution that he ended up proposing in that video was Mark Lundeberg's exponential moving average solution.
I got a note that Verde, so Bitcoin Verde node went through the fork without a problem, so they're good.
Nice.
Is BCHD still behind?
I believe so. They're looking at it.
Ouch.
Yeah, well, Chris is
drama.
Chris is scheduled to come on later, so about an hour and a half. So
maybe busy.
Hopefully, figures it out.
No, he's so fast. He'll be like, he'll fix it in like 30 seconds after it figures out what it is.
My Bitcoin Unlimited node's up to date.
Yeah,
Let me just double check. Yeah, cash.coin.dance.
Yeah, I'm seeing at 263% for BU. So
Yeah. Yeah, I've got 263 as well. Just double checked it on the Cash.coin dance as well. Just to make sure I'm on the.
Yeah, Noise. I don't think links work in the chat, so yeah. Probably just put the name of it or something. People can Google it or just search for it.
Oh yeah, YouTube silently drops links, so for the person sending it, it still looks like a sent message.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess they do that to prevent people from showing their stuff on top of the channels.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's just it's just silent. Like it doesn't give you an indication that the message has been dropped.
Deleted. Yeah.
Hey, Colin, I need to jump off for just a little bit for a meeting, and I may be back later.
Sounds good. Be on for a while. So.
Right. All right. Take care.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Hey,
come back. Please come back.
Come back.
Can't leave.
So, what's the guest list looking like?
Guest list?
Yeah.
Well, we got our residents that are currently on. And then
I guess I can just check the video description.
Josh Green should actually, yeah. That you said that, I looked at the schedule. I was like, oh, Josh is supposed to be on. Then he messaged me. Welcome, Josh.
Wait,
so
there's
looking
no.
forward.
There we go. Josh is on. There's no timestamps for any. Oh, okay. So we got Roger Vieira, we got Freetrader, we got Josh Ellithorpe, Chris Pacia, Calin, John, and many others. I guess I'm many others.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. How's it going?
Yep.
Hey, no.
Hello.
Hi.
I've been passively watching you guys every now and then as I was getting ready this morning.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
So looking forward, what do people like envision for the next hard fork?
The next one, like
November,
6 months from now.
This one's done. We're done. How about the next?
I mean, I think everybody wants difficulty adjustment algorithm updates because the current oscillations.
I think that's.
I wouldn't mind a hard fork which moved all of Satoshi's coins to me.
Yeah, that's
that'll be a pretty nice hard fork.
It wouldn't be worth it because like people would just not value it. Like it would completely like it'd be funny. It's a funny thought experiment, right? Because like I think it would freak people out. So then we'd be back to like sub-zero Bitcoin.
And then it wouldn't matter that you did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The paradox.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the fractional Satoshi? You know that's kind of on the roadmap. Have you guys been aware of that?
Yeah.
I mean, sort of. I think ABC says they want to do it for November. Have fractional Satoshis.
I mean, that'd be cool. It'd be hard. I think that's a super big change.
Yeah, it's going to create a lot of burden for people, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got like 546 as the dust limit at the moment, so like that'll need to be reduced.
Oh yeah, made a big analysis of those proposals. Tobias Ruck, right?
What's that?
Tobias Ruck made a big analysis of those proposals.
Yeah,
right?
Tobias work. I'm actually like, because it seems like I don't know how long Tobias has been around for, but from my perspective, like he's been around for like maybe like a year-ish, and like he's just kind of like dove in and been pretty awesome. But yeah, I think he's working on like I think they're going through like the feedback phase for what that could look like. And I know like the BCHN node guys have been pinging me, asking me like random miscellaneous questions that I think relate to that. But I mean, it's still a huge undertaking. I'm skeptical it would be done in the next 6 months, but within a year.
What are the benefits of it though? Like, what does that bring to the table as a change?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, like, I don't, I do know, I have some ideas, but I'm not like the authoritative person on it. I haven't done a ton of research.
Fair enough. Yeah.
On like the the fractional satoshis, but like if you, it allows you to have like better fees when the price is really high, right? Like if you were to scale the price of BCH to BTC, our current fees are still like really good, but like you couldn't go sub penny once the price of Bitcoin Cash gets so high, without having fractional satoshis. So
sorry, not really. You can go to lower fees. You change the policy to not enforce 1 satoshi per byte, but maybe 1 satoshi at all. I mean, a 1 satoshi fee per transaction is possible.
And the floating point, the fee code is already a floating point. Like it's a ratio, right? It's bytes divided by.
Oh, you're talking about fractional Satoshi fees, not fractional Satoshi's payments.
I mean, I don't know, to be perfectly honest.
I actually don't think there's any advantages right now, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, the price isn't moon enough yet to.
Yeah, we'd have to have it really moon.
Difference.
Like it'd have to be like $1 million per BCH. Where it matters, because then you have 1 Satoshi be like a penny, so you want sub penny.
Yeah. Although I'm fractional Satoshi fees wouldn't be like fractional Satoshi fees per byte wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, which wouldn't even be a consensus. Like it wouldn't be on the blockchain itself. It would be just the nodes enforcing that. Yeah.
I think it's a great question to be asking though, especially because that's what I've been trying to advocate for online. Like whenever we do an upgrade, like what is the user experience benefit for that upgrade? You know, because everything that we change is effectively risk, right? So
risk and burden and cost and whatever.
Yeah. You'd be like, well, what's the cost benefit analysis for updating this, and then having that be kind of like a part of the BIP. Like that's actually when Tobias brought up OP reverse like a year ago in one of the dev meetings. I was like, yeah, that's super cool. I'm behind it. Like, I think the best way for you to, really show that it's worth everyone's time is to actually like with numbers prove how much like it improves user experience and for which people. And then he did that work and did. And I think that's why like the OP reverse wasn't contested at all. I think it was basically like, yeah, let's do this. Let's make sure that we're doing it right. But as a concept, people saw the value, and the value was like not just, theoretical numbers. So hopefully we keep doing that as a community.
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah.
By the way, what is the end user advantage of op reverse?
My understanding is it's basically allows you to do better SLP scripts, or not just SLP script, but SLP-like scripts without that are more complicated and are also cheaper. Because before, when you do OP reverse, it was basically like it was either 8 or 16 opcodes, and like that's just to reverse. Basically reverse endian a byte array or a number on the stack, and SLP does its values in big endian, and then everything else in Bitcoin Cash does it in little endian. So that like reverse endianness, which is basically just the palindrome thing that you guys were talking about. I think everyone knows, but maybe not the viewers. But reverse endian is basically like palindromy, but not anyway. It's more complicated.
So we've come full circle now. The whole palindrome thing was we're actually asking what's the most esoteric use case we can think of for op reverse after discussing the whole SLP thing.
Yeah, I mean
right. The SLP thing is actually useful. The stuff we're talking, the palindrome thing is not.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, people understand what endian is because like people are viewing, but
that's true. They might not.
I think so. I have a sort of a qualification of your assessment. And that is that I feel like a lot of opcodes may not be immediately useful, but they're sort of broad functionality that can be or may be used in subsequently in interesting ways that we can't imagine. So I think that if a functionality, appears fundamental to people, it should be considered for, a hard fork, even if there's not some immediate use, right? And especially since a lot of times, one immediate use, like one new piece of fundamental functionality enables a use of another piece, right? But if you don't have those 3 or 4 pieces, you can't write the script, right? So personally, I supported pop reverse because I felt like it's sort of this very fundamental operation that appears in any string library.
Yeah.
It's just sort of a slightly odd way to use op reverse. Verifying proof of work.
Excellent.
So you push a hash onto the stack. So the way you'd probably do it previous way would be like you'd push a hash onto the stack, push the number of bytes or target number of bytes for like leading zeros, and then do like an op split, and then push a zero, push target number of bytes again, and then do like number to binary, and then op equals to verify it. Whereas this, you can just do push the proof of work, number of bytes, op split, op dupe, op reverse, and then op equals.
So for that would be for like transactions that do themselves, they themselves do proof of work to spend, like.
Yeah, either a transaction that is proof of work to spend, or like maybe even just verifying like cross-chain proofs.
How do you see that from one chain to the other? I have no idea. Yeah, I'm not really a chain hacker.
Yeah, that'd get pretty complex. But just throwing ideas out there.
That's really clever. I think you could still do that without OP reverse, right? It's just more costly.
I gave that question.
Well, yeah, that brings it down from.
Sorry, I was going to say I gave that question actually for my students in my final exam that finished just a week ago. Was to create a, like a bounty that someone who could solve a proof of work puzzle could redeem. And a lot of students used op split to chop, the top bits off and then compared those against 0, which was a way to solve it without op reverse.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's sort of same. You op split and then op dupe, and then reverse and equal to do it with op reverse, and then you've got op split, and then you push a 0 to compare it to. Then you do like the target bytes. Then you can do like a num to bin to like equal them, and then you can do a comparison since they're both.
Yeah, you run into problems there because you get the 32-bit limit, right? So in my test, I just said, hey, just verify that the upper so many bits are 0, not that the target is less than,
No, so what I was saying is you do you split the upper bytes off, and then you push a 0 onto the stack, and you do a num to bin on the bytes that you split off. And if they're all 0, then the num to bin should output a 0 as well, which will then, when you do a op equals, check them and validate them as true.
Yes. I thought that you were trying to do it like a full 256-bit comparison to see if the target was lower.
Yeah, that'd be. I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can do that unless you like.
Could you chop it and compare it in 32-bit chunks though?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, that'd be pretty. Oh no, you can, but it wouldn't be very neat.
Anyways, some other news. Memo.cash is currently not working. So they must not update
So
their
does
node.
Memo.cash use BCHD?
I'm not sure. And Chris said James Kramer is working on proof of work minting of SLP tokens. And then Roscoe says, couldn't you just push the proof of work in reversed order?
So rather than pushing the proof, so you're not reversing the entire proof of work. You're cutting off the leading zeros, and then you're reversing that. So the proof of work, you can't really push the proof of work in reversed order.
There you go.
So about the proof of work minting for SLP, that's actually a super cool thing and exciting thing. And I was helping with it, but I got involved in other things. And yeah, Fallout.
So on the topic of SLP tokens, what like actually serious projects do we have? I mean, like I know there's like Spice, but like it's cool and all, it's fairly popular, but like it is kind of a meme.
There is
like
also Drop. There is Drop.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's Drop. So Drop, that's like cryptophile.
Yeah.
There's like Psy, but I think like Sideship AI, but I don't think that's an SLP token.
It is. It's on multiple, but it's
Okay.
it's I don't know. I haven't seen much use for it. There's like no trading volume or anything.
Yeah.
Flex, yeah,
Alright,
on
so-
CoinFlex. Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
Flex Shield. That's another exchange token.
I mean, there's lead, but
yeah, that's more of like a tipping spice
Yeah.
thing.
Bitcoin Verde test tokens, right? Those are cool.
The what?
Bitcoin Verde test tokens.
Oh yeah, Bitcoin Verde test token.
It's actually what Dublin's currently using right now for their beta, because they haven't minted their actual like. They're going to be called Dubs, by the way, which I thought was funny. They're going to call them Dubs, so they haven't minted their actual like Dub like Genesis SLP token yet, mainly just because of the apocalypse. But right now they're just using test tokens. Which is interesting.
Nathan's in the chat says like Anu and Zapped for the service.
USDH.
I guess the majority like use case at the moment.
And Almond Coin, the USDH.
Oh yeah, USDH of course.
Yeah, someone.
There was like Toba and e-bike.
Toba's
like
pretty
electric
dead.
bike company. Yeah, Toba's kind of dead. I don't know what happened to e-bike.
There's this renewable cash token.
Yeah, renewable cash on you.
But I don't know.
We need more. We need more like serious like business tokens.
Actually, so we did I brought that up.
We've got enough. Oh, there's never enough memes. But
I brought that up in like
Still.
the SLP dev Telegram. Was like an actual business using SLP tokens for real. So that has some real promise. The premise was basically there's two retailers that we've been talking to about having their rewards programs be actual SLP tokens, which is really cool. They do a stupid amount of transactions though. So for them to like issue them would like basically, be taking up like a whole megabyte block on their own collectively, which would be like kind of ridiculous, which is why I brought that up in the dev channel. I'm like, is this really like, would we want this? You know what I mean? Because we would be accumulating just a stupid amount of transactions, which would be, cool and whatever. But it would definitely have some consequences. but they're interested in it, and even the fees when we talk to them about it, even with the number of transactions they'd be doing, with the number of fees, it's still less than what they're paying their current vendor for their rewards programs. So like, there's definitely like.
Wait, HoneyPay?
I'm sorry.
Honey. Honey points.
Oh, I don't know what that is. No, yeah, they're you know, like each company kind of has like their own thing. Like it's not, I can't say who, but like it's not Victoria's Secret. So like they like legitimately, they have their own like internal point system, right? And they manage that on their own, and sometimes they use a third party vendor. Sometimes they actually like write the stuff themselves to manage the points. So it'd be like kind of a replacement for that. So it'd be ingrained in their point of sale systems, which would be really cool. But you know, the enterprises that are that big move super, super slow. So we've been talking to them for like, I think like maybe 6 or 9 months now. And, you know, it's hope like they're still interested. It's just a matter of making sure that it works. So, I mean, like SLP, I think really does have genuine utility. I think we just need to make it happen. And that's sometimes.
I mean, so I know there's like HoneyPay or like Honey Points or something. It's about like a wallet with rewards points and all. So it allows like small businesses and stuff to just really easily create their own rewards program. You know, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Welcome, Chris.
Hey guys.
He heard us talking SLP Chris. And he had to hop in. So
yeah.
So just an update from my end. This is currently where I'm at. I have drank.
Oh, you got a long ways to go.
I've drank about that much of the bottle, so it's about a third.
Go to bed, Kieran. You're drunk.
Yeah, man. If I were to drink that,
I'm kind of. I'm in a happy place right now.
Where do you live, Kieran?
That's excellent.
Australia.
Oh, okay, cool.
Australia. Yeah.
Are you still stuck there, or have you been able to go home? Oh man.
I am.
Oh, you feel stuck?
Oh no. I am crashing at my parents' place.
Do you like live somewhere else normally? But did the lockdown get you stuck there? Like, this is interesting.
Taiwan.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You came home to visit and then you just got stuck there.
Yep.
Do you have like a girlfriend or somebody waiting for you in Taiwan?
No.
Oh,
just me.
Sorry. No. Still, you want to get back to your life. Living with your parents.
To be fair, like, you know, being stuck in lockdown, it's kind of like good. The houses here is a lot. The house here is a lot bigger than the apartment over in Taiwan, so that's a plus. And then B, there's actually people to talk to. So
yeah, man, I would hate to be by myself right now. Yeah. So
yeah. So it turned out quite well.
He's completely uprooted and still has a perfect video set up there with fuzzy soft lighting in the background, microphone, perfect audio.
Okay. The whole soft lighting thing and all, that's mostly a camera trick. See if I can swap it over to my laptop webcam. Wait for it.
Truth emerges.
It's problematic.
I can't even see anything. Yeah.
Hey, look, I've got a Sony FS9 like cinema camera. So like, hey, Sony FS9. I got Atmos Ninja, which lets me plug into my computer and use it as a webcam.
The Atmos can do that? I got one of those.
Yeah, the Atmos Ninja 4K.
Nice. Yeah, so Nathan said, look out for Renewable Cash version 2, SP token, tokenizing actual asset output coming soon, fractionalizing real energy output and paying holders in BCH based on export back to the grid for fixed term. There's a use case for you.
Yeah, I've been working with Nathan on that. In fact, he's been coming to some of our weekly SLP meetings. That's why I thought I'd hop on and just let you guys know some of the cool stuff that we've been working on. So yeah, Nathan is great because he's a business guy, and so he helps bring all of our tech geekness down to earth with like real business use cases. And and he's been really patient, like being like just letting us kind of hash out different ideas. He's got a good idea because they manage residential solar installations, and so they have like this deal with the government, and so they're getting these like government, I don't know if they're subsidies or whatnot, but basically they have money coming in from energy that's getting pushed out to the grid. They manage this collection of residential solar. They're trying to find a way to tokenize this whole thing and enable people to basically buy tokens to support renewable energy. And there's like a dividend aspect to it. And he's just kind of looking to see what kind of innovation SLP tokens can bring to his whole business. So it's pretty fun working with him. But yeah, you guys sound like you got pretty interested in the proof of work tokens. And James Kramer's been working on a script that lets you do an emission schedule for SLP tokens. So it's just like the Bitcoin emission schedule. You could like bake that in to the minting baton, I guess. And then he took it a step further with the proof of work, where like people could compete doing proof of work mining, and then whoever like wins the block reward like gets the right to mint the next round of tokens and gets those tokens. And then we talked about like just like embedding that on a web page, so all you have to do is navigate to a web page to do like CPU mining, just so make it super easy. And because it's an SLP token, right, so you could just like create another one for like whatever you want. So there could be lots of these things out there. It wouldn't be quite so like high stakes like Bitcoin is.
Nice. Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, if
can we
you
go
want
back to the
another,
renewable idea though?
Yeah.
Because that seems like it's a true sort of possible use case that's happening right now. I hadn't heard about this. It seems very interesting. Are there like companies who are buying these renewable sort of tokens from Nathan, I guess you said his name was?
Right. Yeah. Right now we're not doing anything like significant. He created the Renew token, and there was another company that didn't, I don't know, I think it went under or whatever, but they had a similar system. So he's been like using the Renew token. Like if you can prove that you have residential solar and you're producing X number of watts, then he'll give you Y number of Renew tokens. And I don't think it's progressed any further than that at the moment, but he's looking to create like an actual marketplace where and then the other side of this is verification, right? So one of the aspects we've talked about, the proof of work mining or just a proof of work aspect would be like somehow we could embed the equipment and get the equipment itself to like accurately report what it's doing. Like that's kind of a whole problem in and of itself. But or you could do Oracle data. That would be another way, is to like embed Oracle data. But anyways, if you can solve the problem of accurately reporting the energy generation, then you got this token that essentially represents the energy, and then the next problem is creating a market where you can sort of trade these tokens. And then there's like we've talked about different tiers, how you could have one token that represents the income coming in and one token that represents the power going out. And then you have like sort of a token marketplace where you do swaps.
Did he drop? Hello?
What's that?
No, he's still there.
Oh, I thought you dropped. I must have cut out for a second. So I have solar on my house, and there is like this local in my United States state. There's this local market, but the problem is that there's just one purchaser, which is basically the local energy provider, right? So obviously, if you have one purchaser of, their solar credits, you can imagine how much those go for, right? Which is obviously nothing, right? The purchaser can set the prices. So I think something like this, where you could sell your sort of renewable energy into a broader market, might make a lot of sense and encourage more people to invest. And I always thought, you know, how cool would it be if you as a company could just sort of buy some kind of renewable credits and therefore be able to officially claim that, you know, you're carbon neutral or something.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be like, you know, the energy company. It could be a company that wants to be carbon neutral but doesn't want to, you know, do an installation or something.
Yeah, exactly. So like in my particular case, I produce solar as well, and my state wants me to install all this extra equipment in order to push my energy back to the grid. And I don't produce enough. Like it's a non-starter, because it would take me years I don't produce that much power, and to recoup the costs of all that extra equipment is prohibitive.
How much are you producing?
Only like 400 watts. I may expand that to 1600. But right now I'm just producing 400, and I use that to charge my little electric car. And so what's cool is if we could somehow bake in like a proof of work into the solar capacity, that's not gameable, and that's a big if. But then I could actually like benefit from this market, because if I could somehow prove like, yes, I am producing this power, I happen to be consuming it locally, but at least I'm producing it. You know, that's kind of my own personal like interest in this.
Yeah, so I have about 10 kilowatts. So I installed that hardware that pushes it up to the grid. But the truth is that even if you do, like, the current market is so, you know, isolated, siloed, that you can't get like a good price out of it. It's effectively just you know, it's just for altruistic purposes, right now.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, you should be able to produce power and like have your neighbors consume it, because they're the closest to you. That would be the most efficient thing to do.
Yeah, my neighbors are consuming it, right? And I get like money off of my bill, but I don't get any like solar credits. I don't get like, you know, any ability to sort of sell the fact that it's green power, right?
Right.
Welcome, Roger.
Hey, Roger.
Hey, everyone. All sorts of interesting people in the group here.
Yeah, I know, right?
Hello, Roger.
Happy upgrade day.
Happy upgrade day.
Happy upgrade day.
Only
going well.
Only one
Happy
node
upgrade
didn't follow so far. BCHD seems to be having some problems, but everybody else is doing good. Memo.cash is not responding either, so that's about it. So
Colin, if you'll indulge me for a minute. Roger, hello, really big fan.
Hi, nice
Like
to
the
meet
work
you,
you do.
Kieran.
Kieran, yes.
yeah, no problem. Yeah, Kieran's working on. He was shilling this earlier. He's trying to put Cash Shuffle Fusion onto basically dumb phones. Dumb phone. That he's got.
Yes, we need that. I can't wait.
Okay, so I've got a. Have you heard of KaiOS? I guess you can give the short elevator pitch. KaiOS?
I'm guessing it's an iOS or it's an OS for dumb phones. Is that what it is?
Yeah, so it's an OS, third most popular in the world, second most popular in India after Android, more popular than iOS there, and in West Africa. Have a look on the App Store. Sorry, I'm down quite a few drinks right now. So, so I had a look in the App Store. Absolutely no crypto applications at all, no wallets, nothing. So I've been working on over the past month or so a BCH wallet for KaiOS phones. And to give you a idea of the price range, at the cheaper end, they're between $10 and $20 USD. So
that would be fantastic to tap into that market and get people being able to use Bitcoin Cash. So thank you so much for building that. And I think one of my favorite things, like in all of Bitcoin Cash, is Cash Fusion, right? Or the privacy tools. Like, to me, that just seems like such a big, exciting tool and a thing we can do. So, so how is that going to work on a dumb phone?
So these things are, KaiOS is a fairly new new operating system. It's got quite a bit of capabilities. The entire thing runs on a web engine or browser engine, so you can write fairly verbose JavaScript apps on there. You just got to make sure that so they do have an internet connection. You just need to make sure that the processing requirements and the processing you do locally is very optimized and fairly minimal because they don't tend to have a very high power CPU.
Interesting. So I missed what everyone was talking about before I joined the call. I was actually, interestingly enough, first I spread a bunch of Bitcoin Cash and tokens to people in China in a WeChat group, and then just by chance, a bunch of guys that like early Bitcoiners, but like didn't see the vision for Bitcoin Cash or just didn't appreciate it. I sent them some tips using gifts.bitcoin.com, and then I made a token for their chat group and started sending out the token for their chat group when I explained to them how the gas station protocol can work, or whatever they're calling it, for where you can send the tokens on Bitcoin Cash and use the tokens to pay for the gas equivalent. They're like, oh my God, this changes everything. So it's really interesting to see some of those guys starting to get excited about Bitcoin Cash. And that all just happened in the last like 10 or 15 minutes here.
Nice.
Wait till I tell them about Cash Fusion. They'll be even more excited. So,
yeah. Roger, I was just telling the guys about I'm in this group with James Kramer and Vin Armani and a few other of the SLP geniuses, and so I was just telling these guys about some of James's latest research in doing like proof of work mined SLP tokens, and there's so much crazy stuff. And then I don't know if you guys are up to speed with Vin's swap protocol. I've been really digging into that. Like, he basically designed a protocol for doing buy and sell dexes on chain, permissionless, not trustless. It's going to be a game changer. Being able to, it uses all op returns, and there's like 3 transactions involved minimum. There's at least 3. That sometimes there's more. And man, the SLP stuff is just blowing up. We had such a great meeting this last week, where James introduced his proof of work idea. We talked about Vin's swap protocol.
can I ask you to explain the proof of work part of, like, so this is still on the Bitcoin Cash chain, and how does the proof of work generate the fee for the BCH to pay for the op return data for the SLP transaction? Like this isn't making sense yet, so please explain.
Right, sure, yeah, happy to. It's a script. It's a cash script that follows the UTXO that represents the minting baton. And so James had been working on doing a script with a minting baton that governed the emission schedule, just like the Bitcoin emission schedule. And so what you can do is you can, as James and JT were both working on this together, you can basically do proof of work mining, and whoever gets the mining reward gets the right to mint the next token. And then it starts all over again. Everybody starts working on the next block, and that concept of a block is like pretty squishy. Like it can be a lot of different things. It doesn't have to be like what we understand, a block or proof of work to be in.
The block is just a minting transaction, if I understand this correctly.
Yeah, you're probably right. Carol, you probably have a more intuitive understanding of how this works than I do.
I worked on it for a moment, and I've seen the script, and this is a covenant that governs minting baton, and I think it's a very cool thing, and if it goes live, I think there will be an economic discovery, probably, because it might act as a decentralized stablecoin, probably. I'm not sure, but I have intuition about economics for this, that it might be a really cool thing. And the blocks here are just minting transactions.
Yeah. Okay, that's what it is. The blocks is a minting. So yeah, the practical application of this, like, there's probably a ton of them, but the first one that we started talking about was PegNet is this new blockchain proof of work based oracle. So people are doing proof of work competition for the right to publish pricing data on the blockchain. And this is a whole nother network, PegNet, but they proved out this concept of using they basically solved this problem of how do you create a decentralized oracle. And they did it using proof of work. And so those ideas could translate into this idea where you're doing proof of work mining of SLP tokens for the right to publish pricing data. And that solves the whole, like, how do we decentralize an oracle or prevent an oracle from being a source of failure?
So it's just a question on the, excuse me, just a question on the proof of work minting. So how are you scripting the minting baton there? You assuming like pop DSV or something with?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
You'll have to ask James.
Yeah, I can answer it. I can answer it.
There you go.
It's check data sig covenant, just like Mecenas or Last Will or Bcash. So yeah, this is it checks the preimage of the transaction you are making for the right outputs, and it checks if the minting transaction follow the rules that are enforced.
So it's
okay. Makes sense.
It's proof of works, but it's CPU. So does that mean you could like theoretically roll back SLP transactions?
Well, it doesn't have to be CPU. That would just be the simplest implementation for now.
Gotcha.
Is my understanding.
You wouldn't be able to roll it back with this scheme, right? It's permission to mint. Once it would be committed to the blockchain, then you can't roll it back using CPU mining.
Hey, Roger, I got a question for you. You said you were on WeChat, and I was on a live stream with Hypo and Omri the other day, and I'm getting the impression that maybe I'm just asking the wrong question. But I've been trying to like think of like, okay, how can we facilitate communication between like the Chinese and
I've heard you ask the question multiple times.
Yeah. And like, how do we do that? Like, is WeChat the only communication medium that gets out of China?
I don't know. The short answer is I don't know. Right?
You know what? I started a Telegram group called East West, and Cindy's in there and a couple people. I'll invite you guys.
And either the West has to learn to speak Chinese, or the Chinese need to learn to speak even better English. And obviously, most of them speak better English than we speak Chinese. So in fact, one really cool observation: a real good friend of mine, a guy from China, runs a hedge fund, and he says Chinese hedge fund managers have a big advantage over Western hedge fund managers. And he said the reason for that is that all the Chinese hedge fund managers can read all the financial news in English and in Chinese. And so they can benefit from drawing from both news sources, whereas Western hedge fund managers only get to read the news in English and they can only benefit from that. And I thought that was a pretty strong argument that Chinese hedge fund managers can do a better job because they can source information from both societies.
Someone that lives in Taiwan here, Chinese-speaking country. Hello.
Are you in Taiwan?
I'm stuck in Australia at the moment because of the travel bans and so on. Just visiting family. But
so do you know Daniel Kelman already, who's another big Bitcoin Cash fan living in Taiwan for a long time? We should get the two of you guys linked up and get a Bitcoin Cash meetup group going and some like actual activity happening. So you're in Taipei when you're.
I'm up in Taipei. So I kind of co-organize the Bitcoin Cash meetup here in Perth while I'm in Perth. I've got family here, so I visit fairly often. But yeah, I'm up in Taipei and was actually thinking of starting up a Bitcoin Cash Taipei. So
I'm sure my buddy Daniel will be happy to help on that, and yeah, I'd love to come join at some point. Yeah, I think
that would be pretty amazing. Yeah. I've got a couple of people there that are fairly, just in my company. that are fairly interested in starting up. I think we run or one of our company members runs the Ethereum Type A meetup. So we'd be pretty interested in starting up a Bitcoin Cash meetup over in Type A as well.
Nice.
Sounds great.
Nice. By the way, welcome, Donald. Never said welcome.
Yeah. Hi, Donald.
Hey guys,
One of my favorite doers in the space, Donald.
Happy Network Upgrade Day.
Happy Network Upgrade Day.
Happy Network Upgrade Day.
Is BCHD still lagging behind? No.
Let me check. Unless someone else beats me to it.
Hey guys, I gotta head out. Thank you for having me on, and
of course,
a good conversation.
Thanks for being on.
Yeah, and Andrew, you and I should catch up again at some point. We haven't talked for way too long, so nice to hear your voice, Andrew.
Yeah, definitely, Roger, for sure.
Yeah, it's good. I'm glad you're feeling better. At least I hope you are.
Yep, I am.
Cool.
Let me log in.
Yeah, Roger. Memo.cash's node isn't working either. So,
do we know what full node they're using? Are they BCHD or?
I would assume it's BCHD. I don't really know though. I think somebody already.
So I got up like 4 hours ago, but I've been busy with stuff. I didn't. So the update block already happened, and I missed everything. Apparently, can someone give me a quick rundown of what the status is?
Yeah, apparently there was like 3 quick blocks within like 5 seconds. So there was 1 block with only the Coinbase transaction, and then BCHD stopped responding or validating blocks, and Memo.cash isn't working, and that's really all we got for drama. So not too bad, I guess.
Maybe that's a good thing to talk about. Like, what do people think about the upgrade schedule being every 6 months versus, every year or some other time period, or every time, something's ready? Like 6 months is a pretty fast pace, and it can be hard for businesses to keep up is my thought. And I like some of the things those other guys are saying about building a stable platform for everybody to build on top of and not have to worry about changes tomorrow. What are other people's thoughts here in our Bitcoin Cash discussion group today?
Anybody?
I can see it both ways. I've thought about this too. Like you said, like I've heard that as well. There seems to be growing interest in not doing the 6-month network upgrade. On the other hand, I've heard Vin Armani sort of, how he likes to make things symbolic, and it's like a ceremony where everyone like has to consciously opt in to the network. And I think that's an interesting point of view. I think the network upgrade was a direct result of the roadmap. And so if we give up the network upgrade, I don't know if we're necessarily giving up the roadmap, but I think those two things were tied together. I like the idea of sticking to the roadmap, but I think there's like waning desire to do that. So yeah, I don't know what the answer is there. Other people's thoughts?
I think it's
right, Cal.
I think it's good to have a schedule, like maybe not the right example, but I like the end-to-end encrypted communicator, the Signal, and they won't let you use any software that is more than 3 months old, and you should upgrade it because nothing is future-proof. And it's not good to write to use an outdated software. So maybe having a way to maybe motivate people to upgrade is a good thing, but maybe that's maybe just too often. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think so. Between updates or between hard forks, like node development doesn't really stall. So there's still plenty of node development going on various different aspects on pretty much all node teams. So I don't know if like the 6 months really needs to be like a hard fork needs to be implemented for bug fixes, unless they are consensus breaking ones. And looking at the current batch, like hard fork, or the current hard fork upgrade, like what we've got, reverse op reverse bytes, and some different like calculations in how we calculate sig ops. So like that's not really a very major upgrade. So I think it's still useful to have a defined or like a regular upgrade cycle. So we can kind of coordinate around that. But I don't know if it still needs to be every 6 months at the moment. I think we can push it out to maybe like every year or so.
18 months away.
Yeah, every 18 months.
I think that's interesting too. So from a node developer's perspective, you're 100% right. Like it's not like we're sitting on our hands for at any point in time. Like even like I think it just changes our context. Like when we know a hard fork's coming up, or when an upgrade like the specification actually happens. I think it's then like, okay, this is now we have to make time to implement this. So it's not like that just moves other things around as far as scheduling. I do like the concept or the point that Carol brought up. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name right. I don't think I am. But,
yeah, it's okay.
Okay. That was like it forces the node maintainers to upgrade because there could be lingering bugs that can exist, and if they don't necessarily upgrade more than if they only do the minimum, which is upgrading at every hard fork or upgrade, then they could be potentially running software that's really old, which is it's going to happen. The reality is it's going to happen. You can't just say be responsible and upgrade more often. That's not the way people are. So that's an interesting point that I think is in favor of every 6 months. And then the other thing that I think I like about 6 months, and this is all kind of half-baked because I haven't really thought about it too much recently, but it does seem like it keeps the upgrades small, which is kind of nice, at least from are we going to fork off the network perspective? You know what I mean? Like if there's only like 2 or 3 things that are getting updated, then like it kind of makes us narrow down the test cases that we need to be running to make sure that we're compatible with one another. Versus like if we were to do one every year or every year and a half or whatever we wanted to do, like those, we're going to naturally be inclined to make those upgrades contain more stuff, which then gives us more room to mess up. So those are my thoughts. I don't think I have a strong opinion either way. But
those are really valuable insights. Thank you, Josh. You're totally right. I totally agree with you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd be afraid if we got rid of the 6 month thing that exchanges and nodes wouldn't upgrade. We've gotten them used to this schedule. I think it's maybe the same point you were making, Josh, but it's like we've already got the ecosystem used to upgrading every 6 months. So if we did away with that, would it be a struggle to get them to upgrade after a year with no communication or whatever, right? But yeah, the 6 months feel a little bit rushed, but I'd be maybe afraid to change it now.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought because we were talking about fractional satoshis earlier in this meeting, and I think the question got brought up is it plausible to have it in the next upgrade? And I'm like, it's always plausible, but in the same sense, it's also a bigger change than some of the other ones have been. So from that perspective, do I think it should be done in the next 6 months? I'm inclined to say no. So but that's actually okay, right? Because then we don't necessarily have to get the next big change scheduled, for the next upgrade. We can say in a year, we're going to do this. So it gives people a year to work on it because it's a bigger thing, while still kind of having a specification out before the next, upgrade or hard fork. So I think after kind of talking out loud and chewing on it, I think I'm still in favor of the 6 month upgrade. But again, I don't think I would be heartbroken if it was a year. And then from a business's perspective too, we also run nodes for people. So it's kind of nice to be able to tell them when you purchase your subscription from us or whatever, your maintenance plan, we are at least upgrading the nodes once every 6 months, which is sounds, I think, scarier from the business's perspective. So they're more inclined to like purchase that kind of like maintenance plan versus like, oh, it's only once a year. We can figure out how our IT team will do that and blah, blah, blah. Like, and then they don't, and then they're still stopped working, and then they blame us or blame whoever, blame Bitcoin Cash or whatever. So that's an interesting thought too that I just now thought of. So I don't know. It's interesting, the whole thing.
So in the chat, the YouTube chat, Jonathan Silverblood said something very similar to what you said is, what if we kept the 6-month network upgrade, but did like a 9-month feature freeze? And yeah, so that's an interesting thought. I hadn't thought of those perspectives before.
Yeah.
Just as a counterpoint to your earlier statement, Josh, you know, I don't think there's necessarily an issue with at the moment, at least, with nodes kind of like neglecting development outside of the hard fork, because you know you like there's a multitude. There's like 7 major node projects now, and they're all fairly active. You know, like just from sheer competition between them, I think that still kind of ensures a fairly active development schedule. And then outside of that, I think a longer development cycle, a longer hard fork cycle, gives nodes more time to work on things like you know, BCHD, implementing into the SLPDB or the SLP indexer and those sort of things.
Yeah.
Just as complementary things that doesn't necessarily have to touch protocol rules.
No, that's actually like, I mean, like, I feel that because I literally, like, what I was trying to get to was before I implemented the upgrade for, you know, today's stuff, I was working and still am working on basically completely overhauling Bitcoin Verde for the way that it stores and processes blocks so that miners can run Bitcoin Verde without having to have a terabyte hard drive allocated to Bitcoin Verde. So, like, we're really deep into that branch. And what we had to basically do in order to write the upgrade code, because the new block management system isn't ready for this upgrade, is we had to like check out one of the old development branches, implement the new opcodes and the new changes, and then forward port them to the new massive change that we're doing for the block storage overhaul, and then like still test old development, test new development. Like, it was a lot, you know what I mean? Like, it was just because we, you know, are just so out of sync between production and where we are in like the new age cutting edge development. So like, would it have been easier if, you know, we didn't have to do this upgrade another 6 months from now from like a major overhaul perspective? Yeah, totally. Like, it would have been. But in the same sense, like, that's just what happens with development. You know what I mean? Like, we just have to backport things sometimes, and that's okay. But yeah, no, I mean, especially like with teams that are smaller too, like every 6 months can be totally oppressive. But that's also kind of, you know, we can't necessarily like coddle. I think it was, what was it? What's the JavaScript implementation of BCH?
Yeah, it's called Bcash.
There's a couple of them.
Yeah.
Bcash.
Bcash was and this was actually, I think, November hard fork. They were like, we don't have the time to upgrade it, so we're not going to. And they basically died because, I mean, I don't know if they came back. I hope they came back, but they basically like fell off the network because they didn't have enough manpower to keep the upgrade schedule what it needed to be. And part of me is sad by that, but also part of me like doesn't want to necessarily like make major decisions around the protocol because of our like, you know, weakest implementation team or something along those lines. Like, I want to be considerate of it, but also in the same sense, like, I think we could easily cripple ourselves if we go too far in that direction.
Definitely. Yeah, my thoughts are the same.
Personally, just working on like sorry, Chris.
Go ahead, Kieran.
So just personally working on like implementations. So Bcash has, I believe that was a fork of Bcoin by Purse.io. But yeah, Bcash has effectively halted development. I don't think they're up to date with the latest fork. I don't think they're even up to date with the previous fork at the moment.
Good.
So, you know, for all intents and purposes, they're pretty much dead. I have had to, yeah.
Sorry.
So I have had to like retool a whole bunch of things that I've been working on because of that, and it would be a lot better from my perspective if we saw a less aggressive upgrade schedule, at least allowing some of the slower teams that kind of work on maybe application libraries, not necessarily like full node implementations, kind of keep up with the upgrade cycle.
Apparently, BitPay is not working right now either.
Oh, interesting.
That's a bigger problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it says somebody tried to pay and it said we could not find one or more inputs for your transaction on the blockchain. Make sure you're not trying to use unconfirmed change.
So this kind of ties in a little bit to why I asked the question in the first place. Like before Bitcoin had split and the scaling war was, is still heating up. It hadn't come to a boil yet. But one of these Bitcoin core developers, I think it was Mark Friedenbach, said, he said, if we just increase the block size, it'll just allow the businesses to relax. And he said that as if it was a bad thing. And to me, as a business owner and operator, that's exactly what we want for every single business that's running, Bitcoin Cash or whatever it is. You want them, they set it up once and then it works forever and it's done, and you don't have to, you want them to be able to relax. And if they can relax and not have to worry about it, that's exactly what every business operator wants, because there's already enough things happening each and every day. I'm sure, BitPay, think about how much money they're moving each day. Now they're operating on multiple different chains. And suddenly every 6 months they have like a headache from Bitcoin Cash to make sure that they're updated and that the checkout still works. And like, if Bitcoin Cash is a small percent of their volume, maybe it would, and I don't think this would be the case, and I really don't want this to be the case, but I would understand if they said, we're just going to drop Bitcoin Cash because it's too much work and it only makes up, a couple percent of our total trade volume. We don't need to deal with this every 6 months. And that's not what we want to have happen. We want the businesses to be able to relax and use things, indefinitely and not have to worry about having to change things every 6 months. And that worries me.
Definitely. I think, Roger, you're making a case for what Jonathan Silverblood was saying, is like, maybe instead of changing the 6 month upgrade, we change the window for new features. Because it's like what we're trying to find is balance here, right? Is like we need new updates regularly to stay ahead of the scaling curve, but it would sure be nice if from a merchant's standpoint, if things were stable and they didn't have to do the upgrade. And I wanted to follow up on what Kieran and Josh were saying. There is a working group for testnet that Anthony Zingers, yeah, he kind of maintains that. And so there's been a lot of like where they'll take testnet and they'll create a fork of testnet, and then they'll run a whole bunch of different like scenarios. And there's, I know BCHD was participating in that. That's why I'm surprised to see that they have issues with this network upgrade.
The problem, so testnet is something that we also have a proposal out. I think that actually got funded too. With the recent flip starter. The interesting problem with testnet is it's really hard to test the bad cases, right? It's really easy to test a transaction that is good and is supposed to be valid, because then like those get propagated to all the testnet nodes and everyone's aware. But a lot of the test vectors that get propagated in testnet, they don't get propagated, right? Because they're invalid. And on top of that, it's really hard for us to write the really weird edge cases that can happen, because like the hard part about testing is imagining the things that you didn't imagine when you wrote the code to begin with, right? So, and I know you guys all know this at this point. So testnet is super valuable from like is everybody on the same page as far as upgrade schedules, and those kinds of things, but it falls down for a lot of the cases that typically like unit tests kind of are solved. And I think the community has done a really good job recently with unit tests. Even like the tests for OP reverse that we implemented just now were awesome. Like I think it was Tobias and I think Amari and maybe I don't know, Mark maybe has input too. Like there were some good tests, and actually they literally found an implementation or a bug in one of our implementations from just executing unit tests. Obviously before today, like we haven't had any issues so far. And like that's awesome, and that should be like really a part of any BIP. Would it have been cooler if we also could have like updated into like what we call QA or what we call in Bitcoin like the test net, like that would have been cool. And then making sure that we're going to encounter the same kinds of like unit tests in the wild, and then see what that looks like from a network perspective. But it's just really hard to do, and we've been coming up with some ideas for what that could look like, but it's hard. Can you guys? It's starting to rain. Can you guys hear me still, or should I like go inside?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. So I'm a sailor, and we have a common saying that if it's going to happen, it's going to happen out there being like beyond the marine wall and not at the dock. And so that's typically what you do. If you do some new modification to your boat, you just take it out to the marina and you sail it around in circles for a little bit, and then you come back. And if that worked, then you can go a little further next time. And I wish there was some analogy to that with like testnet, right, is supposed to fill that need, but it doesn't, as you just pointed out. So I wish the stakes weren't so high. Like every network upgrade, we're just biting our fingernails, like waiting for something to break. And I wish there was like an in between there.
Yeah, so there was an idea that I floated around in I think the same group that you were talking about earlier with the testnet, and it involved trying to figuring out like seeing if we can't bridge the production network with testnet, and have like the transactions that happen on production get relayed into testnet, which is a stupid hard problem to solve because like they're spending outputs that obviously don't exist in testnet, and then that means we basically have to have testnet like way more like production, and then what happens when they fork off, and then we have to like still resync, like we basically have to blow away testnet and then resync with production just so we can get the newer transactions that happen. It's really hard for us to do, but that's ultimately like one of the things that I want to see happen, and have like these bridging nodes that bridge like production with testnet, and then that way we can like use that as the pre-upgrade kind of test zone that you're talking about, the marina, right? Because like we do that with every other system in software development, period. It's so kind of silly and frustrating.
Right. Like every other software project has this problem solved.
every other system that is complicated has QA, and for some reason our QA is just pushed to production and then sit in front of our computers during upgrade day, and that's not okay. So I think there's a lot of people working on what does that look like. It's just a really hard problem to solve in a distributed network. So
yeah, that's the nature.
Well, I mean, like ideally you'd have formal verification of the entire system, but trying to lock that kind of stuff down is not exactly an easy task to do. Like maybe you can do that with scripts and all, but like I think the input range on Bitcoin Cash is way too broad. Perhaps that's something that maybe like a fairly bright computer scientist that happens to watch this might be able to solve. But
that would be crazy. I mean, like I think, but even still, like that, like that's been done with some of the BIPs. You know what I mean? Like some of the BIP specifications are very mathy, and they're like, this is literally the math-like input, and this should be the math-like output. And people think that is the most concise, least ambiguous way to say this is what we're trying to do. But like history has kind of proven that like there's always ambiguity with even the math stuff. Like it just happens, and it's hard. And I would love to see like a computer scientist try to like really quantify in anything other than a computer language or what like the actual specification should be. But I mean, I personally think it's just impossible. Like I think it's just straight up impossible. Just because like the stuff that we're doing in the node implementations are so incredibly nuanced that it's just not. It's just I couldn't even imagine someone successfully doing that. It's just way too.
Well, I mean, it's already been done. Like I mean, there's not for Bitcoin Cash, but for similarly large projects, you look at SDL4. Which it's actually run by a university out here, or developed by a university out here in Australia, and that's either on par or larger than the Bitcoin Cash kind of specification. So it's certainly doable. But the amount of like they've of course been receiving funding from several intelligence agencies with very large budgets. So it's doable, but it really comes down to a matter of resources. And I'm not sure if we have that in the Bitcoin Cash space at the moment.
I'd love to see
it. It would be really good if we had.
Yeah, BitPay is confirmed not working. Somebody else confirmed it. So.
Dang, I wonder what full node they're using, or just who knows. Hey Roger, I want to tell you.
I would guess there's a decent chance that. Hey guys, sorry to. I love your shirt, by the way, Chris. But I would guess there's a pretty decent chance that it's not that they weren't running, like they're running the wrong node. I think that there's a decent chance that they didn't upgrade their nodes and they maybe weren't even aware of it. So like I know there's another big payment processor that's Bitcoin Cash focused. Bitcoin.com invested in them. They're based out of Europe. So if you see the Burger Kings and all the other places you can pay with Bitcoin Cash in Europe, it's from a company called Go Crypto. The last time around, they weren't aware that the upgrade was happening. They hadn't upgraded their nodes. And so all their Bitcoin Cash stuff broke. And the CEO of that complained to me. He said, Roger, this is a giant problem. Like, you guys are upgrading and nobody knows about it. And there was no way to tell us about it. And like, we're building our business. And this is a company that's building their business primarily around Bitcoin Cash. They migrated their company token from Ethereum to Bitcoin Cash SLP. It's not like these are guys that like are just on the periphery of cryptocurrency. They're running a payment processor on crypto and they didn't know about it. And it's like, that might have happened with
this is something that ABC has basically done. I mean, they've basically been responsible for communicating the upgrades with all the exchanges and businesses. So like, to ABC's credit, they've been like kind of,
proactive,
unglamorous work that everyone takes for granted, which is like, communicating and putting that out. So as we move into a more distributed node landscape, maybe that'll change, but it's something to be aware of.
Well, this is a good use case because I follow Go Crypto pretty closely, and this is the problem I'm trying to solve with fullstack.cash. This is what the problem we were trying to solve with rest.bitcoin.com is if you sort of provide a REST API and a level of abstraction so that businesses like Go Crypto and BitPay, they don't need to run their own full node implementations. They can essentially contract that out so that they can focus on their business and let someone like me focus on that kind of stuff. I personally think that's the solution there.
Right, but then how do you like even communicate in the first place? Like, oh, you shouldn't be running a node. You should just be running like Fountainhead Cash, and they'll run a node. So like even setting that up sounds like it's
there's a lot of trust with that too. You know what I mean? Like the whole point of running a node when like with that is literally you're not trusting anything other than the actual implementation versus now you have like another corruptible, basically third party.
Well, you're right. You're right. I mean, the ideal situation is that they run their own node, but if they are having problems, like case in point, like we've seen, then there are solutions to those problems, or at least I'm trying to build a solution to that.
Yeah, that's what I would like to almost challenge because like I couldn't imagine like JP Morgan and Chase never upgrading their like internal FinCEN applications. You know what I mean? Like. And if they weren't, like that seems like it's just irresponsible. And in some sense, because like just because it's a scheduled upgrade doesn't mean that there wasn't a node breaking bug that they didn't upgrade to. You know what I mean? Like I just find it very. So I would find it very surprising if the reason why BitPay is down is because they didn't upgrade their node. Stupider things have happened.
Well, but think about Go Crypto and think about BitPay. Like these are payment processors. They have a ton of marketing.
Yeah.
They've got to go out there to all the merchants and like they're doing really important work. And it's just about, we're such a small industry. We have to appreciate how small we are.
Yeah. And
it's like, I want to see these guys push their limits forward, and I want to make whatever I can do to make their life easier. So it's just let the people who it's all about, this is what we're doing, right? This is money. Like we're supposed to be organizing human effort, and so yeah. I don't know what the story is. Ideally, they should run their full node or at least contract with a company that like that's all they focus on, and hopefully they have the budget to pay for that. But yeah, I understand how businesses can get so wrapped up with the other important things other than running full nodes that it's easy to let it slip. Because I mean, most of the time, we only have this problem every 6 months. The rest of the time, it just sits in the corner and just works.
Yeah. I mean, and not to necessarily like to kind of give Roger credit too. Like, I think your insight is going to be more adept and accurate about like what actually goes wrong with infrastructure. I mean, because you're running Bitcoin.com, and like you should know, you know what I mean? Like you totally know all of their pain points. So supporting multiple currencies, I'm sure, is really difficult, especially like you were saying too, Chris. Like Bitcoin Cash is not the majority market share for transactions. So from their perspective, it could easily just be a tedious thing that they don't want to deal with. And if it becomes too cumbersome, then yeah, they might drop us if the dollars don't make sense. I would really be curious to see what actually happened with BitPay and actually have like a postmortem done and be like, what happened? What can we as a network developers do to help you? But it's also very possible that we had nothing to do with it. I would really like to have more information.
The chances of it just happening the same day as the upgrade, yeah, I think is pretty clear indication that we did have something to do with it.
Well, it could be like an indexer or something like that too. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't necessarily have to be literally the node implementation. It could be one of the stacks on top of the bare node.
But all likely related to the upgrade that happened today. So.
Right. No, yeah, I agree. It's
even like kind of jumping in as like someone that's a business person that happens to be able to code, it's entirely possible that we've had this whole life. Sorry to be political on your channel, Colin.
That's what it's for.
We've had this entire ISP thing recently, and like we're and we're kind of having like a lot of nodes are kind of wondering where is funding going to come from? Like I think this is a perfect example of kind of the services that maybe node developers can provide, and like node developers are very they're certainly on top of the whole upgrade cycle because that's kind of part of the stuff that they do. So I think it's maybe this is an additional revenue source among a couple of different things. Like I'd certainly love to see nodes which are capable of kind of like self-funding almost in a business sense, where they're able to generate enough revenue from their kind of activities there that funding development really isn't a kind of question anymore. And maybe you can weigh in more on this, Josh, but that's kind of my viewpoint.
No, yeah, it's 100% like, so that's actually what we're doing for the city of Dublin. Like they have a support contract with us to make sure that their infrastructure stays up to date. Like they pay us to do that, right? And that's something that we offer like to anybody. And I think we should probably, in hindsight, make that more apparent on our website. Think about it. But I mean, like that's an easy way for. I mean, that's like kind of like the Red Hat model. You know what I mean? In some ways, it's not exactly the same, but we offer a support contract, and if something goes wrong, you yell at us, and like that makes enterprises feel good because they need somebody to yell at, and it needs to fall on the vendor's shoulders, not necessarily like the internal IT shoulders, because they have enough going on as it is. So that's 100% a real business model that like we should be capitalizing as node developers. I think the problem may be that we just don't have that level of adoption outside of exchanges and payment processors. Like if mom and pop stores had an incentive to run their own node, then you guarantee, like they don't even have an IT shop, you guarantee they're going to be outsourcing that to somebody. And that could, very easily be the node developers themselves, which would be fantastic and a really great, stable revenue source. And I think like that's like my ideal state for how we receive funding is literally like this. We are building a financial like system. There's money in that world. We should be offering support contracts and development around that. We just need to have the actual like adoption to make that viable. So we kind of have like a chicken or the egg kind of scenario. But I 100% love that idea. Like we literally do it. It works really well for us. We want to keep doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, sure. I was actually going to bring up the point that a lot of fairly successful open source projects are developed by foundations and kind of companies that operate off this kind of model.
I got to jump off, guys.
I certainly get your point. All right.
I see John.
Goodbye, Donald.
Thank you for being such an amazing member of the community, Arnold. I think all of us are super appreciative of you and your work, and we're all excited about Cash Fusion.
Same to all you guys. All right. Talk to you guys soon.
+1.
Hey, I'm gonna go too.
See you, Carol. Thanks for hanging.
Good seeing you, Carol.
Okay. Hey, bye.
I'm fond of saying that more business is the salve that heals all wounds. That's what we need. We just need more business coming to the Bitcoin Cash space in every single possible way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. I guess it does come down to adoption at this point. The market segment is pretty small.
Kieran, I'd
more
like
competition in the market now than there used to be too. So.
Yeah, there's a lot.
So here's a question for you guys. So in the ABC stream yesterday, there's a lot of talk about a Bitcoin Cash Foundation. I know this is very broad, I know, but what do you guys think about that? Is there a structure, do you think, that could work, or has foundation been tried too many times and failed too many times to even think about something like that?
Yeah, I have some first-hand insight into that as one of the founding members of the Bitcoin Foundation, and put up a bunch of money to get it started in the thousands of Bitcoins. I think it was like 5,000 or 7,000 Bitcoin was the initial donation there. And what did we get out of that thing? I don't know, a bunch of people arguing and squabbling over politics. I don't feel like the Bitcoin Foundation has done much of anything at all to advance the adoption of Bitcoin around the world. So maybe it could be done better the second time around, but I'm not particularly optimistic and not eager to put more of my Bitcoin Cash towards that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, honestly, to your credit, Roger, I think Bitcoin.com has kind of filled in the role of the Bitcoin Foundation, or at least what it ideally should have been, and has done that a lot better than what Bitcoin Foundation has been. So, thank you for that.
Actually, yeah, I haven't actually ever talked to you one-on-one, Roger. So hi.
Yeah, I didn't know what you looked like until today. I recognized the name, but nice to talk to you as well, Josh.
Yeah, talk to you. And then echoing, what Kieran just said, Bitcoin.com is a huge resource for us. Like it really, really is. And it's also nice to be able to point to like a website that is very professional and adept at what it does. When we're like literally talking to other businesses, like those retailers that I was talking about earlier, like half of our clients when we're talking with Dublin, like the fact that we can be like, go to Bitcoin.com and use their block explorer, and you can see this SLP transaction like on the chain, and we didn't write the software. We are not Bitcoin.com. You know what I mean? Like those kinds of things that are very valuable and is a really nice resource that exists. And I think, anyway, I just wanted to say hi and thanks too for like what you do. It's really kind of a big deal. I also know you catch a lot of flack all the time for basically everything, but that happens whenever you're in the spotlight. And I think you handle it pretty well for how awful it could be. So,
well, thank you.
So yeah, space man.
Yeah,
thank you. And the reverse is true though too. Like it's super helpful for Bitcoin.com when we can go out to the other businesses we're trying to work with and say, look at Purse.io, or look at Bitcoin Verde, or look at this, look at that. All these things that are not part of Bitcoin.com, we can say, hey, there's a vibrant ecosystem. This is more than just Bitcoin.com. So it goes both ways, and it's super helpful for us as well.
So I just wanted to mention, because this is such a bigger problem than just the Bitcoin space. This funding, this resources and funding and foundations and the Linux model. I'm starting to come to the conclusion that the Linux model is like Red Hat. It's kind of a flash in the pan. I don't know if it can necessarily be replicated. But this problem of funding open source in general, not just Bitcoin, is something that I've been studying for a couple of years, and that's actually what brought me to Bitcoin.com in the first place, Roger. Is I jumped on Gabriel's early work with the wormhole tokens because I was trying to solve this problem with tokens. And I don't know if I have the solution to the problem. I've just been thinking about it a lot. I've been talking with people like Mikhail Rogers, who started the Node.js Foundation and grew Node.js from like 3 developers to 300 open source developers. And I've been fortunate to talk to him about this problem of just Nadia Ekbal wrote this awesome like book about this problem of funding in open source and how, if software's eating the world, open source is eating the software world, and our world is more and more dependent every day on open source infrastructure that has a funding problem. And that means the world has a problem. So it's just such a much bigger problem than just the Bitcoin space. And, so I've been playing with some ideas at the Permissionless Software Foundation. It's psfoundation.cash. And I've been talking with some people, I've been talking with everybody I can, honestly, about it and getting feedback and refining this sort of business plan idea. And I don't really want to go into the specifics here, but this is a problem that fascinates me. And it's a problem that we need to solve for the Bitcoin space. It's a problem we need to solve for the open source space in general. And I don't know what the answer is. I mean, I've got my own, things I'm trying with tokens, and I'm pretty excited about it. But this is an unsolved problem, and it's not going to be an easy one to solve.
So just kind of, as a counterpoint to that again, I don't think that the Red Hat model is necessarily a unique case, because you've seen it work in a couple of other instances, right? You've got with like a Pacia, and 18 shots in is really not doing me any favors.
I was gonna say I want to sit down and have a drink with you sometime, Kieran, because it looks like you and I can
drink any of you under the table. I'll drink any of you under the table.
I'll take that challenge.
But you see this bottle here, maybe about a half to a third is already drunk over the course of this stream. So I've imbibed a fair amount.
And he's not even slurring his words.
I know, just don't stand up. Yeah.
I don't think I can walk in the straight line right now. But yeah, I don't think that Red Hat necessarily is a unique case. We've seen it in the Apache Foundation. We saw it in RethinkDB, work for a little while, and there was the whole shutdown. I think that was due to other causes. And I think we've certainly seen it in the blockchain or like cryptocurrency kind of related space as well with the Hyperledger. And to a certain degree, IBM, I'm aware that's not their only revenue source. So I think it's it's not necessarily a unreasonable and an unreasonable thought to kind of think that maybe it's possible to build this kind of model in. I think it's really just a matter of pushing the adoption side and kind of growing the market, because we've got seven major node implementations, and I'm not sure the market's kind of big enough to kind of grow out to support development teams and all those kind of node implementations.
That's a good point.
So I think it's just necessarily. I think it's just a matter of the market being a little too small right now, and just kind of on the foundation point again. I think we've kind of seen that over a couple of different blockchains. We've got like the Litecoin Foundation. We had the try with the Bitcoin Foundation. I think the Ethereum Foundation is that's kind of a bit unique when it comes to cryptocurrencies, but certainly a lot of other foundations, foundation style setups haven't necessarily worked so well when it comes to kind of like being more or less a spokesperson or a promoter of the BCH space. So I think it really falls down to I think maybe Roger will agree with me on this, that foundations can sometimes fall into the same sort of traps that we see with governments, where they've kind of got like a revenue stream which isn't really motivated through profit. So and certainly profit seeking is a very, very good thing, and I think there needs to be more of it in the Bitcoin Cash space. But yeah, foundations of cryptocurrencies don't necessarily seem to be motivated by profit. They seem to have a more or less locked-in revenue source, which kind of leads him into the same sort of pitfalls that a kind of government will have, albeit to a much lesser scale, where they kind of fall into these patterns of more or less playing kind of like internal politics and this bickering and all, rather than kind of focusing on the outward momentum. And I think we've seen certainly Bitcoin Cash. We've got Roger here. We've seen things like Decrypt and CoinDesk with the on the BTC side, and I'm certain I could look up and list off quite a few more from maybe some other large or
on that
currencies.
On that thought, I've been really looking at MakerDAO recently because their goal's been to be a decentralized foundation, and now they're under legal pressure because I think someone's trying to sue them for some price thing that happened. So they're rapidly trying to decentralize now because under this legal threat to that's their plan is if they make the organization as decentralized as possible, then it mitigates legal threats like this, because even if they solve this one they're facing, there might be others down the line. And so I'm curious to see how that all plays out.
Welcome to Imaginary Username, back to the chat.
Hello, I am.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
If anybody doesn't know anything else about foundations and such, I did want to talk about Avalanche and people's thoughts on pre-consensus. I know it's a whole different topic, but I haven't really heard.
Do you mind if I
go ahead?
Can I kind of
go wrap it up?
Do a couple of closing thoughts on the foundation side?
Hit it.
So, I think with the foundation side, I think we can kind of separate the likes of MakerDAO with the decentralized autonomous foundation, because you can kind of see these people that are pushing the MakerDAO is a lot wider voting range, and a lot of the people that are involved in this whole governance process and decision-making process are stakeholders in the system. I think things like the Litecoin Foundation, maybe the Bitcoin Foundation, I think maybe Roger can shed a bit more light on the Bitcoin Foundation, because I haven't been involved and I'm not too familiar with the internal workings of it. But I think the sorts of things like the Litecoin Foundation and the Bitcoin Foundation can kind of fall in these problems where the people that are in the decision-making process aren't necessarily tied into the revenue streams, and that can kind of cause these malign incentives where they're not necessarily working in perhaps the best interests of the people that are providing the kind of funding. And I don't think there's really enough oversight, or oversight in the sense that not talking about governance. I'm talking about profit seeking. Like, profit seeking is a very good form of oversight. Kind of make sure that the actions of the foundation are very much aligned with with what provides value to the community. And I think we need to kind of see. So we've got the private businesses. Maybe MakerDAO, I might have to look into how that operates a little bit more. But I think we need to start seeing foundations or private businesses that have that profit seeking or are more closely tied into the funding or revenue source, start to emerge before we start seeing more successful, promotion organizations and kind of like places that really push the adoption further. Just simply because I think the stuff that we've seen so far really doesn't have the aligned incentives. And I'm sorry, Colin, I'm kind of taking up a lot of time here, but I'd really like to hear from Roger what his thoughts are on what I just kind of laid out.
Yeah, long story short, with the Bitcoin Foundation, I saw a whole bunch of bike shedding. And for those that, before I got involved in Bitcoin, I didn't know what bike shedding meant. So bike shedding is like, the example is a bunch of people want to build like a nuclear reactor. Not too many people know the technical intricacies of how to design a nuclear reactor. So everybody that's, part of this committee or planning board, they spend all their time arguing about what the bike shed for people to park their bikes at next to the nuclear reactor should look like. Should it be red or blue or green? And they argue over that, and nobody spends any time talking about the important things like what should be the technological design of the actual reactor itself. And I saw a bunch of that going on with the Bitcoin Foundation, people arguing and spending so much time over things that aren't important at all and not spending time on the things that actually are important. I would love to see that with Bitcoin Cash. I think the things that are important for the future adoption of Bitcoin Cash, like some sort of like pre-consensus, like super fast, like valid transactions, like in a couple of seconds, whether it's Avalanche or something else. We need to get rid of the 50 unconfirmed transaction chain limit and the privacy tools. We need Cash Fusion in like every wallet turned on by default. And if you get those three things, I think we'll have a really, really, really strong shot at getting adoption around the world for Bitcoin Cash. And I think a lot of these other things are less important compared to those three things.
All right. Thanks for that. That kind of confirmed what I was trying to say. Or that confirmed a lot of my suspicions. And thanks, Colin, for letting me rant on a little bit here.
You're good. Go ahead, Josh.
I super agree with you, Roger, about the transaction chaining limit. Like, we were burned really hard with the city of Dublin. Not really hard. Like, they understood. But, like, it was just stupid. It was a stupid situation where, like, we had, like, 50 people register in a day. And the way that we were structuring the SLP, we basically then had, like, 50 chain transactions where, like, the last, like, N people weren't able to register because they couldn't receive their BCH because of some stupid chaining limit. And it was just like, why does this exist? And it was
it goes back to Bitcoin Core. I don't know if everybody on the call knows the reason for that. So they had their child pays for parent thing to deal with the full blocks so you can unstuck your stuck transactions. And they said, oh, well, you can only calculate so far deep down the chain of, unconfirmed transactions. So they limited it to 25. So it's a leftover problem caused by a problem that they created to solve another problem that they created. And they just made such a mess over there. And we're undoing that mess. But yeah, I can't count how many times I've been doing the exact same thing. I'm giving out Bitcoin Cash to people and showing people how it works. And 25, hit the 25, unconfirmed credit. It's a disaster when giving a demonstration.
Yeah, it looks like, it makes you look like, like, look how usable Bitcoin Cash is. Because, like, people, especially because, like, when you show people the first time, like, literally the number one comment we get all the time is, wow, that was fast. Like, I swear. That is, like, even, like, regular Dublin citizens are like, I can't believe how fast that was. And it's just, like, such a good feeling. And then you get, like, halfway down the line of people, and they're like, well, I didn't get it. And I'm like,
Yeah, the next 24 people are amazed, and then the 25th person is, what is this garbage? I'm not going to use this.
Exactly.
So, let me put a perspective here that I don't hear enough. But first, I just wanted to comment on what Kieran said and what Roger said about foundations. Kieran, yes, I also agree that foundations should be profit seeking, and that's something that's not been explored very much. And Roger, yes, bike shedding is a serious problem, and I address both of those in this permissionless software foundation business plan. So I'd love to get your guys' feedback on that, on those subjects. And on the 25 chain limit, one place to solve this is in the full node, and that's obviously where the popular emphasis is these days. But there's also an RPC call, get TX out, which shows you all of the ancestors for a UTXO. And so in the wallet, you can actually detect if this next spend is going to fail because of that limit. And so that problem can be solved in the wallet software. It has not generally been solved.
It can't, because there's still the limit still exists, so that you can just have the wallet prompt you that you're about to bump into the limit. And this goes back to like that thing that one of those Bitcoin Core developers says that, oh, if we just do this, it'll allow the businesses to relax. Well, that's exactly what we want. And I think if you fix it at the protocol level and the full node level, then it allows the businesses to relax and the wallet software, coders to relax, and they just realize, oh, I can chain together 100 transactions in a row if I need to. And it's not a problem. You don't have to start, looking at which TX has been spent and how many, previous transactions there were. We just want everybody to be able to relax and use Bitcoin Cash as cash, and not make it any more complicated than that.
So, if I may kind of just bridge the technical and the business side of this kind of thing. And again, I'm going to bring the spice and be a little bit political here. I think the biggest issue with this is more has to do with ABC, with the focus on backporting from core. See, oh no, I've got George Donnelly in the chat. Okay.
And George has been doing an amazing job at promoting ABC. Like, George was the spokesperson that they should have had, years ago. So George is doing an amazing job on that, even though I don't necessarily agree with all the things that they're busy promoting at ABC. Like, George is doing a fantastic job of promoting it with the tools that he has at hand and the platform he has at hand. It's a nice job, George.
All right, well, okay.
Here you go.
I mean, I'll agree that George is, kind of. I think someone like George should have been pulled onto the team a lot earlier and kind of bridged the technical side and the business side. Because the impression that I've got from ABC is, they are very skeptical from the business side, but they don't necessarily have the evaluation side from the business side of the equation, which Bitcoin Cash being a very much an economic system. You need the input from both the technical side and the business side. I'd hope George can kind of fill that role, and I wish him all the best in the future. And I think he's done a wonderful job.
We should probably invite him in the chat here.
Sure.
Oh, sure. I mean, Colin, if you don't mind,
I'll send it out.
That'd be great. Sure. I think the issue is, the kind of the decision with the current selection algorithm that Core kind of went with the kind of strong linking and all that, where Bitcoin with the small block size and all, like replaced by fee and child pays for parent thing to kind of solve the whole fee issue. I think that's kind of led to not very well. I recently paid way too much. I should have trying to pay a couple of contractors that liked to get paid in BTC.
And to switch them over to Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, look, if any of them are listening to it, Bitcoin Cash, I'd much prefer to pay in Bitcoin Cash. I think I'd actually, at this point, I'll pay you the half the TX fee that I paid on BTC.
That's quite an offer.
So, if any of them are listening to this, I'll extend that offer. It saves me money and you get paid more. But yeah, kind of bridging the whole technical and business side of things. I think so the focus on with Bitcoin Cash really has been so far to kind of maintain backports with Core. And I see George is.
Hey guys.
Yeah, that's George.
Hello.
Hello, George. I see George is on the call, so maybe he can kind of correct me if I go a bit if I say anything wrong here. But there has been a fairly big focus on backports, or at least that's the impression that I got from Bitcoin Core, and the kind of technical decisions that Bitcoin Core has made when it comes to the whole like mempool handling and all, kind of facilitate the whole RBF and child pays for parent kind of design that they went. For the technical people here, leads to a O n squared if you're familiar with O notation, kind of scaling complexity with increasing the TX chain limit. And for the people that aren't necessarily of the technical persuasion, there's it basically means that for every extra TX chain size that you add, it kind of like approximately doubles the processing complexity for adding in the extra TX chain. So, I'd hope from Core, of course, George is on the chat, so he's listening. I'd hope from ABC that they'd kind of distance themselves or kind of push off in their own path that's not necessarily so focused on the
move on from Core.
Backport from Core. Sure. Again, I don't think I've done myself such a favor with getting the alcohol down, but certainly I'd hope they kind of move away from the kind of technical decisions that Core has made, not be so focused on backports and kind of push out to more kind of different algorithms that really lend themselves to larger kind of or more capable of handling peer-to-peer electronic cash. Is the purpose of what we're trying to build.
Sure. Yeah. So I just like to.
Nothing would please us more, Kieran. Nothing would please us more. That's why, for example, we put out those buckets on fund.bitcoinabc.org for the mempool overhaul and take code ownership projects, because that's exactly what you're talking about. But as I review the state of the website right now, neither of those two buckets has even reached 1%. And let's be frank, there's someone on this call, no offense, I love the guy, but there's someone on this call that I pitched to do one of those projects with, and I haven't heard back. So
about to get spicy.
So,
George, I'm happy to talk to you about that offline. Maybe we should have that call today, actually. So.
Okay, I would love to.
All right.
So, Kieran, I would like to offer a very different perspective to what you just said, because what you have just said. Note that you are basically making a request to what you are buying in as an authority here, and in fact, as long as this team maintains, as long as you buy into the mentality that this one team has a monopoly on the service that you wish to do, there is actually no alternative. They will offer a price, and you either pay it or you walk away, and you don't look back anymore. There is no negotiation here, and in fact, if they choose to do what they want to do and you don't like it, there is no alternative. And I think this is this is one very harmful narrative that Bitcoin Cash has been troubled with since even the very early days. In that there is one dominant team, and there is no running away from it. And whatever this dominant team says, they will offer a price, and they will do it a specific way. And if other teams tell you that, well, you know what, that is not really true, there is there is some alternative way that this can be done. As long as you buy into the process that none of those matters because there is only one game in town, then you are never going to run away from it, and this one team can charge you however arbitrary amount they want to charge and do whatever they want anytime they want on their own schedule. And even if you pay, they don't need to guarantee you anything.
So what's the alternative?
The alternative is to actually start allowing competition. I've been an advocate for BCH node, but it doesn't necessarily need to be BCH node. If you want something, you don't necessarily need to take it from the dominant team. Ask ask around. Perhaps people would have alternative ways of doing it. Perhaps Bitcoin Unlimited would have alternative ways of doing it. Perhaps BCHD would have alternative ways of doing it. And the miners in particular needs to get out of this mentality that you just talk to this one team and then you beg and you negotiate with them and then you beg with them, you negotiate with them, and hopefully one day if they feel like it, you will get what you want. This is not how any business in real life works, except the government. So I just want to get this out there, and it is in fact a very troubling theme that will continue to plague you, even if you erect some sort of foundation to fund things. Because as long as one party has monopoly over anything, even if you have a foundation set up or whatever, Flipstarter or anything set up to fund them, they hold all the cards. They don't need to do what you tell them to do. So
maybe we can hear from Andreas Suisani, who I think is on the call with Bitcoin Unlimited, because I know previously I think Bitcoin Unlimited had a whole big blog post about how they already can get rid of the 50 chain unconfirmed transaction limit there. So if Andrea is available, I'd love to hear. Yeah, nice to connect again.
Hi, Roger. Nice to get again. Yeah, you're right. We already removed from BU the limit. We have actually had the limit at 500 transaction per chain. To avoid any problem with double spend in the network, we had to restrict the number of inputs for any transaction over the 50 chain limit that all the rest of the network has set as the threshold. But for the work that we have done, we could have increased the chain limit to 2,000 without any performance hit, because we have already managed to fix the mempool problem that ABC has right now. And as Imagine Username said already, people should look around and see what else the market has to offer in case of this kind of problem has to be solved, like mempool admittance of transaction or block propagation. We have implemented graphene with the guys that invented it, George Pacia plus Prof. Levine from UMass University. We leverage the fact that we have CTOR to increase further the performance of the block propagation with graphene. There is a lot of other things that we have done, and I'm sure that other clients have these kind of improvements on their code base. And then this is one of the main reasons because we should have multiple strong implementation that compete on the playground, so that they are stimulus for each other to reach a better performance that would in turn translate to better adoption, better user experience for everyone, and so better future for BCH.
So just to kind of clarify what's been said, I am well aware that there are competing node teams, and I have supported things like Canute and Bitcoin Unlimited. I'm not particularly comfortable saying amounts and so on a live stream, but I have, and thanks George for making me aware that yes, there are efforts to do this kind of thing with Bitcoin UPC, and maybe we can take that offline later and kind of discuss your plans are and all of that. Just kind of aware of what's going on with the chat and all of that. I think there's a fair amount of people that are wanting to hear from Jose, so maybe we can kind of yield stage to him?
Yeah, sure. We can always come back to the spicy stuff. What's up, Jose? How's it going down there?
Hi guys, happy Fork Day.
It's an upgrade, not fork.
Happy Fork Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, everything is, I can't complain really. The things are about the same. From the last time we spoke a few weeks ago, things are a little bit worse. But we still manage. We still are trying to do our thing. We're still trying to help everybody that we can. And thankfully, before the lockdown here in the country, I was able to assemble a onboarding group for Bitcoin Cash. And now that everybody's in their own community, in their own cities, we are still trying to do everything what we can about Bitcoin Cash adoption. And we actually had this week a couple of successes. And
a couple of what?
Yeah, there's successes.
Successes, nice.
Yeah. And
So you onboarded a couple new merchants?
Yeah, this week in a few cities here in Venezuela. And one of those is actually a farm. They farm tomatoes, they farm seeds like cashews and pistachios and stuff like that. And it's really big, so it's a supplier for many other stores. There's also a couple market stores, like food market stores that also accept Bitcoin Cash. And I even got a gasoline reseller to accept Bitcoin Cash.
Sorry, what was that? A gasoline gas station?
Yeah, reseller. Yeah,
gasoline
gasoline's
reseller.
here-
Yeah.
Yeah, gas. Yeah, for the car.
Wait,
It's
Jose,
extremely
can you kind of break that down, because I don't think people understand how messed up the whole gasoline thing is in Venezuela.
Okay, for a little background, for some of context, gasoline in Venezuela was extremely cheap. It was actually the cheapest price in the world. It was so cheap that even a full truck of 40,000 liters was worth less than 10 cents of a dollar. So it was so cheap that some people didn't even pay when they went to the gas station. They say, hey, I don't have cash or anything, and they use for free. But due to the lockdown and due to problems with the infrastructure, there has not been gas production, and gasoline have become very, very, very scarce, to the point that only top medical workers and top officials, government officials, are the only ones that can get gasoline. And for the most people are really without it. You know, I know people that have cars that haven't been able to drive their own cars for a couple months now.
This is the deep irony, right? It's like gasoline is cheaper than dirt, but nobody can get it.
Yeah, gasoline is actually cheaper than water. A bottle of water can buy you thousands of liters of gasoline on paper, of course. But right now it's so complicated to get that it's basically filled with corruption, filled with, well, you know. And there's this whole gray black market that has started, that people that can get gasoline resell it. And actually that price, that resale price, is one of the most expensive in the world right now. So it went from the cheapest one in the world to one of the most expensive ones. And, you know, I've heard people selling for $2 per liter, or even $3-4 per liter in some part of the country. And I trying to contact people that sell it, people that I know that have got it over the years now. I got one of them to actually sell me gasoline for Bitcoin Cash.
Cool.
So that was kind of fun.
Nice. That's awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Have you noticed anybody down there using USDH very much? The honest coin?
Well, not in merchants right now. I know people, some merchants that I spoke to that have the Bitcoin.com wallet installed because it's very easy to accept SLP tokens with it, that are able to accept it, you know, that are willing to accept it. But there's not really much volume right now. I mean, I'm you and another couple of people are the only ones that are using Bitcoin Cash right now to buy stuff, especially now with this quarantine. So there's so many volume right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a friend down there who does development work for me, and he his hard drive crashed, and he couldn't just go to the store to get a new hard drive because the stores are closed. But because there's such a healthy, informal network, he was able to get a new hard drive in like a day. And then just I think 2 days ago there was he's down in the southeast corner of Venezuela, and there was a brownout, and it destroyed the power supply of his computer. But because he's used to these things, he had a backup power supply, so he's able to plug it in and keep going. So resilient.
Yeah, it looks like Roger had to go. So thank you, Roger. If you're still watching, thank you for joining the stream. So
bye, Roger.
Thanks, Roger.
Yeah,
Thanks,
Jose,
Roger.
it's good to get.
Just want to say.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's good to get perspective on, like, I know we're like deep in this like internal politics of Bitcoin Cash, right? And it's like, why are we actually here, right? And it is for those reasons that you're talking about. Venezuela's prime example of it. It's like your currency is garbage. What's worth more, a liter of $100 bolivars or gas, right? Like by weight, which one's more expensive, right? But yeah, it's good to get that perspective on like why we're all here. So yeah, it's good to hear. And go ahead.
Yeah, to give some context, $1 right now is around 180,000 bolivars. So 100 bolivars is pretty much nothing.
Yeah.
So it's almost 200,000 bolivars to get $1.
Didn't you guys chop some zeros off your money too at some point?
Yeah, a couple of years ago, they removed 5 zeros.
5?
And a couple of years before that, they removed 3 zeros.
Oh my god!
So in total, in about 10 years, they have removed 8 zeros from our account.
Jesus.
We could be trillionaires right now, but sadly, we're not.
And
I was hoping to have the new $1 trillion bills like Zimbabwe, but maybe a couple of years more, and we will.
To answer a question about USDH also, and to echo something somebody else said, like nobody in reality, we are so early in this. So few people are really using crypto for much of anything, much less stable coins like at the point of purchase. At least here in Latin America that I've seen. And so the opportunity, I think we should all be so impressed by the opportunity that is ahead of us. When I was onboarding thousands and thousands of people, 2018, 2019 to crypto, 95%, in my speech, I would say, it's this, and this, and it's kind of like Bitcoin. Have you heard of Bitcoin? 95% of people said no. The world is wide open to us,
I actually told a lady that I worked in the Bitcoin space yesterday, and she said, "What?" And it took me a minute to realize that she had never heard of Bitcoin before. And it's been a while since I ran into somebody like that.
Yeah, and I had the same thing happen to me here, George, and it was actually surprising because the government has done so many propaganda, so many marketing on its media about the new government coin, cryptocurrency coin, the Petro. So they actually done commercials about Bitcoin. They actually done commercials about cryptocurrency. What is a cryptocurrency? What is a blockchain? So I imagine everybody pretty much knew about Bitcoin or heard about cryptocurrency. And I was surprised that a couple of months ago, I went to a big store here near me, and I was talking to one of the manager, and she was telling me that, no, we don't accept Bitcoin. And I never really got into it because I don't know where's the Bitcoin bank. I haven't opened an account in the Bitcoin bank, and I was like, there's no bank. Like the point is that you are your own bank. So even somebody that is a manager at a big store and don't even know what Bitcoin is or what, maybe have heard the name Bitcoin, maybe have heard the word cryptocurrency, but they actually don't know what it is or what it's useful for or how to use it and what is the point. So yeah, we're extremely early right now. Still, there's a lot of work to do.
It's really cool, like being able to talk to people that are either starting their own business or are in the enterprise space already, and then mentioning like what block, because they like in the enterprise world they always call it like blockchain tech. They don't want to like call it Bitcoin. I don't know why. Like I still haven't figured out why. I think they're just afraid of it. But like they talk about blockchain tech all the time, and like people usually, honestly, like from the Bitcoin or from the enterprise perspective, usually have heard about Bitcoin Cash, but they don't know anything about it. which is a really interesting conversation. And like usually people are like actually interested instead of just being like, oh, it's a scam coin or it's a, I literally had no one ever say that to me in real life. I've had no, like even people who are like BTC, like I met them before like the Bitcoin, before the hard fork where Bitcoin Cash was created. Like we are basically nemesis right now, but we're not because we like each other. And like even still, he's like, yeah, those people are just like fanatic weirdos. I don't understand. We just have different values on like what we think that protect, like what the protocol should be doing. Like everybody who isn't on the internet is a normal, well, not everybody, but generally speaking, is a normal, sane human. And there's just people on the internet that are just, they lose their minds because it's the internet, and it just doesn't make any sense. So
what's a protocol?
You guys are touching on something that I think is really salient for the next couple months. So there is more and more talk of a digital dollar in the U.S. I think China is going full blast on their digital yuan. And so I got into an interesting discussion with some of the SLP guys this last week. And here's my view, and feel free to disagree with me. But I think that if you break up the cryptocurrency adoption into multiple small problems, the really big problem is just getting people to understand the basic concepts of cryptocurrency, of like wallets and digital money and QR codes. And that's like the big problem to solve. And so I welcome the government's doing the heavy lifting for us on that part, because I suspect, and time will tell if I'm right or not, but I suspect that people will get onboarded to these digital dollars or digital yuan or petro or whatever. And then once they get used to it, then it's a much smaller step from there to be like, oh, Bitcoin Cash is just like this, except it doesn't suck. And, so I welcome the governments to do all that heavy onboarding for us, because I think that our value prop from whatever the governments can provide is just superior.
I found that the biggest obstacles were volatility and liquidity. And just understanding the concept that, when you had some crypto, on your phone, that it wasn't, in my case here, Colombian pesos, or, for some of the team in Venezuela, Bolivares, that was the bigger thing. Also, the fact that it's a bearer instrument, like you reset your phone and you can't call a bank and get them, and reestablish your account with your fiat identity.
Mm-hmm. So welcome to the stream, Pox. He's been lurking for a little bit, and Oscar.
Hello, Pox.
Hi, welcome.
Hello.
I actually have to head out too. And I wanted to say one thing before I left. It's a bit of a derailment. I apologize. So my message for the Bitcoin community for the last 2 years or so has been diversification of the network. And I'm honestly I wanted to also acknowledge with this hard fork, or the upgrade, whatever you want to call it, that we've actually made strides towards being successful with that. We genuinely do. BCHD, has a small issue right now, and I was talking with Chris, and it seems like he's identified it and fixed it, and which is great. But previously, if we only had one major node, if we even had one mining node implementation, if that was a bug in the mining implementation, that would then be a feature that was permanently added to the blockchain, right? That's happened many times before. So the fact that we actually have multiple node implementations genuinely mining, that means that we can then say, oh, this is a bug, we're going to fix it, and then be on our way, and without actually corrupting our protocol in ways that we didn't intend to. So that's amazing. And I'm really proud of the fact that the community is really kind of embracing that. So I think we're still a long path ahead of us, but I'm optimistic. So I just wanted to say hi and bye to everyone before I take off, and also just mention that this trade from my perspective has been a success. So.
And thank you, Josh, for your work on the specification, because everything you just said, that spec is that's the road we need to go down. And yeah, man, thank you. You're doing good work.
Thanks, man, and I appreciate that. And I the specification has been very descriptive, but prescriptive for that reason, and also too super. And I say this because I'm genuinely appreciative of what they have done. BU funded our initial work with that. BU has informally told us that they're extending that and that we'll be doing round 2. So that's really awesome. And I think like what makes me happy about the specification is that like it's not necessarily a specification as it's so much as just kind of like documentation, because it's really just describing what already exists. And I think that's like really great for just the node developers. It's also really great for the fact that we have kind of like this diversified system. So like to say, hey, go look at the source code for feature X is not acceptable. And I think we all have agreed that that's not the way that we want to be running things. So it's just culturally as a coin, like we have made really, really good progress in the last like 2+ years. So I'm really happy about it. But anyway, I really have to go. So thanks for having us. Congratulations, everyone, on the upgrade, and super good seeing you all. I really look forward to the next conference where we can get together and see each other. So.
All right. Thank you, Josh.
See you later, Josh.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, man.
Bye, Josh.
Take care.
Take care.
Just a question for some of the people on the call. I think maybe Josh, Jose, and John and George might be particularly suited to answering this. But how is the maybe on like the public facing front? What kind of difficulties have you experienced with kind of pulling people on board, and especially on the merchant side, explaining kind of the process of how Bitcoin Cash is operates, and the whole like development cycle and all that. Be interested to hear from you guys.
So your question is, what problems are you having onboarding merchants?
Oscar, it's time to shield
Merchants, users, talking to people that aren't involved in the technical aspect on the development of people.
Okay,
What kind of
that aren't okay. I misheard you then. What were you saying, Imaginary?
I'm calling Oscar. It's time to shield inside Bitcoin.
Yeah, there you go.
Hello, guys.
Hey, Oscar.
Hello, Oscar.
Hi, Oscar. Hi.
Well, I onboard business in my city, in Maracaibo, which is a Venezuelan city. And the major problem that I've seen so far is that most of the business are, as mentioned before, they care about volatility, and they care about the options to exchange the crypto to fiat currency. So in Venezuela, there's lack of options to do that. So I decided to start like a project where this business can exchange the Bitcoin Cash for Bolivares or USD. And Unami is helping me with that, and he's here. He's calling InstaBitcoin. We have a website called instabitcoin.net. So basically, we give business the options to change the crypto instantly. So we help to close the bridge in that manner. So they are set BCH easily, and so far it's been doing good. There's a lot of places right now that I can pay with BCH with, like supermarkets, small businesses, restaurants, and it's been doing great here in my city, particularly. We are working only in adoption terms in my city right now, but we hopefully move to other cities in the future.
How many merchants do you think in your city are accepting?
There's like 20 business, and we started working on that like a couple months ago, like 6 months ago, around that. And we do two meetups every month. Right now, obviously, we haven't do any meetups because of the quarantine situation, the COVID-19. But normally we do two meetups every week, so people go and learn about Bitcoin Cash. Or most of the people that go to the events, they don't even know what is Bitcoin, and they just go to learn about Bitcoin. Right. So yeah, it's been great. There's a lot of people going. There's a lot of people interested in this, and so far it's been doing good.
That is great news, Oscar. What were the stable coins that you're using again?
You mean the fiat?
Yeah. Oh, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. We changed the Bitcoin Cash for the business and the people to Bolivares, which is the main currency of Venezuela.
Oh, okay.
To USD. dollars. No.
Okay. I was just going to say, if you're not in contact with Hayden Otto over in Australia, you two should connect, because what you're doing is very similar to what he's done out there, and you guys might be able to help each other.
Yeah, I know. I've been talking to him. I work with him in a couple things, and yes, I should talk to him about this more deeply, so to see what tips he can give me. I never talked to him about this that deep.
So is volatility an issue with people in Venezuela? Because I know the bolivar is super volatile anyway. So it's like, is that really an issue or not really?
Well, compared to bolivars, not really, because they really suffer a worse effects of the hyperinflation. But people care to compare the cryptocurrency to dollars, because if people try to save money, they use dollars instead of bolivars. They won't use bolivars to save money.
Mm-hmm.
At least not most people. So people compare cryptocurrency to dollars, and in those cases, people really prefer dollars to save money, because they stay more, they are relaxed that their money doesn't go up and down every day, and they have the money they want for the next day, and it doesn't suffer like a dump of 20% in one day, which is, for the Venezuelan, that might be a lot of money lost. So yeah, most people is concerned about that, but there's also the positive side of that people gain more money from crypto if it goes up. So when I'm trying to onboard new people, mostly this is for the new people, the users, not the business. I try to explain them that the risk of using crypto and the advantages of getting crypto, that you can send money through the world. They can receive money from families outside Venezuela. So I explain these points, and they decide if they want to buy or not. We also sell BCH for normal users, so any Venezuelan can access to be through our service. So yeah.
So hey, Oscar, Jose, I'm curious. One of the things I'm trying to wrap my mind around down there. So I know that there is a problem in Venezuela when you use dollars, and that you have to like spend it all. You don't get change back. And then there's also like the people want like the clean, crisp dollars. They don't want dirty dollars that might be fraudulent or something like that. And those seem like two problems that a stable coin would solve really well, because you could get change back and there's no way to do fraudulent ones. Like, are you guys seeing any progress on that front, or how are people solving those problems?
Yeah, Oscar was on point with the issues that he was talking about. The biggest issue that I found myself when talking to merchants is that Bitcoin Cash is not dollars. Everything is not compared to the bolivars, but instead is compared to the dollar. So that's basically the rule. And I've met merchants that only care about dollars, and they only accept dollars even. They don't care about anything else. And having a stable coin that have the same value as a dollar is huge, and it's awesome. And some merchants are willing to accept that. The issue is exactly with liquidity and how to get it, because they can get the bolivars to the wallets, and then exchange it. They have to sign up to another site, and there's the fear, what if I'm hacked? What if there's a virus? What if I forget my password or my wallet or something? And as you said, physical dollars, that's what I want to tell them, has their own issues, Not many people have bank accounts overseas, because here in Venezuela, you can't have a US dollar bank account, basically. So you have to go to Panama or to the US to open a bank account, and then people pay you with Zelle or with Venmo. You have a wallet over there, an app. But not many people have that. So basically, most of the volume is done in US dollar cash, and it has issues. It has issues that it can break, that it can somebody can steal it from you. You can have a bag of thousands of dollars in cash, and some thief can steal it from you. Those are real risks that people are having, and they like the idea of having a stable coin that they can have in their phone, in their laptop, and nobody really knows that they have it, or they can take it away from you. Even if they take the device, they can take the money from you. But the biggest issue is how to get the US dollar and how to use it from, because they say, well, what if instead of accepting Bitcoin Cash, like I accept USDH, but after they accept it, why they do with it? Like, there's no really the loop for them to use it anywhere else. There's no really where to exchange it back to their account in US dollar, or to exchange it for cash, or to any other providers for them. So
there's a whole education. There's like a whole nother step there where you have to educate them about like side shift and the apps.
Right.
Yeah, that's hard.
Yeah, right. That's the biggest issue that I found.
Cool.
Yeah.
Welcome, Josh.
Hello, Josh.
Hello, everybody.
How's
Hi, Josh.
Hello.
The bottom line problem, though, with mass adoption, merchants, consumers, and all that, is that, first you need to get the merchant, because there has to be a place to spend it. But then the merchant is like, well, I'll accept anything that brings me new customers. So you're like, well, I'm going to bring you some new customers. So maybe you bring them some new customers. Maybe you do an event. But then he's like, well, I'm not getting those new customers, George. Where are they? And the bottom line is that almost nobody here has crypto. And I'm speaking of Latin America. I'm in Latin America. The same could apply to anywhere in the world, really. And it doesn't make sense. So you might say, hey, the Bitcoin Cash is super cool. You buy it on local.bitcoin.com and, just hold it in your wallet. It'll be there, But somebody who earns in local fiat and has most of their expenses in local fiat, there is really no incentive for them to enter crypto for their daily expenses, because there are a lot of fees associated with that in addition to the volatility. And so really the whole local game at this time, I don't see any future for it. What we need to do is we need to find inflows. When we have solid inflows of BCH, then we can actually have those customers for the merchants. Then we have something to play with, right? Until then, the bottom line reality is that merchant adoption is not sustainable. It's going to remain a hobby. It's going to remain a small scale endeavor. So what are the potential sources of inflows? There's outsourcing. That's, I think, about $200 billion per year globally, if I remember correctly. And there are remittances, which is, I think in 2018 was $629 billion per year globally. And the great majority of that was to middle and low income countries, about $529 billion. And that is where we can really do something. And so when we have remittances happening in Bitcoin Cash to different parts of the world where people are receiving Bitcoin Cash, for a variety of reasons, it's beneficial due to high fees for current remittance solutions, due to limits. You take a look at Cuba, for example. We have both high fees and U.S. sanctions that really wreak havoc with remittances there, as well as sub-Saharan Africa and Venezuela are other interesting cases. So when we have people receiving Bitcoin Cash as a remittance or USDH or something like that, then still most people in the beginning are going to exit to local fiat, but then we can offer incentives for people to stay in Bitcoin Cash wholly or partially, and then we can connect them to merchants, and then we have the beginnings of something interesting in that field.
That's a great insight, George. And to break that, let me just share what George has said. I have that's what I've been trying to do for the last year. I've got a developer down there in Venezuela. I pay him in Bitcoin Cash, and he takes he's been saving, actually been able to save money. And I've told him hold part of it in USDH to escape volatility, hold some of it in BCH if you want that upside, but with the risk of the downside. And I've been talking with Roger and Stefan Rust and pretty much anybody I can about and I've been working with Roberto and Barquisimeto with the Bitcoin Cash House to try and grow like a network of developers down there that we can outsource, get them Bitcoin Cash, and sort of bootstrap the system. And I just real quick, I wanted to throw out, I have a YouTube video on this, but this is a laser engraved Bitcoin Cash paper wallet on a plastic PVC card. And I'm actually, there's a lot of like technical Luddites out here in my remote area who they're uncomfortable with cell phones. So I've been giving them these, and like, I'll put like $10 on it, and I'll be like, here, this is $10, like in Bitcoin Cash. And that way there's no computer to use, and it's very non-threatening. So I'll throw that out there as like something that helps.
I actually had a sorry. I actually had a similar. Just to add on to what Chris said, I think it's very useful to see to hear responses from you, Oscar, and Jose. Just kind of expand on that question. So I think we've talked a lot about people that are maybe having problems onboarding onto the system, but maybe also if you can kind of expand on people that have already onboarded onto the system and maybe have faced some issues, and kind of just describe those issues to us, because I think the kind of target market that you're in really does speak to the Bitcoin Cash community as a whole, and the kind of goal that we're trying to achieve.
I think that we really need to focus on all bases. What George said is very important, remittance and all. And I think also focusing on merchants, on focusing on people adoption, or companies paying their salaries in Bitcoin Cash is also very important too. I think the more bases that we cover, the more success we're going to have along the way. And for example, if a store starts at the Bitcoin Cash, and even if I'm the only one that is paying for them, that's more people that heard about it. People talk about the neighbors, merchants, there are other companies in the mall, there are the stores. So it gets the ball rolling a little bit. So I think even something as small as getting one store to a site is very important. And if we're talking about remittance, people getting payment Bitcoin Cash, if they know that in the neighborhood there's a store that's at the Bitcoin Cash, they can have even more positivity and more willingness to receive Bitcoin Cash as remittance, because they know they can spend it right away, and they're more willing to learn more about it. So focusing on using it as currency is also very important. And also, and Kieran, your question was what are the comments that merchants give, and how they're dealing with it.
Oh, merchants and users.
What?
Merchants and users, after they've onboarded onto the Bitcoin Cash ecosystem, what kind of feedback do they give?
Yeah, I have many merchants that are willing to accept everything right now. They say, well, even if I get one customer, that's something, because due to the crisis, they are willing to take that risk and say, hey, well, if I can change it to dollars, you can change to Bolivars. I recommend them all of the merchants that are on board with InstaBitcoin, the Oscar's company, because it's very useful. And if they feel like they want to exchange it, they can easily do so through WhatsApp or through Telegram or through Instagram. And it's very easy for them to do so without having to sign up to a site. So they have their wallet in their phone, and then they go to WhatsApp, send a message, and they can exchange it to whatever form they want of fiat. So that's very useful for them. And there's minimum risk, there's minimal complication. And most merchants don't really want to take the much risk of having Bitcoin, but some do. And they want to even accept it, because there are some companies that accept euros or pesos, and it's also complicated for them to buy out to exchange it later. But it's still money. They understand that it's money. They understand that it has a value, and they can take it, even if they just pay a little fee more or less sometimes. So the biggest complication is having them to exchange it to dollars so that they can use it for everybody else. They can buy providers. They can buy from their farms if there's a marketplace. And if we can get all those merchants to accept, we can create a small loop economy, and then everybody can start paying directly to what they want to buy with Pick and Cash, and even sometimes play the salaries with Pick and Cash. I have a company that is a bakery, and they make cakes and pastry, and I sometimes buy from them with Pick and Cash. And the all payments that they have with Pick and Cash, they give a bonus to the workers in Pick and Cash, because they say, well, I have the Pick and Cash. I cannot use it to buy, like flour or to buy sugar with it right now in the big quantities, but they can pay the small bonuses that they give to the employers in Pick and Cash too. So that's a plus, that expands with having one store to accept Pick and Cash. So that's pretty neat.
Nice. So I would like to move on to BCHD. Josh, what happened?
So it looks like there was a small stack mutation. I'm actually testing the fix with Chris right now. And so we have a branch that has this small fix in it. We'll probably be cutting 0.16.1 or 0.16.01 or something like that in the next few minutes. He's writing some test cases for it right now. This is one of the downsides to us being, a completely independent implementation, is that, our, script VM is completely different than Bitcoin Core. So like everything is fucking different. So yeah, that was a very small bug. I'm actually testing the fix. We'll have one out very shortly. And you can run reconsider block, which is a feature I had added to BCHD a little while ago to get your node back up and running. So it's not like a full reindex or anything. It sucks because we tested this on testnet. We activated on testnet. We ran all of the testnet activation vectors, and we still got bit by a small signature bug due to a stack mutation on, some piece of code. So, it's in flight and will be fixed very soon. Sad, but easy to resolve.
Nice.
That's great to hear.
Thanks for fighting a good fight.
Yeah, kudos on that hard work.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's just a lot of things that we have to track. The team's pretty small. It's basically me and Chris that does everything right now. So every now and again, we miss some things. Usually very small knit stuff. But the thing is unless you're exactly bug for bug or, absolutely perfect for that implementation detail, we always risk that ability to fork off the network. And this is also part of the reason we don't really encourage miners to use BCHD, is because these types of hiccups, are just not acceptable for the mining community. And we just don't have enough devs to give them the same confidence that they would get running one of the more mature mining nodes. We'll get there. That's the plan, but not quite yet.
Thank you.
Everything is a work in progress.
Yes, it is.
It's very, very impressive what you guys do, though. And I imagine it was quite stressful to deal with that situation. So.
Oh, it's always stressful to deal with these things. Like I woke up to join you guys and chat, and then I woke up, looked at my chat, and was like, "Fuck!"
So many
tags
tags.
off the network, and it's like immediately looking at fixes. And I was looking at other stuff last night. I'm trying to do some things for BCH Wallet actually, and we had thought that BCHD was dialed in, especially. It just proves that we need better standardized test vectors when we're doing the testnet activations, because we should have caught this during the testnet activation. But there was obviously some edge case of the upgrade that we did not test on testnet. And that's, us and BU and ABC and everybody just like trying to do those testnet vectors. We just missed stuff sometimes, which is unfortunate.
All right. I'm going to read this comment real quick. From Freetrader, but I'm gonna get the robot voice. So give me a second.
Hey Josh, I'll tell Chris later when things are calmed down. Thanks. We were using Meep earlier to play around with some transactions. So thanks for that also.
Oh, no problem. That's a really useful tool. Meep is
super useful.
Super duper useful. All right, let's see if I'm back on.
Awesome job, Josh and Chris, on resolving that so quickly.
Oh,
this is also why we need multiple implementations, because bugs happen.
There you go.
They sure do happen. And it looks like I am on tip on BCHD right now. So the fix worked.
Oh, great.
Oh, congrats.
Is there...
Oh, congratulations.
So I can just go get
Congrats.
It's on a branch. There's a branch called RB that is, and it's a reverse bytes bug. And so if you check out the RB branch and you run reconsider block on the F7 block, it will reconsider and then you will get to tip.
So hit the button and push it to master.
So well, I'm going to be, he's writing a test really quick because he wants to make sure there's not a regression.
I'll wait for that.
Yeah. He was like, hey, can you test this really fast? It's like, yep, I sure can. And things seemed fine. So luckily it was quick.
Thank you.
You had to wake up. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes.
So, hello, guys. I'm going to sign off now because I am beyond the point where I trust myself to make a rational decision or even not do something stupid on stream. So
Go to bed, Kieran. Go to bed.
Drink water first.
I'm going to listen to you going forward, but I think this is going to be me signing off from actually participating in the live Zoom.
Sounds good.
But,
thanks
for having me.
Yeah, thanks for getting drunk.
Thanks, Colin, for hosting.
No problem.
Take care, Kieran.
Yeah.
Later, man.
Drink water.
I have to sign off too, guys.
Thank you, Jose.
I have to leave too.
Good seeing you, Jose. Thanks for
It's
the
a
info.
pleasure. Thanks for having me. Anytime, man.
Ciao,
Take care.
Jose.
Good having you, Jose. Keep doing the good work and pushing for adoption.
So BitPay and Memo are back up as well. So all of our problems are solved.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is these upgrades, they are, they're very often, and even these subtle bugs cause, some pretty big issues. I think that we need to do probably a few more testnet activations and more thorough testing during those activations so that all the implementations feel a little bit more ready for these upgrades. Do we know how Verde, BU, and Knuth handled the upgrade?
Verde was good. Josh was on stream. The other ones I'm guessing are good. I haven't heard anything.
Everybody's okay. Nuth went through fine also.
So BU went fine from Electron Cash because we have an overview of a bunch of servers there, and BCHN has mine blocked and joined the chain, so that's fine. Nudes, I don't know.
Yeah, Nuth is all right. I checked with them and they're just on the tip like normal, so they're all right.
Well, that's great. I'm glad to hear that we were the only ones that fell off. But that's why we do these fundraisers and try to get more talent into the community. So I'm looking forward to getting these things resolved better. Our track record so far on upgrades has been a little hit and miss, but usually the fixes are in the same day. So hopefully it doesn't impact people too badly.
What are your thoughts? I know you kind of touched on it a little bit. Would you prefer like a year upgrade cycle, 2 years? What are your kind of thoughts?
So I don't think it should be a time. I think it should be like we're striving to do this set of changes for the next upgrade. And then you write the set of changes, you get everybody on board, you make sure the multiple implementations are ready for that change set. And then you set a hard fork date or upgrade date 3 months in advance when the changes are done. Like they're done, they're committed, like the specs are done, everybody thinks it's working. And we spend literally a month testing on testnet. And we have it far enough out that the stuff's merged, it's in the clients, it's easy to test. And then it just activates a little bit further along. I don't think we need to be rushing the upgrades. And I'm a fan of a delay to give people time to prepare. But I don't think it needs to be on a fixed time schedule.
Josh, did you have an opinion about all those shared test vectors that you were mentioning? Do you think the new spec or description or spec, whatever we want to call it, is a good place to as a repository for keeping all those and making that as big as we can so that everybody can use those?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be awesome to have a repository that was just a set of test vectors. There are a lot of good ones. We use the ones from ABC. ABC's test vectors are definitely really useful for us. We spent time making sure that we actually can just import those into BCHD and run that full set of test vectors. So that was actually really useful. The SLP team also has a set of vectors that we're looking at for the SLP integration. So that we can make sure that when we get that implementation done, that it is conformant to spec. I think we just need to expand on that, and we need to make sure that multiple teams are committing those tests. Basically, anytime any node has an issue or any type of bug with consensus, we need to make sure test vectors are in that shared set of vectors that we all have. So I think that actually there have been a lot of steps to get that done, but because we're just new at doing this, there's no other chain that's trying to support 5 different full nodes that actually use them, period.
Quest, I know I said I would sign off now, but just look, just on the stuff that you've just kind of elaborated on, I'd be interested in knowing your position on the kind of scale from like full test coverage to formal verification, and kind of like what kind of resources you think you can or I don't know if you're involved with the full node implementation. You or a full node implementation can kind of like dedicate, or how far you can get towards like formal verification.
So I think that we're far away from that. I think at this point, it's our specs are really, really complicated. And I think that really at this current time, it's about these shared vectors and more about information exchange and better testing of these nodes themselves. BCHD obviously is a mature code base. We came from BTCD. I have a lot of respect for the developers that wrote BTCD. But if you look at their tests, and you look at the test harness around some of those pieces of code, there are huge gaps. Not small gaps, but like, I open up, like BCH wallet go, and it's like, holy shit, like there's like no tests for this. And you look at certain parts of BCHD and the test coverage is very, very light. And one of the things I really want to spend time on is backfilling a lot of the test coverage for these nodes. There are better tests for the consensus critical pieces, but not great tests, especially around the RPC interfaces and some of the other stuff that people need. So I think that, the first step is, shared test vectors, better sharing of code so that we know that we're staying within consensus. And then on top of that, really improving the test bridge, both integration and unit testing that happens in these nodes as well. And I know that a lot of the teams have focused on this and tried to improve some of these things, but I think that that's something that we really need to spend more time on as a community.
Hey, Josh, I know that, as Verde, we're in such a good position to work on the spec, right? Because Josh has been going through all of the things that you need to know to write a spec, right? And so he's right in the perfect timing, the perfect position. It sounds like that might be a good chance too to, when you do that backfilling of tests, to put those new test vectors that you come up with or that kind of thing into a common repository. That might be a good bootstrap for the common
absolutely
repository.
I also think it's a way that we can get some of the other teams to take the work we're doing in BCH more seriously. So for instance, if we start backfilling tests and providing a really good test harness for some of the pieces that we're missing in BTCD, well, guess what? They're going to backport those changes. They're going to go and be like, oh, wow, there's some value here. Here's a backport from BCHD. Here's the team that's been working on it. And all of a sudden, people are like, oh, wait, what's going on here? Oh, these guys are like really active in development. Oh, these people are making sure that, they have higher code quality standards than even we have by backfilling all of these tests and making sure that the code is really ready for production use. And I think that's really what our community needs, is just more professionalism and quality control and just quality in general. because we have a lot of really talented people, but a lot of the projects are a little bit hacky. You know, it's like, oh, I got this little tool working and it's cool, but it's like, okay, well, is that like ready for prod? Like, is that something that we can really roll out in a big way? And I think that that's critical for us to get more developers and more people in the space to help us with the monumental amount of work that is required for us to really hit our goals and hit the roadmap targets.
Definitely. Yeah. So on the topic of testing, I'm in the process of pulling out all of my home-baked SLP parsing stuff, and I'm replacing it with some of these NPM libraries that JT Freeman created, because he's got just like an insanely awesome testing suite. He's just tested the crap out of them. So it's like, I don't want to roll my own crypto. You know, don't roll your own crypto. I'm not going to roll my own SLP parser. I'm just going to use the one that he's clearly spent more time, you know, thinking about this than I want to. And so, yeah.
I think that's a great idea, because that's why we talked to James Kramer and JT specifically about doing SLP for BCHD. Is because they just have that expertise on the validating and, you know, just correctness of the spec. Because if you veer even a little bit away, it's like, oh, well, the minting baton didn't get passed correctly, or whatever little edge case you want to deal with. They've hit multiple of the implementations, and that's why JT's written all those tests. So absolutely, we need to be leveraging the tests from the people that are working on the specs, and really just, we should be writing to spec.
I'm fond of saying that our space has an overabundance of rock stars and an underabundance of janitors. So I'm trying to humble myself and be more of a janitor.
Oh yeah, we need janitors.
Get
There's
your
no doubt about that. There's a lot of stuff that even junior developers could be helping out with that would really ease the burden for a lot of us. Whether that's infrastructure side tooling, whether that is, you know, just code quality, typos, documentation, you know, specifications. Those types of things need to be written, and it'd be great to have more people helping with that material.
See, you touched on something. I think that this is the intersection of our space with Venezuela. There's, you know, most people with skills have left Venezuela, but there are people still with skills who couldn't imagine leaving their family, and they're still in Venezuela. And so I've had really good success with one developer, mentoring him, and I've got him up to speed, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's helped me just get to all the code that I can't. And I want to replicate it. I mean, like one data point is not a pattern. I need 2 or 3 data points, and so I want to do this again. And I think that is an area where we could take some of this funding that we've managed to raise in the space, and that's a low hanging fruit where we could give you know, a Venezuelan developer you know, income with Bitcoin Cash for them to help us write tests and make the software in our space just a higher quality.
I couldn't agree more. I think that us getting developers all over the world, especially in some of the markets that we want adoption in, there are people that use computers in those markets. That's just a fact, right? And they may be a small percentage, but guess what? Those people, especially in those markets, are some of the leaders and tech leaders of their communities. So if they're in their community and they're the, you know, one of, you know, many people that really understands a blockchain or wants to learn this type of technology, they're very willing to share that and why that's important to the people around them. I think that's a great way to spur the right type of people talking about our, you know, cryptocurrencies in those areas. I really do think that adoption is really important, but people need to know what they're getting, like why. The why is the important part. Most people think that, you know, there's digital money everywhere, right? And everything is digital. It's not an issue of digital money. It's of sovereign money, you know, a true peer-to-peer cash that we control. But to the layperson, it just looks like yet another digital money wallet, right? But it just has a different currency. They don't necessarily understand the why. They don't understand, you know, fiat printing and fiat processes that have kind of destroyed the economies all over the world. They don't understand some of the benefits that crypto has. And I really think that, you know, that's the important message, right? Is you not want to have to worry about trusting a bank. Do you want to use a bank because you just want to use a bank? Because sometimes people need a bank. But do you need a bank? Do you need a credit card? Do you need to be, dealing?
What value is that giving you? Like why do you need it? What value are you getting from that? Or are you just doing it because that's what everybody's doing it, which that's a fine reason, for doing it, but maybe there's, once you accomplish that, like maybe there's a next step there.
Yeah.
Kosha and I are working on a project where we're going to go out in particular to the developing world and find people who are hungry to build BCH businesses, people who are hungry to, either have some coding experience or to learn to code. And so I think we should collaborate on that because, I think that we, if we are successful, we can push a bunch of people into your pipeline for mentoring, in that respect.
Well, I've been working at land for a long time. So I've actually been looking at land, and mainly one of the things I wanted to do there was to offer mentorship options for people that wanted to travel and stay with me and work on projects. And basically it's like, you come here with your startup, I'll help you build it. You give me equity when you leave, and you got free food, free house, free everything. You didn't have to worry about shit except for building your product. And that's what I want to do. So that's like my long-term plan. Who knows when that will actually go into effect? But I think that that's a huge opportunity for people in some of these countries that really can't afford to spend, a month, not being paid or learning a lot of this technology. They need a mentor. They need someone right next to them. They don't want to have to worry about their expenses or their day-to-day life. Mm-hmm. They just want the opportunity to learn and build. And I think that we need to be able to offer that to a lot of these people.
Yeah,
100%.
That's a cool idea. I've had a similar idea, Josh. So it's great to hear that I'm not the only one that's had that idea. But George, you mentioned a pipeline, and that's exactly what we don't have. That's what I'd like to build. That's what I'd like to see built, is a pipeline for your inputs are developers that you can mentor who live in a place like Venezuela where like we're solving this chicken and egg problem of getting them Bitcoin Cash and bootstrapping adoption in that country where they really need it. And then your output is like businesses that are like, oh yeah, I want to do a token. I've heard of tokens, but we have no technical resources. So we need to partner with somebody who understands this stuff. And so that's what I would like the Permissionless Software Foundation to become, is that middle piece there that connects the two.
Outstanding.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Kosha and I are very interested in working with you guys on that.
Yeah, because we're
doing great work.
A lot of people like in
Kosha's
South Sudan that are interested in doing more of like blockchain development and learning, but it's about the curriculum and us getting materials to them. Right now, it's really difficult if you want to get into the space and you don't have a way to jump on like video chats or Reddit and those types of things. It's really hard to get started. If you look at, bitcoincash.org or some of the big Bitcoin Cash sites, they're great for general purpose information. They're great to like find your first wallet. They're great to find your first exchange. But what about building your first wallet or understanding like the underlying primitives that back all this technology? Mm-hmm. It's really actually pretty bad. And I think that we have a specification, but even that's a little bit too technical for someone just jumping in the beginning. Right. There's very little when it comes to like examples on how to get started with the community, ways that you can understand the technology, ways that you can build some simple apps with like walkthrough tutorials, like your, basic to-do app for Node.js. Mm-hmm. Where the fuck is that for a Bitcoin Cash app? Right?
I'll tell you where it is. It's at fullstack.cash. That's exactly what I've been building. I've got
one of
YouTube videos.
I've been really excited by what you've been doing.
You're right. You're right. There's this huge need, and that's the need I'm trying to fulfill there. And so yeah. That's. You're exactly right. How do you take someone from 0 to 100?
Yeah, I'm actually going to be putting out a bunch of examples off the BCHD code on common actions. How do I do like really basic stuff? How do I derive a private key? How do I get how do I get a regular public key? How do I generate an address? How do I sign a transaction? That kind of stuff.
I've been looking for a third resource. So on the documentation page there at fullstack.cash, I'm going to add a link to slp.dev, which shout out to JT and James. That's an awesome site.
Yeah.
If you want to get started in SLP tokens, slp.dev. And then there's tutorial.cash, which is like this, what's the word? A collection of YouTube videos and stuff to introduce people. So I've been looking for a third resource. So if you get something like that up, I will definitely point to it from fullstack.cash.
Well, the way I look at it is I was thinking about just like having an examples directory just with a lot of really small binaries that are like one trick ponies, right? Like you run this, you compile this binary, and when you run it, it's going to dump you, some key material and an address. Another one, it might give you a way to sign a message, verify a message, like really basic primitives. People need those things over and over and over again, or how to most easily construct a transaction, an unsigned transaction. What does a transaction look like?
Yeah. It's important to break the code up into digestible chunks like that. So I started with the examples that are on fullstack.cash, which were ported over from Bitbox, which I created for those. And then I created like SLP CLI wallet as exactly that. Like, okay, well, that would be the next step. But then it became so damn useful. I started adding features, and now it's like way too complex for a beginner. And so it's like, I've got to kind of like roll the code back to when it was in a simpler format.
Well, I wanted to talk to Jose a little bit more, and the people in the kind of the adopting world, because I think one of the major blockers they have are wallets that work for them, well for them.
We'll come back to that. Wallets that work for them. Before we move on, Nathan says, question for devs. My son is looking to learn to code and dedicating his home education towards blockchain and mainly in gaming. He's 15. Maybe tutoring too for New Wave. I would pay. So that's Nathan of Renewable Cash. So you go ahead, Kieran.
So Nathan, I know I'm kind of inebriated right now, so
I keep coming back.
Confirm this with me when I'm sober. You have my Telegram. But Khan Academy is a very good place to start. And beyond that, I've actually found Bitcoin and now Bitcoin Cash devs to be very welcoming, and they do tend to lend more like a guiding hand and like a helping hand to people that are new to the
new to the space. Go to bed, Karen.
New to the whiskey bottle.
Go to bed, Karen. Josh, back to.
So Nathan's question there on
to keep sound down.
Watch out for your parents. To answer Nathan's question on video games and onboarding kids, because I have a 6-year-old nephew and I'm doing the same thing, and I realized it really helps if they can read before you get them into coding. So that kind of seems obvious, but I had to figure that one out. But there's Minecraft, and there is a plugin for Minecraft called Spigot that and it breaks a lot, which is really unfortunate. But it lets you do JavaScript, write JavaScript programs that you can control the Minecraft world. And I know JT Freeman is playing with an SLP token add-on so that you can enter these, like they have these servers, these Minecraft servers where like hundreds of people can play together. And so he's trying to build the equivalent of a Telegram token bot that runs on Minecraft so that you can like tip people with SLP tokens. And I'm excited to see where that goes.
There was also
go ahead.
Like a bucket plugin, I think, back in the day called BitQuest. And what that was it was just regular BTC back when BTC worked. And you would get like very tiny fractions of Bitcoin for like killing mobs and stuff. So like you would kill like, let's say like a pig or like a cow or a creeper, and you would get like, I don't know, like 2,000 Satoshis. And then you can like send those to other players or withdraw it to like an actual wallet.
Yeah, you know the last update on that, Chris? I was building my own little spice server for a while, and I kind of fell off.
This has been a few years since the last update. So, yeah. But, this was only viable when Bitcoin payments were fairly low. And I don't think the developers have really switched over to Bitcoin Cash yet.
God, you were so drunk.
Go to bed, Kieran. Go to bed.
Yeah, Chris, do you know the last update on the SLP integration for that? Who were you saying was building it? JT?
Yeah, JT.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's just playing with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what he. That was one of his updates last week. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to playing with it.
Yeah, me
It
too.
might sound obvious, right? But just because we want a lot of things to be non-custodial, when you're building a game, someone having a good library for custodial wallets to back a fucking video game, dude, I am all on board. Like, I don't need to worry about having a trustless wallet for my game tokens that I'm spending in a specific game. Like, I really just, like, that's not the key thing for them to be worrying about. I'd rather that it's like, okay, I can track them on chain, I can send them out of my custodial wallet or whatever. But if they have a good integrated library and wallet experience, then that's fine. And I think we should be encouraging things like that. Like, we need drop-in libraries for games that allow them to integrate it. And a lot of them are not client side. A lot of them are not going to be something where they are, shielded from key material. And I think that's okay. Not everything needs to be like that.
The low-hanging fruit there is the Telegram token bots. Like, in my mind, that's like the obvious next step for them is to start integrating into games. And what I like, I mean, they're not all created equal, but my standard for a good Telegram bot is one where they're all custodial until you want to withdraw, and some of them don't let you withdraw. Like, if so, just shout like heads up if anybody loves Telegram SLP token bots, then then just give it a test and see if you can withdraw tokens. So some of them you actually can't withdraw your tokens.
Well, I noticed that recently is I use Brave as my main browser, and I actually set up all of like the bat tipping stuff. I wanted to see what the whole thing was about. So I have a bunch of sites that I get tips from. I have it hooked into my Twitter and Reddit and all of that. But Uphold disabled transfers. So like I have it so that my rewards automatically convert to BCH. It's awesome. And I have BCH rewards sitting in my Brave browser. And I
can't
send them fucking anywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm a verified member.
Yeah, so I'm glad you mentioned this because this is Uphold is really popular in Venezuela, and I mean I've been told this by several Venezuelans, and yeah, like, but it's custodial and it has these you got to ask permission and they can freeze your funds, and I would think Venezuelans would be hypersensitive to those things, but I guess not, and yeah, it's just interesting.
Absolutely.
So I'm told by Tyler that there was some attack on BCHD. Josh?
It wasn't an attack. There was a signature validation error due to a stack mutation.
But he says there's something else that's in the public Slack.
I mean, I'm talking with people in the BCHD Slack. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, I'll read you. He says, we've seen one bug before because of this issue, but there was resistance.
So basically inside of the VM that parses script in BCHD, there are some places where it doesn't use copies of the script. So if you modify it, it can cause some calculation errors. And we had a bug because of that before, and we fixed it. But that was inherited from BTCD, just the way that they process it. So we have to be very careful. We had a plan to change the way that that's done so that everything is done by using copies rather than ever passing something by pointer to alleviate some of these bugs. But that also slows the performance of the scripting VM substantially. So BTCD had made a trade-off to try to go for full performance. And that has, I think, is a mistake when you're talking about very, very critical code to get correct. So that's what Tyler was referring to is, yeah, we need to gut some of those things that we inherited and make them use safer patterns that don't lead to these subtle mutation errors that cause bugs like we just saw. But it wasn't like a direct attack against our node. It was just happened that one block caused us to blow up.
Very interesting.
It was a carefully crafted attack transaction.
Yeah, maybe. You know, you never know what people are trying to do. I think that people like to throw a bunch of like interesting transactions right around fork time to see what happens.
Yeah,
definitely.
Unfortunately, you know, we're the butt of that joke this time. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing is like, you know, forks or the network upgrades, they are what they are, but then you're right. I mean, I think that everybody who hates Bitcoin Cash and just like that's their opportunity to just throw everything in the kitchen sink right at that moment at like our most vulnerable point. And that's you know, par for the course.
But the thing is, it's especially when the community decides that it is right now. I don't like there being disruptions, but the disruptions aren't very big if they're subtle bugs right now. It's our time to try to figure some of these issues out and get better processes so that they don't happen in the future. It's a big difference between the user base we have in BCH right now and what we want. We want billions of people using this technology. There was 1 billion people using it and we had a subtle bug and it dropped off the network due to a upgrade change, well, that would disrupt a lot of people and a large amount of the economy and just like business in general. Right now, it's like if someone can't use their node for a few hours, it's really not quite the end of the world unless they're a miner that needs their profit revenue. And a lot of exchanges during these upgrades end up turning off the chain anyways, to be perfectly blunt, because they're worried about these types of issues. So when it comes to exchanges, like they're ready to just hit pause. Oh, someone can't make a trade for like 6 hours? Who fucking cares? It's way different than like someone that needs to use the economy rather than someone that just wants to make some basic trades.
Well,
So
actually, trading is a very important use case for us right now, and especially in Asia.
Oh, it's absolutely important.
Okay.
Yeah, so this might be a good segue. Speaking of trading, you know, it was Tyler who messaged you, right, George?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so I've been talking with the guys over at Ava Labs, and we've been brainstorming a way to basically intentionally burn an SLP token on the Bitcoin Cash side and then have it reappear on the Ava side and vice versa. And they've already figured out how to do this with Ethereum. And so if we put the pieces together, you could transfer value across all the blockchains. And this just is in line with, you know, like, again, Venezuelans, they don't really care about crypto. They care about value. They care about purchasing power. They care about, you know, and so I'm not married to like one blockchain to rule them all. Like, you're right. Trading is your trading is a valuable use case because at the end of the day, people want to buy groceries, and however they do that, you know, the best way to do that is what they really care about. So I don't know. I just thought I'd throw that out there. It's kind of exciting tech. It's still in the very, very early throw spaghetti at the wall phase, but it'll be interesting to see if we can make that work.
Definitely.
Yeah, going back to what you said, Josh, where I cut you off, was about usable wallets for adoption.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that.
So what I find is we pretty much have like 3 styles of wallets right now. And there's just one instance. There's like neutrino wallets, high bandwidth and trustless and private. Great. But someone in a low bandwidth country just can't use their neutrino wallet. We have SPV wallets. And what we've watched is as people get really large wallets, the bandwidth concerns for those is actually quite high as well. We've noticed that when we're trying to get people in, you know, South Sudan or, you know, low internet areas to use even like a wallet like Bread Wallet, it's just slow as hell. It's like virtually unusable for those people. And it leads to they have huge gaps in internet connectivity time. So they are out in the bush, they're going and doing their normal thing, they go back to the city, and then now their phone wallet needs to sync, 10,000 blocks. And it's like, this sucks. They can't just like walk in, turn on their phone and make a payment. And this is a major issue. And then we have the API style wallets, like Bitcoin.com wallet, right? Looks like a nice wallet, but it connects to their API servers, is not trusted. Like, it's not a trustless wallet at all. You're literally just like, yeah, you hold your key material, you're signing transactions, but you're completely at the mercy of the Bitcoin.com API. And those API servers are only in certain parts of the world, which means that I can't get better latency by spinning up my own instances of an API server and connecting to it. So I think we need a new type of wallet, which is like a lightweight wallet that does use a specific full node as a trust anchor, but is really optimized to use as little network bandwidth as fucking possible. Like, it works on an edge connection. It works on, the slowest, crappiest internet you can have, and has a feature set similar to what Yenim wallet has, right? The Yenim guys really aren't enhancing that wallet anymore, but you want a wallet where you can like open it up, it's immediately available, it doesn't need to sync a bunch of legacy blocks to validate things, and it can connect to one of N full nodes or Electrum nodes or something like that. And that way people can spin up their own full node, or a community can, or there could be one for that region, and you choose who you want to trust, and your trust anchor is the person you're connecting to, and it's not just one company's servers. So that's right now I'm looking at, what would a gRPC BCHD style wallet look like? Well, it would connect over gRPC. It would just get address balances and look at UTXOs and transactions off the index data set. And yeah, you'd need to be talking to a BCHD that you trusted. But you could also spin up your own and point your wallet at it. But it would take almost no bandwidth to support a wallet like that. And it would be fast. And it would make it easy to make a cross-platform wallet and /web wallet, all using the same technologies with a consistent interface. So whether they're in their browser, or whether they're on their iPhone, or whether they're on their Android phone, it looks the same, it feels the same, it's got a simple feature set, it just works, it never lags. And I don't know how it's been a decade and we don't have a wallet like this yet.
Really good objective goals. I like that.
Yeah. So that's kind of like my thought process, is I've been wanting to work on a wallet like that for some time. I think for emerging markets, it's really important. At Coinbase, we have two different wallets. We have, two non-custodial wallets. We have Coinbase Wallet, which is a multi-currency wallet. But what we found is that in the emerging markets, it was too featureful, too feature packed. It did too much stuff. And then we have Coinbase Lite, which is a light non-custodial wallet that just does Ethereum. That's it. And what we found is, the simpler the wallet, the easier it is for somebody to use it. And we really need something like that for Bitcoin Cash. And that's the main reason I've been so focused on trying to get SLP support in BCHD, is because I want that same gRPC wallet to also be able to do basic token support without a bunch of heavy lifting. And so there's a reason that I push for the building blocks that I think need to happen within our community, is because I see a gap in the tooling for the third world that ultimately I think is the people that need this technology the most.
Definitely. I mean, so I live in a really remote area. Even though I'm in the United States, I'm in a really remote part of it, and there's a ton of people who they don't even do text messaging. Like, they're just older people who are really uncomfortable. So that's why I've found some success with these. These are like laser etched plastic cards, and so when I give someone Bitcoin Cash, I usually like put it on the QR code, and then the private QR code's on the back. And I bought this little $150 laser etcher to make these, and it's cool because then I can give it to them and I can be like, here, like, you can put this in your safe, and it just makes sense because there's no electricity. So whatever we can do to make this as simple as possible is a win.
Let's say we were going to build a relatively simple, let's call it a reference mobile wallet for Bitcoin Cash something that other people can build on. But you know, the main simple thing is going to be there. We're gonna maintain it. How much does that cost?
Honestly, I don't think it's a matter of cost. I think that we could have this type of wallet, like for just the plain BC.
All right, no, but hold on. Let's
kind
be
of the wrong
honest. If
question.
it wasn't a matter of cost, then I think we would already have it. I mean, let's be real. Come on, I'm a business guy. Like, how much is it going to cost? I have a business plan that's very similar to this and revolves around a lot of this stuff. I mean, I submitted it to the $200 million fund 4 months ago now.
It's a matter of scope.
And my plan has a price, right? But I want to know what you guys think it would cost.
Okay,
like, let's be realistic.
A lightweight wallet without token support that uses gRPC, that is mature, that offers like deep linking and, you know, advanced, like good usability features that make it not feel like a total piece of garbage, I think is, you know, a half a year of dev time for all the polish, including a website, marketing materials, all of that, if we had someone dedicated that knew what they were doing. So that probably puts in the ballpark of anywhere from $80,000 to $125,000 to get done by a competent developer. With the SLP parts that I want to do, that means that the SLP pieces in BCHD need to get finished. We already have that allocated price-wise. Now that's literally just a time constraint because we've already gotten the funding from, you know, the Flipstarter. JT and James Kramer and myself and Chris will be talking very soon about putting together the exact development schedule for getting the SLP indexes in place. Once those are in place, adding those features to the wallet are probably another month to 2 months of work, mainly on the UI side, UX side, not on the actual implementation, because the gRPC stuff, the way you get that data, all of it is going to be the same. And since you're having a trusted relationship with the backend, there's not additional validations that need to be done.
Hey, Tobias.
Hey, Tobias.
I think SLP is definitely a requirement. And I would say also further, we need an instant way to swap SLP to BCH. So something like Vin's postage protocol should be considered because the reality is people want to use a stable asset. That's how we're going to onboard them. You know, they're going to want to send it for remittances, and they're going to want to be able to, like, we might be able to at the point of sale at a merchant force the spending of BCH, but right up until that moment, people are going to want to hold in stable. And so we need a way to pull people out of stable instantly without waiting for chain confirmations and transfer BCH to the merchant.
Definitely. So George, you asked a sincere question, and I think it's the wrong question. I mean, it's the right question, but it's not exactly the right question. How much does it cost? Because it's a matter of scope, not price. Like if you ask 10 developers that question, you're going to get 10 different answers. Like I have my own answer. Kieran is working on a wallet that works on this $2 dumb phone that's really popular in India. Tobias is working on Bcash. So it's a matter of scope. It's a, like, to ask that question, like, what would it cost? Oh, and then that problem solved. It's not like that because everybody's got a different perspective on how this problem should be solved.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, we have to get to a point where like we don't have a good mobile wallet right now.
No,
you know, like Bitcoin.com, very nice. I love Bitcoin.com, but it's not open source and it has some issues. People lost money. People had problems with losing money with the update. Crescent is removing SLP. You know, like I just don't see. I agree. This is a problem. You know, like I have team waiting, wanting to step back out and start doing the work again that we were doing when we had 1,300 merchants across 8 nations, 20 cities on 3 continents. We can't do it. We can't do it right now because we're lacking that.
The Bitcoin.com wallet has 2 fatal flaws right now, which makes it really sad because I want to be able to recommend their wallet. One is I can't look at the code, none of it, not just, you know, some of it. And then number 2 is it's reusing addresses like crazy right now in the live implementation. So the privacy of that wallet is awful. So between those 2 things, I can't really recommend that well to other people.
But most people don't look at the code, and most people don't care about reusing addresses. So I don't think that's the root of the issue. I mean, those are issues, of course. But
there are issues for me recommending it for sure, because the whole idea is that the features should be transparent and just work the way they should work. I shouldn't have to tell someone whether they're reusing or not. I should be able to recommend them a wallet that just doesn't fucking do it. You're right. They don't care. They should. And I'm not going to recommend a wallet that puts them in a place where they're getting an inferior, experience because the wallet developers wanted to rush out a new UI update.
Well, Josh, you gave me a price earlier.
It should work as peer-to-peer electronic cash, and
some
the technical stuff should be abstracted away.
All right, why don't you go ahead?
No, go ahead, George. You just... Yep.
Okay.
It should work as peer.
You go ahead, George.
Sorry. So you give me a price, Josh. Our plan includes marketing in the developing world, remittances with some specific features to enable remittances. And we came up with a budget of $550,000 for a runway of about 18 months to get it to X situation, which I don't remember because X situation, which includes revenue.
Right.
And then at that point we can judge, is it working or not? If it's not, whatever. But if it is, then it will be worthy for another level of investment. And we haven't been able to get that funded yet.
Yeah, I think that the wallet situation on BCH is probably the biggest reason that we haven't had as much adoption success as we've wanted. And I think that it's that user experience for normal people that it really matters. I'm really excited by the work that Tobias is doing with Bcash because it makes it a simple user experience. And like just have a card. You swipe a card and you don't need internet and you don't need shit. It just fucking works. Yeah. And we need a mobile wallet that's like that. Like Badger, I was hoping that Badger would end up being okay, but then it never had an HD wallet support. It was always a little slow. It's always a little buggy. The fucking API servers it talked to constantly had issues and constantly fucking crashed. And every time I recommended it, people would be like, yo, man, it's like I tried to use it and then like I waited 3 minutes. It didn't even show me my balance. And it's like, okay, how do we have a single code base that actually works in the browser and on my phones and is consistent, and I can have my same key material in whatever places that I want it to be in? And
so I just want to take this opportunity to remind people that Electron Cash Mobile exists. It doesn't have token, and the interface absolutely sucks, but the backend benefits from being maintained off the same base as the desktop Electron Cash.
Yeah, Electron Cash is by far our best wallet right now on the desktop, and then on the mobile experience, it's way better on iOS because they got the UI refresh. Yeah, Electron Cash is a good wallet. It's just a kitchen sink wallet, not a basic wallet.
It's not suitable for, right now, where are we? We're in the early adopter phase. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the book Crossing the Chasm. We need to cross that chasm and get to a mainstream market. I'm sorry, but we can't do that with the kind of interface that Electron Cash mobile has. Just can't. Now we have to be looking at things like, what is that mainstream, like PayPal, Venmo? I think it's called Cash App or something. I don't know.
The point I'm making with Electron Cash is not that you should just take Electron Cash and deploy it onto the field immediately without any considerations. My point is that Electron Cash already gives you a backend that you can work off. So whatever you develop, you will have less cost associated with it. If you want a very stripped down, very light interface, you can do that, and you have to hire less people to do that.
Yeah, I think it'd be great for, if I could get a technical lead to work on this project with me, and then that person could evaluate and see if it makes sense to build on that or to start fresh.
Yeah, I kind of missed what Imaginary Username was saying, but on the topic of using Electron Cash and the Electrum X network, which is what runs it, Jonathan Silverblood created this Electrum Cash NPM library that I've integrated into fullstack.cash. And so the ability to check an address balance or pull UTXO to spend, I'm using the exact same Electrum X network. And I think that NPM library that Jonathan created is groundbreaking because it opens the door to a lot of apps to use the same network behind Electron Cash. And I think it's a step in the right direction in terms of sort of integrating a common infrastructure.
Yeah. On that note, I'm currently developing the Bcash wallet so that you can pair your card with the wallet and have a wallet basically, and you can also spend money from the card. If any of you would be interested in giving feedback on can send you an APK, and you can it's a demo, it's to figure out how the user experience should be, so it doesn't actually send transactions. But if people are interested in that, I can hook you up. You can play around. You can play dumb. You can play, and then maybe we can roast me.
I'm already dumb, so send it over.
Tobias's work is super interesting, and I think this kind of thing, this remittance, this whole network that I've been talking about, remittance, merchant, consumer. I think Tobias's cards fit in there really, really well. I think that there's a whole line of things that need to be fit in, and one of the reasons I went to work for Bitcoin ABC is because it starts at Bitcoin ABC, or near at Bitcoin ABC, and it goes all the way to the end. And we need the whole stack, if you want to say it that way, to be solid. But definitely, Tobias's work is very interesting, and I think it's super critical for that.
Tobias, are you at a point where you're ready to send out alpha versions of the hardware? Because I would totally drop $100 to buy whatever I need to play with it.
So I definitely have an alpha version this card. It can send USDH. I just have to integrate it into a wallet, and I'm thinking about doing a Kickstarter thing. Or a Flipstarter, no offense, where you can order an ordinary Kickstarter. You can order the thing, and then it'll take a while until it arrives, and then you can then I get funds. I can actually hire UX designers because I'm a backend guy. I have to ask people how to design stuff.
That's a great idea. Yeah, if I could drop $100 or whatever, and then get an early prototype, that would be sweet. I would totally put down for that.
I can send you a card.
Yeah, I'd love to play with that stuff as well. And then just a heads up, I need to go in just a couple of minutes. I gotta go and do work things.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we can.
I'm actually gonna jump off now. It's 2 a.m. here for me, so I'm gonna jump off the ship.
Man, that sucks, guys. I was hoping to hear more about general protocols. Do you have any quick updates, John? On just how are things going well?
Yeah, it's going great. We're working on the integration with DToken right now. So I don't know if everybody knows DToken, but it's CryptoPhil's non-custodial exchange that's going to be coming out in the near future. And it's got this whole idea of a non-custodial exchange that they're working on is pretty unique in itself. Mm-hmm. Where they don't go fully DEX, it's not religiously not religiously trustless kind of thing, right? So there's a lot of centralized elements to it, but as far as the money goes, you never touch it. They never touch your money. So it's non-custodial exchange. We're working on integrating with that. So things are going very well.
Very cool. Very good. Yeah, I was talking with Simeon earlier this week, and he's very excited.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah, so it was good to see you guys. Sorry, come check our website. We'll update it sometime.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, take care, y'all.
John.
All right, bye, John.
Bye. It's nice seeing you.
See you, Tobias.
I think that's my cue as well, guys. I've been on here for a while, and all I've had to eat is a banana.
Yeah, I went and got cereal about an hour ago. It was dying.
One last thing I wanted to bring up before I jet is I've been working with EPCH a lot, and EPCH has been working with the masked protectors. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the masked protectors. Jonathan Tuman has had a connect to get a bunch of masks, and he teamed up with the EPCH team, and we're doing fundraisers to get masks to areas that don't have masks, to people, frontline workers in countries that are underserved by, the global markets, and getting masks to their healthcare workers and other people. So if people are interested in helping us out on that initiative, helping us get masks to these people, helping with, funds for some of these masks, things like that, reach out to me on Telegram or other places. And I can point you to the documentation, what we're doing. We've already sent out, tens of thousands of masks to people, and focused really on frontline healthcare workers. And we have different qualities of mask as well. We have like basic surgical, as well as, higher grade masks, depending on the types of people that need them. So if people are interested in helping that effort, that'd be awesome.
Is that just part of the regular Eat BCH, or is that a separate address to send
Separate,
money
because Eat BCH is 100% money for food. And we really are trying to keep the mask pieces separate. But it's going to similar volunteers. So a lot of the people that in our trust networks, they're the ones getting the masks and getting them to the people that really need them.
Okay, where can we find the info? Are they on Twitter? Or?
Let me.
Somebody's at your door, imaginary.
It's construction outside.
The etiquette police have finally arrived for him.
Here. I'm going to just paste Jonathan's Twitter. He has some things about, the masked protectors. And there's like a Facebook channel, and then there's a couple of other things. But you should be able to find it on his feed.
I wonder if links work in my own chat.
Anyways, I need to run. I can give more details to people if they message me, and I will talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Josh.
Great chatting with you, Josh.
Thank you, Josh.
Later,
Good
guys.
talking with you. Later.
Cheers. Yeah, I think I'm going to drop off as well, but if you guys say anything spicy about me, I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Jalapeno Troutner.
Thanks for hanging out, Chris. All right. I think I'm going to wrap it up here soon, but I know, Tobias, you just got on here, so I don't want to cut you short.
It's fine.
Yeah, is there anything, I'm not sure if you listened to anything the stream earlier, if you have anything to add, anything you want to shill.
Join my Telegram group where I post updates on Bcash. It's t.me/b_cash. And there I will show cool tech. And maybe I'll do announcements like, you can order alpha versions. Like, apparently people are interested in that, so you can do that. And then you basically get like a ticket where it's like, you got the alpha version. Now there's a beta version, and you just get that for free because you were like kind of the alpha guy, chat. And then I think people would be, and that would be very helpful for me because then I get feedback from people. And if you do get a card, then use it on your grandma just to like more.
Use it with your grandma?
Yeah.
That's always good. Is it BE_cash or just B?
Oh, BE_cash. So t.me/BE_cash.
Sounds
and cash like money, not like, level 1 cash.
That's weird. My t.me is not working. I'll put it in the YouTube chat though. BE cash. Cool. Sounds good. Yeah.
So
yeah.
Just chatting with you all.
Yeah. Just before you go. So your card, is it? Am I going to be able to use it in like a regular credit card reader?
No.
No. Okay.
I mean, depends on how you define regular credit card reader, because that software, like, it has a standard interface, but the way the credit cards works is quite different from the way Bitcoin works, obviously. So there's quite a gap in there. But once I convince point of sales developers to be like, we integrate your library, then it will work. But that's like doing business development and talking with people, and I'm not good at that. So
got to get the product done first. So
I mean, I can talk. It's not that.
Cool. Yeah, sounds good. Looking forward to that. Always Always good at
Yeah,
new
cool.
projects like that. So,
Yeah.
all right. Thank you,
Thanks
Tobias.
for sharing that.
Yeah, thank you, George. I know Oscar's still lurking, and so is Pox. I think he said a line or two, and Imaginary. So, thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for watching.
Thank you, Colin.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
That was
Awesome work.
That was
Thank you,
what,
Colin.
5 hours? 6 hours? Not bad. Not a bad day of work. So
Outstanding.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Back to the coffee shop. All right. Thank you, everybody. Quite a hell of a stream. So, a little peace and quiet by myself. Yeah. So yeah, that's Bitcoin Cash Coffeehouse. Expect more of these types of meetings. I think we're gonna try and do at least once a month, but it'll be a little more structured. Next time won't just be like whatever about protocol stuff and hash out issues a little bit more. So a little open dialogue helps with everybody, I think. So it's good to have this type of thing. So hopefully we have more like this in the future. So happy upgrade day, happy fork day. And before we go, I always like to, I'll do one last mempool report. We started out with it, so we're going to end with it. Oops, wrong one. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. Yeah. Oh, what the hell is a chat? So yeah, as you can see here, we hit some reds. Wow, we got to 200 sats per byte. Pretty impressive. So we're trending up. As you can see, the blues. We'll switch to the 2-week one. We're very bullish right now. The greens are getting higher and higher and higher, so that's a larger base to build off of, so we can reach all-time highs a little bit faster this time. So congratulations on the bullish mempool. So happy fork day, happy upgrade day. Okay, I'm gonna call it there. So again, thank you, everybody. Personally, you're pulling out the champagne. Pulling out the champagne. We drink coffee and Bitcoin Cash. We're not alcoholics. That's just Kieran. Kept me up till 3 a.m. GF starting next week. See, that's dedication to peer-to-peer cash. That's dedication. That's straight dedication. All right, everybody. Y'all have an excellent night or day. I guess it's day for me. Usually I end at night. So, all right. Bye-bye.